Welcome to the complete course of Instagram clone clean architecture. In this complete course, we will build Instagram clone. Yes, the Instagram clone, but no worry, I am not the one who make the spaghetti of code. We will build this Instagram clone using clean architecture approach to make our code maintainable and scalable. So in the future, this is not going to be an headache for us to add or remove a specific feature from the app anytime we want. After completing this course, you will be that much prepared to get a job in some company and also get your freelancing clients. So let's see what are the major concepts we will learn in this course. So that are three major concepts you will learn in this course. The first one is the complete clean architecture test-driven development. So first of all, in this clean architecture, you will learn the basic and the advanced concepts of the clean architecture structure. The basic means some core concepts and the advanced means to build an app using this clean architecture structure. And secondly, you will learn the Flutter basics and advanced concepts. So you will learn the Flutter basics and advanced concepts like building the complex UIs, dealing with complex widgets, and also render flow exceptions, performing some basic and advanced animations, etc. And also, you will learn about the firebase database, and in this firebase, we will use the authentication, cloud firestore, and the cloud storage. Like the authentication will be to authenticate our user in the application, and the cloud firestore will be to store our data in the cloud firestore database, and the storage will be to store our media images in there. So that are the major concepts you will learn in this complete course of Instagram clone clean architecture. The first one is the clean architecture structure to build maintainable apps you will learn, and secondly to deal with the complex UIs, render flow exceptions, animations, etc. And finally the firebase database, authentication, cloud firestore, and the storage. So that was it for this core concepts. And next, we are going to have these app features in our Instagram clone clean architecture. First of all, in our Instagram, we will build the complete UI of our Instagram, from which you will learn the basic and the complex structures of UI to deal with basics and complex widgets. And next, we will authenticate our user using Firebase authentication. And third, we will upload and display posts in our Instagram application. And fourth, we will implement the features of like, comment, and reply to the comment in our Instagram app. And fifth, we will implement the features of search and also display the recently uploaded post on the search page. And also, on the sixth step, we will implement the feature of follow and unfollow the user in our Instagram app. And finally, we will display the followers and following list in the user profiles and also in the others user profiles. So that's everything you will learn in this complete course of Instagram clone clean architecture. So that was it, and now let's get started. Unlike any other frameworks, keeping your code clean and maintainable becomes even more true in case of Flutter, because in Flutter we write logics and UI code in the same language, Dart. By doing so, the business logic mixes up with the UI code. On one hand, it can be nice to build an app with Flutter quickly because Flutter boosts the development process. On the other hand, larger projects start falling apart when we mix up the business logic with the UI code. And then even best state management solutions like Block or Qubit are not sufficient to allow for easily extendable code base. So now let's take a look what we are going to build. We are going to build this Instagram application in this series. First, let's go to the profile page and log out this already signed in user to check out this application from scratch. So we have this sign in page and also the sign up page. So if the user is already created, so we can directly put the credentials here, which will be our email and password. And if the user is not created in the database, so we will sign up. So first, let's take the picture from the gallery and write your credentials here. You can also make visible the password by clicking this. You can also make it invisible. After this, just press this sign up to sign up the user. This will take a while and our user is signed into the application, and there are some posts of that user. First, let's go to the profile page to explore this. We have the username and the name and the bio. So let's try to edit the profile of the user. Press this and go to the edit profile tab, and from here we can change our profile. Press this and select an image. Let's select this dark image and let's specify your name, which will be our developer, and our username is ETechViral, and we can also change our bio. Let's also make it only professional and press this done. So our user profile is updated. You can see now the profile is dark and the bio is also changed. So that's how we can change our profile. Now let's go to this tab to post an image. So press this upload and take an image. Let's take this and write some description. This is Jenny motion, and try to upload it by clicking this arrow. This will say uploading when the post is uploaded, so this will navigate back us to this page. Now check the home page. So our post is uploaded, you can see it here. This is our description. We just type in the description field. So from here we can interact to our post. When you click this menu, we can either delete or update our post. First we will try to update this post. We can change this description. Let's only make it this, and also try to change the image of it. Let's again select this image and press this done. This, and our post is updated now. And we can also like our post just like this with this beautiful animation of like, and when we again do this, so it will unlike the post. And we can also like the post from here also when we click this favorite icon, and on that when we tap it back, so this will again unlike. So let's try to comment on this post. There is already an comment. Let's try to do another one. Let's say this is comment and try to post it, and there is our comment. Now it's posted now. And let's also try to reply this user. This is reply and also post it. So we also can reply to the comment, and we can like this reply and also the post, and we can delete this reply and also the comment just like this. Now go back and try to delete this post. Delete post and simply press this yes. So the post is deleted now. You can see there is no post which we have posted in a while. So let me show you one more thing. Let's go to this search page, and there will appear all the posts of the users. From here we can see the post. When we press this, we are navigated to the post of the user. From here we can like the post also and unlike it, and also go to the user profile. We can follow the user and also unfollow the user. And one more thing, when in the search we type the name of the user, we can locate the user profile also like this when we search his name in the search. So we are going to build this application in this series. This will be really a huge application on the clean architecture, and you also can go at your own pace. Before going forward, let me introduce you to the clean architecture of Robert C. Martin, which is so-called our friendly Uncle Bob. According to his clean architecture, we all should separate code into independent layers that will depend on abstractions but not on the concrete implementations. You will see this diagram in front of you, but that diagram didn't tell so much, and that's a bit abstract. We can say like what are these gateways, presenters and the controllers. So now the question arises actually how we can make things clear in Flutter specific. So let me introduce you to the Rizzo Coder clean architecture. If you have watched his series of test driven development, so you may be familiar with this diagram. So if you didn't watch, that's not going to be an headache for you, because here is as a developer, I am determined. I will explain everything bit by bit to you. And with this, we will use this architecture on a bit different way that will not be really identical to the Rizzo Coder's architecture. That will be, but not that much. So our project structure will be divided into 3 different layers. That will be presentations, domain and the data layer. And let's start from this presentation layer. But before this, let's move to the Android Studio and let's start creating these 3 layers in our lib directory. So we will create a directory here or a package that's name will be features first, and inside these features there will be 3 more packages or directory. Name will be presentation. So we have created the presentation directory, so it comes like this. So if you have just like this, so you can change it from here, just on top that menu button, and just uncheck this compact middle packages, so it will becomes just like this. So now we will create another package inside this features, that will be our domain, and last will be the data. So that will be our 3 layers, which is presentation, domain and the data. And again move to our clean architecture to see that more clearly. So we will start from this presentation layer. So in this layer, it's clear that we need widgets to display something on our screen, and that widgets will be our pages or our custom widgets. And then the widgets flow come to these presentation logic holders. Like from these widgets, we will trigger some events that will listen to the state or something equivalent if you are not using the block or the qubit. So we use these block and change notifier, mobx and qubits just to separate the business logic from our UI code, because in Flutter the UI code and the logic is in the same language, which is Dart. So everything mixed up when we don't use these state management solutions. But in this clean architecture, that the state management solution that can be anyone like mobx, change notifier, block or qubit, that will not going to hold too much logic, but that will delegate their work to the use cases, which is in the domain layer. So now what are the use cases? Let me show you what are the use cases of the application. Like open this emulator, when we come to this home page, so it get all the posts. So that was one of the use case to get the all posts. And when we double tap on this post, so it liked the post, so that was also an use case, which first come to the presentation holders, a state management solution, and we called that method in our widgets on our page, just like this. So that was our use cases and our presentation layer like this. Now let's move to the domain layer. Domain is the innermost layer which will only contain the core business logic, that are our use cases, and business objects that are our entities. And again, it will be totally independent of any other layer, but other layers will be dependent on this layer because there will be all the abstractions and the contract classes. What are these contracts and abstractions? That will be explained in a while. So in the domain layer, the use cases will be the classes that will encapsulate the business logic of the specific use case of the app. Like I show you in this application, this like use case only encapsulate the logic of the like use case of this application. And the same is for getting this post and getting these comments. Now there is no comments, so it shows this circle be the first, and when we comment here like good and post this comment, it get that comment. So this is one of the use case. So when we were posting this, so it was also one of the use case to post the comment. So go back and minimize this. So in the domain layer, if you look at the repository in the domain layer with its fancy gradient, it's at the edge between data and the domain layer and is getting data from the repository which is located in the data layer. Now you might be thinking how domain is independent if it's getting data from the repository which is located in the data layer. So there comes our dependency inversion. As I said earlier, in the domain layer there will be all the abstractions and the contract classes. So in our repository class, which will be in the domain layer, there will be the contract that what the repository must do in the domain layer, and its implementation will be in the data layer to fulfill that contract. As said in the solid last principle, the boundaries between the layers should be handled with interfaces. So in our case, these interfaces are our abstract classes. So the abstract class will be inside the domain layer and its implementation will be inside the data layer. So with this understanding of our domain layer, so let's go to the Android Studio for a while. First create the directories inside this presentation. That will be our qubit, because we are going to use the qubit as a state management solution. That's the subset of the block. And the next directory will be our pages in the presentation and will be the widgets, just like this. So that was our presentation layer, and the for domain layer, that will be the repository, use cases and entities, just like this. Now again move to the clean architecture structure, and the only remaining part is the data layer. The data layer is that how the data will be gotten from the outside and how it will be managed and all that stuff. So that data layer consists of the repository implementation, which is the contract in the domain layer, and the implementation will be inside the data layer. And there is the remote data source and the local data source. In our case, our remote data source will be the Firebase Cloud Firestore, because we are not going to use any REST APIs, but we have our Firebase Cloud Firestore. And the local data source is for caching data locally in the local storage. And this repository will be the place where we will decide when to return the real data or already cached data. And the local data sources are also where you would have GPS, location and some local database and all that stuff. And that repository will be the brain of the data layer that will tell the data layer that what to do and when to do, and its contract class will be in the domain layer. Now look at these models. The data sources are returning the models instead of these entities. But why is that? Well, the reason behind this is that the transformation of the data, like from JSON to dot objects and from dot objects to JSON, or also in our case from snapshot to dot objects and so on. So if you are familiar with Firebase, these snapshots will be the document snapshot which will be converted into dot objects just to read them, as simple as that. Therefore, inside the data layer we will create the models that will be the subclasses of entities that will extend from these entities, which are our business objects. And inside these models there will be some functionalities, as I said, from JSON to JSON or from snapshot, just like this. So with this, what that call flow means? It means on our UI in the presentation layer, when we triggered some events, so that flow comes to the presentation holders, presentation logic holders, the use cases, and that the repository which is in the domain layer, it is a contract, it is implemented in the data layer, and then it is connected with the remote data source. And in the remote data source implementation there is the real implementation of the method. So that call flow directly comes from top to bottom, and here that real implementation methods triggered and the action is performed on the presentation layer or our UI. You will see this practically later in the upcoming videos. And again, let's go to the Android Studio to create the structure for this data layer also. So inside this data layer we are going to have data sources, models and the repository. Inside this repository which is in the domain layer there will be contract class and its implementation will be here inside the repository which is located in the data layer. So we got this structure of the folders in our Android Studio, and that's looking nice, not it? And with this we will begin to code from this presentation layer, because first we are going to design the UI, then we will go to this domain layer to start the abstraction, and then the real implementation, which will be in the data layer. Conventionally, if we look, we should start from this domain layer, which is the innermost layer, but first I thought we should start from this presentation layer, as this is a huge application and there will be lots of complexities in our application. So when we design the UI first, then go to the domain layer, so it will be more clear to you that for what that entity is and for what that use cases is, just like this. So it will be more clear to you when we first design the UI, then go to the backend stuff. And that is the architecture, which is the secret behind the maintainable apps. In Flutter, we are completely separating the business logic from the UI. Our pages will be inside this and widgets, and our business logic will be inside this qubit, but this qubit will not going to hold lot of logic, but that will delegate its work to the use cases, and that all layers are interdependently connected. And again, remember, you also can go at your own pace. And that was it for the video. In the next video, we will start building the UI. User interface is the space where the interaction between humans and machines occur. The UI design prioritizes the user visual experience. A good user interface is functional, reliable, and enjoyable to use. And in this video, we are going to design the UI of our Instagram app that will really give the feel of real Instagram UI. You will be also excited like me, right? I know that. So let's get started. You can see we have this simple demo application of Flutter, which is the counter application. We will take start from here, but first we will add some dependencies in our pubspec.yaml file. So you need to have these dependencies in your pubspec.yaml file. We are going to use all of them in this series. While building the Instagram application, this Flutter block is for state management solution, equatable is for value equality, Flutter icons, and Cloud Firestore, also the Firebase storage, authentication, and the core package, and also this get_it package, which is the service locator, and Flutter SVG to pick an SVG, also the image picker, Intel for dat, and UUID to generate the random UID, and cache network image, and a Flutter toast, and lastly bottom model sheet. Having these dependencies in your pubspec.yaml file, you will be good to go forward. And you can also take dependencies from the written tutorials and also from the GitHub. And then with these dependencies added in our pubspec.yaml file, you also have to do some more configuration in your Android file to avoid some build Gradle exceptions. You have to go to the Android and the app, build Gradle, and you have to set your min SDK version to 19, and also add this multi-dex enabled and set it to true to avoid some build Gradle exceptions. And the next thing you have to have in the application, which is really useful, we have to add the theme color of our application in this project. So first let's create a file of Dart, which will be const. So having this const file .dart in your lib directory, you have to add your custom colors that will later be used in our application. So that are some colors that are constant, and later we will use these colors in our application. We have created the separate const file for our colors and for our const objects in order to avoid the use of these colors values again and again in our UI logic. And with this, you also have two more methods in this const file that will be the size vertical and size horizontal. Like in our UI, when there is the need of vertical space, so we will simply call this method and specify some height inside this parenthesis, so this will directly give some size box in our UI in order to avoid calling the size box again and again in the UI. And the same goes for the size horizontal. And next, if you look at the structure of our folders, we have the beautiful structure of our folders, the data layer, domain, and presentation. We will take start from this presentation layer and this pages and widgets. In this video, we will use only these pages and widgets. Inside these pages, let's create a directory that name will be credential, because we are going to design the credential pages first. That will be sign in and sign up page. So we got our credential directory inside these pages, and our sign in and sign up page. So now let's move to our main.dart and let's modify this main page also. So press Ctrl A to select all and delete all this boilerplate code from here. And then we will create this inside our main.dart, which is a simple import and void main method and a method of running our app, and this my app will be a simple stateless widget. That is our stateless widget which returns the material app, and the show check debug mode banner is false, and the title of our application is Instagram clone, and by default the theme is dark, but in the background color we will again use our background color which is specified in this const, and in the home we are calling the sign in page here. So now let's go and create this sign in page. So first we got our stateless widget, and then we need a scaffold here, and after the scaffold here we also need column, because there will be, if you look at the design, we have an Instagram logo and 2 fields and a button here, and here some text that already have an account sign up. So first, as these all widgets are in the column, so first here we need a column, and also make sure to change the scaffold background color, which is our background color which we have specified in this const. And then we will set the main axis alignment of the column in the center, like vertically the content will be start from the center, and then go to the main.dart and also import this sign in page. And with this, press Ctrl S and check out our emulator. So we got the black background on our emulator. So let's start designing the UI. Go to the sign in page again. So here first we need the logo of the Instagram. So you have to create an asset directory in your project, and then you have to paste your images inside this assets directory, and you can also download these images from GitHub. I will share the link in the video description. After adding these in this asset directory, go to your pubspec.yaml file, go all the way down and uncomment this asset here in the pubspec.yaml file, and also remove one space before this asset and remove one of them, and like this also remove this and type assets / and dot. With this, press the pubget, so this will get all the assets inside this asset directory, and then we will use these assets or the images in our pages. After the pubget finished, so let's go to the sign in page again. We already have git dependencies, so we will again ignore this if there is a message again. So first, now we will put our SVG here, which is our Instagram logo. To get the SVG image, you have to write this line of code svg picture.asset and asset and our image name. And this SVG picture is coming from the package which is our Flutter SVG. So that's it. Go and hot restart the application. And now check our emulator. So we got the Instagram logo in here. So let's also change its color to color primary color, which is our white color, and also make it in the center by wrapping this SVG picture with the center widget. Press Ctrl S and we got this Instagram in the center of our UI. So down here we need 2 fields, that will be our email and password. So for that we will create a widget that will be our sign in form widget. So in this widgets we will create a new file that will be our form container widget, and inside this widget there will be some code of the text form field. So in this widget we have created our own class which extends the stateful widget, and there are some fields of the controller and field key and a boolean field which is for checking is password field, that we will check in this field that the field is password or a simple normal field, and some other final fields. That's our custom form container widget. If you come all the way down, a container with the height of double infinity like the max width, and in the box decoration the color is secondary with opacity 0.35, border radius is 3, and a text form field. And we have specified all our final fields in here, and then we will access all of them when we call this form container widget. You will see it in a while. And we also have the obscure text true here, and which we are passing in this obscure text like if the field is password or a simple field. And then the onSaved method, the validator on submitted field, and here On tab, we are setting the stat because it's our stateful widget. If the obscure text was true, so it will make it false. If it was false, so it will make it true, just like this. And here we are checking the condition. If the field was the password, so we will show some icons, which is our suffix icon here. If the obscure text was true, so the icon will be visibility off, and otherwise it will be visibility. And just like this, we are also controlling the color of it in here. So that's our custom field. Now go to the sign in page, and right after this center widget, we will call our size vertical, which we have created in the constant that are vertical space, which returns the size box vertical height. So we are calling only this size vertical in this sign in page. So first we will put the comma here and then put the number here, like how much space we want vertically. So I will put 30, and after this I will call my form container widget, and we have all the fields which we have created here. So now we will access them one by one and specify them the value. First we will specify the hint text, that will be our email. In the hint there will be email, and here the is password field will be by default false because that a normal email field. And later we will also validate this field using this validator. And let's copy this field and put some more space here, size vertical about, let's say 15, and paste it again. That will be now password, and this time the is password field will be true. So now press Ctrl S to hot reload and check out the emulator. So we got the two fields, one is email and one is password, and the password also got an icon here. When we click this and type something in this field, so this will be visible. And now when we again tap this back, so the text will become obscure. Now it's invisible, just like this. So now we want some more space around these fields, so we will simply wrap this container with padding, and this will be symmetric, horizontally 10 and vertically 10, just like this. And we got some spacing around them, and now that's looking good. Now after this we want a button here, that will be our sign in button. So for that we will again create an widget. In these widgets, that will be our button container widget. So we are creating these widgets separately in order to keep our UI clean and not to call this boilerplate code, which is that container, again and again in our sign in page and sign up page and all, and also the other pages. So we have created this separate widget for that. So now we are going to create our custom button container widget. So we got this widget in this page, and this time we have only three fields, which is color, text and on tap listener. And here we have an inkwell which give us the on tap property, and on tap we are calling our void callback, which is a function on tap listener. And this container has the width of 122 and the height. So now we will specify its width with double dot infinity to give max width to this button. And here in the box decoration we are specifying the color which we will take when we call this button, and the text, and the text color will be primary color, and its font weight is W600. So now move to our sign in page, and after this we will put again some space, which will be size vertical about 15, and then we will call our button container widget, and inside this we will specify the color will be our blue color, which we have created in our constants, and the text will be sign in on tap listener will be for now empty, just like this. Press Ctrl S to check the results. So we got the button here, so it's not looking that much good. So let's go and modify it a bit more. Its height will be 40, and we will decrease this border radius to only 3. So we got our sign in button just like this. And the one remaining thing is just to create when we check the image. So now in the bottom we need a line here and some text that already have an account sign up. So now let's again go to the sign in page and let's create it. So to put that line in the bottom and the text, so we have to do it something like this. After this button container widget, we have to put a flexible widget with the child only container, and its flex will be 2, and we also have to do it at the top here. And after this flexible widget, we will put a divider here. Its color will be secondary color, and after this there will be a row of the text like already have an account, and the sign up text which is a bit bold, and that will also be clickable when we click this. So this will navigate us to the sign up page. So after that divider, we will put a row here. Its main axis alignment will be in the center, and a text of that already have an account, and some other text which will be clickable with this inkwell, and that is our sign up. So press Ctrl S to check out the UI. So we got that already have an account and sign up text. So our sign up page is now created. So now let's go and create the sign up page. Now if you look at the sign up page, we have the logo of the Instagram and a circle here, and the icon of the camera here with this profile circle, and some fields which is username, email, password, and the bio, and the same sign up button, and some text already have an account sign in. And here in the sign in page, we are not going to have the already have an account, but there will be don't have an account. So if the user don't has an account, so he will sign up, otherwise he will sign into the application. So now press Ctrl S and check out emulator. So now it becomes don't have an account in our sign in page. So now let's copy this page and go to the sign up page and paste it right here, and simply change its name. That will be our sign up page. And copy this, go to the main.dart and paste it right here, and also import it. So now move to the sign up page, and here we need 2 more fields. That will be our username and bio. So I will copy this email field and paste it right here and make it username, and also right after this password I will paste this again, and its end text will be bio, just like this, and also make it sign up. And here we will say already have an account. So we will send user to the sign in page, just like this. Now if we look at the UI, so these 2 fields are really overlapping. If I check, there is no space. So let's copy this size vertical 15 and paste it here. Press Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the same space among them. So that's it. Now the one remaining thing is in the sign up page, right after this Instagram, we need the user profile in the circle. So for that we have to go to a bit up, and right after this Instagram, we will put some size vertical about 15. And here what we are going to do is just to put center child, because that will be in the center, and there will be our stack children, because we are going to put that camera icon here. So for that we need stack to stack that icon right here. So inside this stack there will be a container. Its width will be 50 and height will be 50. Decoration, box decoration, and its border radius will be circular about 25. And also let's specify its color for now. That will be our secondary color. And check, press Ctrl S to hot reload. So we got that circle in here. So let's increase its width and height a bit. So let's make it 60. That will be good. And now that's good, but we have to increase the border radius also. So we got that circle in here. So now let's remove its color, and in the child of that container we will put image.asset, our asset profile default png, just like this. Press Ctrl S to hot reload. So we got this user profile, which is default profile in here. Now we have to put a camera icon here, which color will be blue. So inside this tag we will do position, and in the child of the position will be icon button, and on press will be for a while, just like this. and icon will be icons dot add a photo, and we also have to put it inside this icon, so that will be good, and its color will be blue color. And also in this position we will make it from right, that will be -10, and from bottom that will be -15, just like this. Now press Ctrl S and check, close this keyboard, and we got that button here. And the one remaining thing in our credentials page, let's go a bit down, and here in this sign in on tab we will do some navigation here. That will be our navigator dot push and remove until new page. New route will be material page route that takes the builder, that will be our context and the name of the page. So from the sign in page we will go to the sign up page. When we click this sign up, and also copy this from here from this sign in page, when we click this sign up, so this will send us to the sign up page. And sorry about that, in this sign up we will go to the sign in page, just like this. Now hot restart the application to reset everything. Open this emulator. Now when I press this sign in, so this navigates us to our sign in page, and now when I press this sign up again, so this navigates us to the sign up page. So now we are able to navigate between these pages, and that's looking great. It also feels like a real Instagram, not it? So in this video we design the credential pages. So in the next video we will design the main screen of our Instagram. The main screen will be looks like this. If you look at that image, there will be our post, and look at this bottom navigation bar. I cannot switch between them because it's an image. There will be our search page as you have seen in the preview in the previous video, and from here we will post, and also this will be our activity and the profile. So we are going to design all of these pages in the next videos. In the last video we have designed the credential pages of our Instagram app that you can see on the emulator. And with this we have learned how we can keep our UI code clean by creating the widgets in the separate directory. And also about these theme constants, let me tell you one interesting thing about that constant file. That constant file is going to hold all of our app's constant data, and we are not going to hard code any sort of data in our UI pages. And with this we have modified our Android settings. Inside the app build Gradle, we have changed this main SDK version to 19 and add another flag which is multi-dex enabled in order to prevent couple of build exceptions. So that was the quick recap of what we have done in the previous video, and now let's take a look what we are going to do in this video. Open the emulator and switch between the apps. So that's my previous Instagram app that I have already created, and in this video we are going to design this bottom navigation bar and also all of these pages. So now let's move to our real application which is under development. And now we are going to design this bottom navigation bar and also all of these pages of that bottom navigation bar. First thing you have to do in your application is just to go to this page, and inside this create a directory which will be our main screen. And inside this main screen we are gonna have a dart file main screen. This will be a stateful widget and its name is main screen. And also make sure to import the material package dart and then replace this container with the scaffold. So first thing we have to do it in the scaffold is just to create the bottom navigation bar. So let's do it. To create the bottom navigation bar, the scaffold give us this bottom navigation bar which accept a widget. So now here we will pass this Cupertino tab bar, and here it accept the list of items, and that items will be the type of bottom navigation bar item. And also make sure to change the color of the Cupertino tab bar. Its background color will be the background color which we have here in the constant. So let's copy this background color and paste it right here and also import it. As this item accepts the bottom navigation bar item, so we have created the bottom navigation bar item widget, and here it accepts the icons. So we have passed the icons from the material community icons. If you don't know from where this material community icon is coming from, so if you remember, we have added the dependency which was the Flutter icons. If you check the pubspec.yaml file, this Flutter icon give us all of these material community icons and also the other icons. Now again move to the main screen, and here in the icons we are passing the home variant, which is different kind of home icon, and its color is primary color and label is for now empty. So we will press Ctrl D to replicate it, as we are going to have 5 bottom navigation bar item here. So we will press Ctrl D 4 times. Now let's copy the name of this widget and go to the main and paste this main screen in here on the home and also import it. Now hot restart the application to check the changes. It says hot restart error, so let's check it. Error cannot run with sound null safety because the following dependencies don't support the null safety. For that we have to modify our main.dart. So at the top you will see this main.dart. Just click on this drop down and go to the edit configurations, and you will see the additional run arguments here. Simply you have to add a command here that will be _no sound null safety, and just like this press this apply and also OK it, and again run your application. So this will run our application from start because we have modified our main.dart additional arguments, and this time this will not throw any error. So our application runs on the emulator and the result looks something like this with the white background, and here you can see the bottom navigation bar got the 5 home icons, but they are not clickable for now. So now let's go to the main.dart page to make them clickable and also change their colors. So in the main screen we are going to change the icons of this navigation bar items. The second icon we are going to have is MD search, that is simple search item, and this search item is coming from in icons, and that in icons also coming from Flutter icons, and that third navigation bar item icon will be also from the in icons, that will be MD add circle. And for that fourth navigation bar item we will access this from the icons.favorite, and that last will be also from the icons, that will be our account circle outlined. So now with this press Ctrl S to check the results. So we got a beautiful bottom navigation bar items which a bit looks like Instagram, not that much, but it give a little feel of that Instagram. And so now let's also change the color of this scaffold. So copy this background color and paste it inside the scaffold also to make the background color black. So we got these results on our UI. And one more thing we have to do in this main screen, let me show you the previous already developed application. Go to this, and we also can switch between these pages when we swipe to right or left, just like this. So we also have to create the page view which will allow us to swipe between the pages also. And the next thing we have to do inside this scaffold, inside the body, we will do page view, and inside this page view it accept the list of children, so that children will be our pages, that is home, search, upload post, and this activity and our profile. And for now here we have to put some 5 widgets which will be center, child, some text. So first on the 0 index, that will be home, and also press Ctrl D to replicate it 5 times. So this will be our search, this will be of upload post, or simply we can say post, fourth will be activity, and the last one will be profile, just for checking purposes for now. So now we are going to track these pages and these bottom navigation bar items, like when we click some icon or swipe or switch between the pages, like when we swipe. So we are going to track these pages and also the current index of the bottom navigation bar item, like on which page we are currently on. So for that we have to create some variables, and that will be the current index and the page controller. the current index is by default 0 and the page controller is not initialized, and we have specified the let here. It means we will initialize it later in the init state. So in the init state, we are going to do is just to initialize this page controller, and also make sure to dispose this by overriding this dispose method, and inside this also page controller dot dispose, and are to avoid some memory leaks. And now we are going to have two more methods, that will be the navigation tab and the on page change. That navigation tab means like when we press the bottom navigation bar, so to which page that will navigate us. And this on page change is like simply it is clear from its name when the page is changed. So now come a bit down, and here in the cappuccino tab bar, after this list it accept the on tab. This on tab we will call this navigation tab here, and also in the controller of the page view we will pass page controller, and also right after this list it have on page change, so we will call on page change here. After this, press Ctrl S to check the results on the emulator. Now open our emulator and close this keyboard, and there are nothing to show just because their color is by default black. So we also have to change their color style. Text style color will be primary color. Copy this, paste it here, and also here for this and also for that. That's it. Press Ctrl S and open this. So on the home page we got home, and when I press this search, so now we are on our search page, post and activity and profile. That's good. And with this we also can swipe to change our page. That's nice. So now let's start building this home page. So I will remove this home page from here and call simple home page here, and put a comma here, and this home page will be outside these pages. I will create a new directory in R to keep everything separate from each other. We will create home, and we are going to have search. So let me create the directories for all of these pages. Next will be search, and the other is post, and the activity and profile. And now also create the dot file for them. So in the home page we will create home page and cancel it, because now we are not going to push it for on GitHub. We will do it later. In the post we will do upload post page, because that initial page will be of uploading post, and profile will be profile page, and search will be search page. Don't ask again, cancel, and activity page will also be our activity page. And now let's also create the stateless widget for all of them. So I have created the stateless widget for all of these pages. Activity, which shows the center in the activity like as it did before in the main screen, and also for this home page and the profile page and search page, and that's it. Move to the main screen and also remove all of these widgets from here. Now we are going to import them one by one. The second page we have is search page, and third page is upload post page, fourth is activity page, and the last page is profile page. And also import this home page. Now press Ctrl S to check the results. So initially we got our home, because as I said before, the current index is by default 0, so we are on our 0 index, which is home. And when we press the search, so we come to the search page, upload post, which here only shows post, and activity and the profile page. That's looking good. Now we will take start from this home page and also go to this home page, and let's check how our home page looks like. So first we have an app bar where we have the logo of the Instagram and this message icon, and then after this there comes our posts. And first we are going to design only the structure of the single post that will later show in the list view according to the user. So first let's go to the scaffold, and scaffold give us the app bar will be just like this. So here inside the app bar we have to change the background color of our app bar. That will be the background color. And after this, here that's the title. So in the title we have to do svg picture.asset, and the asset will be our Instagram logo and its color will be primary color. Now press Ctrl S to check the results. So we got Instagram here and that's good, but we have to reduce its height. So let's also do this. Its height will be 32, just like this. Now check it out. So we got Instagram here and now that's looking good. And one more thing will be in the app bar, that will be our action buttons, which will be at the right side here, and that will be our icon. The icon will be from Material Community Icons, which is Facebook Messenger icon, and its color is primary color. So press Ctrl S to hot reload and we got this. So that's good, but we have to put some margin at the right. So let's do it. Wrap this icon with the padding and this will be from only right side 10, and that's good now. So now we are going to design the single post, which will be that post. So let's also do this. Remove this home from the center. There will comes our column and its cross axis alignment will be start, because the cross axis alignment of column is by default center, so we have to make it start if we want. And now we want the user profile, and with this the name of the user, and the most right we want the 3 vertical menu icon. So to do that, there will come our row children, and inside this row there will come another row children. In that row we are going to have a container width will be, let's say 30, height 30, decoration and box decoration. Its color will be for a while secondary color, and its shape will be box shape dot circle for now, and there will be some horizontal space about 10 and some text here. That will be user name. Let's style it a bit. Text style color will be primary color and it will be bold because that's the name of the user. So font weight will be font weight bold. And with this, outside from this row there will be an icon, icons dot more vertical, just like this. And that parent row, we will set the main axis alignment of that parent row in the space between. Now press Ctrl S and check out. So we got the username, but that icon is not visible because also change its color to primary color. Now that's good. And also make sure to wrap this column with the padding, to put some padding around this. That will be symmetric horizontal 10 and vertical also 10. Now that's looking good. And right after this we want a container here. There will come our image. So let's also do this. Collapse this row and put some size vertical about 10, and there will come our container. Its width will be double infinity, which is max width, and height will be from media query dot of context dot size dot height. It will be multiplied on 0.30. It means 30%, and its color will be for a while secondary color, which is a bit gray, which is more visible on the black background. So we got the space for our image or our post image, and right after this we want the like icon and comment and share and also the bookmark. So for that we have to do it just to again collapse this container and put some size vertical about 10, and there will come again our row children and another row children, and there will comes our 3 icons. That will be, the first icon will be icons dot favorite, and let's change its color to primary color and put some size horizontal space about 10, and let's copy this and paste it one time and one more time. So there will comes our 3 icons, and the second icon is of comment, so that will comes from the feather icons and message circle, and that third will comes from again that feather, and that will be send, and outside that row there will comes our bookmark icon, that will come from simple icons bookmark border, and its color is primary. And make sure to change the main axis alignment to space between, that is our parent row. Press Ctrl S and check it out. So we got the like icon, comment and share, and also the bookmark. So right after this we want now the name of the user with the post and one more line of text with all comments and the publish date of the post. So let's also do this. Let's collapse this row, put some size vertical about 10, text, no, that will not be text, again one more row, children, and also put a comma here. There will come some text. So for the text, let's open this first row and copy this username from here, again collapse this row, paste this username here, and also put a comma here, press Ctrl D to replicate, and remove this font weight from here because the description is not going to have any boldness, and the description will be some description just like this, and put some space between them, that will be size horizontal about 10, and close this. Before closing, let's copy this some description text, and right after this row there will be some space about 10, and this time this will be view all 10 comments. That is simple text for now. Later it will change according to the comments on the post. And again copy this size vertical, paste it here, and copy this, paste it again, and that will be some date of 08 for now, some static date, and also change their color to dark gray color. Also this, press Ctrl S and check it out. So we got a single post which is not working for now. Later that all data will comes from our firebase database. So that was it for our home page. We design our app bar and a single post. Or also you can take the code from the written tutorial and also from the GitHub, and also show your love and support by starting the repository in the GitHub. And now we will design our search page. So let's check the design how our search page looks like. So our search page looks something like this, a simple search form, and right after this the grid view of our post. So let's also design this search page. That will be pretty much simple. Let's go to the search page, and here if you check the design we are not going to have any app bar, so that's okay. Let's remove this center widget from here, and we are going to have a column children, and cross axis alignment will be start. So now in the column we want a search widget. So to create a widget of search, so for that we will create a separate widget in the search directory that will be only search widgets. So inside this search we will create widgets, and inside these widgets we are going to have search widget, and inside this we will paste our search widget. So now let me explain how this search widget works. So we have simple a final widget which is text editing controller, which we will take when we call this search widget, and a container with double infinity, height 45, box decoration with the color of secondary with opacity 0.3, border radius is 15, and text form field, and the controller we are accessing it from here because we will pass it later when we call this widget. And its style is text style, color primary color, like when we write something in the form, the text color will be primary color or white color, and border is none. This field has no borders, and a prefix icon which is search hint text and some hint styles. So that was our search widget. Let's go copy it, go to the search page and paste it right here, and that's it, import it now. And there is still an error. Press Alt Enter to check. It says add required argument controller. So press enter and make it stateful widget, and here create a text editing controller which will be our search controller, text editing controller, just like this, and copy this, paste it here, and also make sure to dispose this in order to avoid memory leaks. That was it. And also make sure to wrap this column with some padding, symmetric, horizontal 10 and also vertical 10. Press Ctrl S and check out our emulator. We got the search widget and it's really overlapped with upper side, so let's wrap this scaffold with a widget that will be our safe area to put our widgets in the safe area. So now it's on good place, and right after the search widget there will goes our grid view that will later be clickable to view the posts. So let's do it. Also right after this there will be some size vertical about 10 and grid view dot builder, and in the grid delicate this will accept sliver grid delicate with fixed cross axis count, and its cross axis count will be 3. Like horizontally there will be 3 items aligned, and the item builder will be for now context and index and open body. This will return a simple container. Width will be 100, height 100, and its color will be secondary color for now because that is simple static container for now. And also make sure to pass the item count, that will be for now 32, and physics will be scroll physics and shrink wrap will be true. Now press Ctrl S and we got a render flow overflowed by 787 pixels. So let's check it out. So there is a really render flow exception. So let's wrap this column with a widget single child scroll view to make scrollable our page. So let's open it. Now it's scrollable, and let's also put some spacing between these containers or these static posts for now. Cross axis spacing will be 5 and main axis spacing will also be 5 to make it a bit clear. Open our emulator. So that are our simple posts for now, and here that grid will be our posts. So our search page is also successfully created. Now we are going to design the profile page because we are not going to put any activities in this Instagram application. So we will lift this page just like this and we will start designing our profile page. But for a while let's go to this activity page and remove the center widget from here, and also remove the body, put an app bar to make it a bit clear. Copy this background, paste it right here, and its title will be text activity and color will be style text style primary color, just like this to make it a bit clear. Now that's our activity page, but we are not going to do anything here. Let's go to our profile page, and that's the last page of our application, and later there will come our more pages that will be really simple, like the comment page and update post page and also the update profile page. That pages we will design them in the next video. So now let's take a look how our profile page looks like. So our profile page looks something like this: the username and a menu and the user profile and the post, followers and following. Again there will comes the name of the user and the bio of the user, and again a simple grid view. So let's go to the profile page and remove this center widget from here. There will comes column children, and wrap this column with padding that will be symmetric, horizontal 10, vertical also 10, and app bar will be an app bar. Title will be text of username with style text style color primary, color, and an action button that will be our icon start menu color. Its color will also be primary color, and also wrap this icon with some padding that will be only from right 10. Let's go to the profile page, and that's good, but we also have to change its background color. So we got the username and a menu here. So after this, in the body we need the user profile and post, followers and following, that is in the row. So let's also do this. So there will come our row children, and the main axis alignment of row will be again the space between, and there will be our container, width will be 80, height 80, and also decoration, box decoration color will be for now a static secondary color, and its shape will be box shape dot circle for now. And there will come row children and that number of posts and some text. So that will be for a single item, that will be a column children, and inside this there will be some text of like 0. Style text style color will be primary color, and that will be bold. Font weight will be bold, and there will be some vertical space in that column, that will be only 8, and some more text that will be posts. Style text style color will be primary color. So with this, again copy this and paste it 3 times, and this time that will be, let's say 54 followers and 123 following, and let's also put some spacing between them, that will be 10 horizontal space, and right after this also. Now check out the profile. So we got this post, followers and following, so we have to increase some spacing between them. So let's also do this to 25, press Ctrl S, again check it. So now that's good. Again collapse this row and put some size vertical about 10. There will comes our username or the only name, style text style, and color will be primary color, and font weight is again font weight bold, and press Ctrl D to replicate it, and there will comes the bio of user, and this time this will not bold, and some size vertical about 10, and that's it. Press Ctrl S, check it out, that's in the center. And as I said, we also should change the cross axis alignment of the column start, because by default it's in the center. You can see it here, it comes here now because we have changed the cross axis alignment. And right after this we are going to have the grid view again, that will be the post of that particular user. So let's go to the search page and copy this grid view builder, and come to profile page and put some size vertical about 10 and paste that grid view, and also make sure to wrap this column with widget with single child scroll view to make it scrollable. Press Ctrl S and check out our user profile. So we got the user post, that is not really the post but a simple grid view for now, and the user profile page is also created. And one remaining thing we have forgot, maybe the post page. So let's go to the post page also and remove this from here, and also check how our post page looks like. So when the image is not selected, so the page will looks like this to upload the post. So when we click this and select the post, so that will look a bit different like the image is selected. So here in the body we are going to do column children, and its cross axis alignment in the center. By default we will also make the main axis alignment to the center, and here in the column we are gonna have that simple container with the width and height 150, and box decoration color secondary color, and shape with circle center, and in the child of this container it's a center widget, and icon is upload icon and color is primary and its size is 40. Press Ctrl S to check it out. Check out the emulator, it's at the left, so maybe we have to remove this column and wrap this container with simple center, so that will be good. And now that's good. So we have designed our home page and search page, also the post, and we leave the activity just like this, and our profile page. So in the next video we will design our comment page and the edit post page and also the edit profile page, and that's gonna be our last part of UI. And that was the second part of the UI in which we have designed all of these pages, the main screen, the bottom navigation bar, and all of these pages. And the next thing we are going to do this, as I said, the comment and the edit post page and also the edit profile page. In the second video of UI designing, we have designed this beautiful bottom navigation bar of our Instagram app and all of these pages. But there is one thing that we have forgot in the previous video, that is the number of likes right after these three icons, that are how much likes are on that particular post. So let me show you in the already developed application. We have forgot to put that number of likes right after these three icons, so I don't know how I forgot it. It's really little thing and it's so close to this. I don't know how I forgot it, but we are humans, we made mistakes and then we learn, and that was really not a mistake. But anyways, let's design it. Go to the application, and with this go to this home page, and right after this row, like we have these three icons in that row, so let's collapse this row, and right after this row we want the number of likes. So let's copy this username from here and paste it here, and also copy the size vertical about 10, paste it here to make some vertical spacing between them, and that will be bold, primary color. And let's change this username to, let's say, 34 likes. Now press Ctrl S to check the results. So we got the number of likes right after these three icons. So now that's good. So that's how the single post of the particular user will looks like. There will comes the user profile and name. From here the user will control the post, like to delete it or update it, and with this he can also like his own post and comment, and there will be the number of likes and the description of the user and the all of the comments on that particular post and the time, like when the post is published. So that was a little thing that we have forgot in the previous video, and in this video let's see what we are going to do. Switch to the already developed Instagram application, and here first come to the profile page, and when I click this menu you can see a bottom model sheet comes up with some options like edit profile and logout. So now we are going to add this bottom model sheet when we click this menu button, and there will comes edit profile and logout. So when we click this edit profile, so this will send us to the edit profile page, and this logout will not work for now because we don't have any authenticated user and we have not write any backend of this application right now. So for now we will implement only this edit profile page that will look something like this. The user profile and change profile photo and some fields to change the profile and the done icon and also to go back. And with this we will design, let's go to the home page, and when I click this comment, so we are also going to design this comment page. There will comes the profile image of the user who is the owner of this post and his name and the description with this post, and after this there will comes our comments. And if you see at the bottom there is a field from where we can post our comment. So we are going to design this page also. Now go back, and the last page we are going to design is when we click this, there will again open the bottom model sheet with some options, delete post and update post. So when we click this update post, so this will navigate us to this page, which is our update post page. So we are also going to design this page. So that was a quick preview that what we are going to design in this video. So now again move to our application and start the designing. First let's move to the profile page, and you will see the menu here. Now I want this when I click this menus, so a bottom model sheet will appears and there will be some options. So let's do this. So for that you have to go to your profile page and then you will see this icon menu. So simply wrap this icon with a widget that will be our inkwell. To make it clickable, this gives us a property on tap, and when we click on this on tap will call this open bottom model sheet method. So let's implement this open bottom model sheet. Come all the way down, and right after this there will be the method open bottom model sheet. So now we will implement this. So this method will going to return this show model bottom sheet, and this context will be the build context, which we are going to pass it in the parameters. Build context will be context, and this builder will also take a context and open body, and also put the semicolon here and open this body. And here in the builder, this bottom model sheet will going to return this container. So let's expand it and go through it, that how our model bottom sheet will looks like. So in the container we have height of our bottom model sheet, that how much area that will cover when this sheet opens up from the bottom, and some decoration with the background color which is black with the opacity 0.8. There is single child scroll view to make it scrollable when there are more items, and a container with the margin vertical 10, and a column because there will some items that will be in the column. Its cross axis alignment is start because by default it's center, so we don't want our items in the center, so that's why we made this column cross axis alignment in the center. And there is some padding around these options, around these more options, that is simple text which is bold and font weight is 18, a primary color, and there is some size box about 8 and a divider with the color secondary. And after this there is some more size box after this divider, and again there comes our text which is wrapped with padding widget to give it some padding from left, and it's not that much bold, so we pass the font weight W500 and its font weight is 16 with the color primary color. And the second item will be the same size box 7 divider, and again size box 7 and some text which is logout and wrapped with padding. So now there is an error in this profile page. To track the error directly, that from where that error is coming from, you simply have to press the F2 key in your keyboard. So this will directly track the error, that where is that error, then you will take a look what to do with that particular error. So here that open bottom model sheet requires the context, so we will pass the context here, which is build context. So now the error is gone, and how to start the application to check our bottom model sheet. Open our emulator, go to the profile page, and when I click this, so you can see the same bottom model sheet appears from the bottom, and there is a button which is edit profile and logout. So now let's add some navigation on that edit profile. So when we click this, so this will navigate us to the edit profile page. So for that, come all the way down where we have implemented our bottom model sheet, and down here you will see the edit profile text. Simply what you have to do is to wrap this with widget that will be gesture detector. The gesture detector is same as inkwell, but a little difference between them is that gesture detector don't give us the hover effect when we click on a single widget, but in case of inkwell that give us the hover and on splash button effect. So this gesture detector also give us the on tap property, which will be same as the inkwell, and here we will navigate from this profile page to the edit profile page. To navigate to the other page, there is a thing which is navigator. Using that navigator, we will navigate to the other page. You simply have to do navigator dot push for now. In the next video, we will do some routing in order to not call this push again and again in all of the pages. But for now, let's keep it like this. In the route, there will be material page route, and that material page route accept the builder. That builder will again take the context, simple arrow function, put semicolon here, and there will comes our edit profile page, which we have not created right now. So what we have to do in this profile directory, let's right click on it, new, and create a new dart file that will be our edit profile page. just like this, and that will be a simple stateless widget for now. Just to make our navigator working, that will be edit, profile, page, and also make sure to import the material library and put some scaffold here for now. Background color will be background color, which is our custom color, and its app bar will be app bar class, and copy this background color from here, paste it here to also make the background color of our app bar black. There will be edit profile, and with this there will be also the leading widget, which will be an icon, icons dot close, and with this an action button, which will be icon, icons dot done, and its color will be blue color. And also make sure to wrap this icon with padding only from right about 10, so this will look a bit clear that we are on our edit profile page. So let's go to the profile page and now import this edit profile page. Press Alt Enter to show this intelligence and select the second one, enter. So this edit profile page is now imported in the profile page. Now how to start the application to check some results. Open our emulator, go to the profile page and open this bottom model sheet. Click this edit profile page, so this navigate us to the edit profile page. But now when we try to go back, when we click this, so this will not work for now and this will not let us back to the profile page. So to do that, let's go to the edit profile page and simply wrap this icon, which is leading icon, with the gesture detector. On tap will be navigator.pop context, just to pop or remove that page from the stack, like when we use this push method from this navigator. So this bring a new page on the stack which comes upon the page, and again in order to remove that page from this stack and go back to the previous page, which is profile page, we have to call this navigator pop just to remove that page from the stack. And we will learn more about this navigator and its methods in the upcoming videos. So that was it, but we also have to increase some size of this icon, which is close icon. That will be size about 32, so to make it more precise. And also for this icon, its size will also be 32. So now that will looks good. Now how to start the application to reset everything, then check out the results. Open the emulator, go to the profile page again, open the bottom model sheet, edit profile, and it looks something like this now. So now when I click this close, so this navigate back us to our profile page. Now that's good. Now the remaining thing is just to implement this edit profile page, then we go forward for our comment page and update post page. So again move to the already developed application of Instagram and look at this edit profile page. There will comes the profile of the user and some text, which is change profile photo. From here we will change the profile photo, and there will comes some fields to change our name, username, website, or our bio. So our profile page will look something like this. Again go to our Instagram app, which is under development, go back and again come here. That's good. Now in the profile we are going to create a new directory that will be widgets, and inside that widgets we will create a new dot file that will be our profile form widget, because we are not going to create text form field again and again in our profile page to make everything spaghetti, but we will create a separate widget for that, and then we will call it and use it in our UI to make everything separate and clean. So first thing here we have to do it just to design the user profile here, change profile photo here, and some fields. So to do that, let's go to edit profile page, and in the scaffold outside this app bar there will comes body, column, children, and this time we will not going to change the cross axis alignment of that column because we want some data in the center. You will see it in a while. And also make sure to wrap this with padding that will be symmetric, horizontal about 10 and also vertical about 10. We are gonna have a container with the width and height of 122. There will come the profile image of the user. For now its color is secondary color and border radius is about 60 to make it circle, or we also can change the shape with the box shape, but that's also the second way to do this. And we also wrap this container with the center to keep this in the center. Now press Ctrl S and go to the emulator. So we got this here, and right after this we want some text that will be change profile photo. That will be just like this, some space vertically about 15 and a widget center. Its child is text change profile photo and style is text style. Its color is blue and font weight is about 20 and a bit bold. So now also press Ctrl S to hot reload and check it out. We got the change profile photo here, and now we want some fields here. So for that, as I said, we are going to create the widget. So let's go to this profile form widget and implement it. So our profile form page will be something like this, that has two funnel fields, controller and a text that will be used later when we call this widget in our edit profile page. There is a column, cross-axis alignment start, some title that will be later accepted in the parameter of this profile form widget, some size vertical in the column, text form field, controller will also be that controller, and some style for that form. There is no border, and label style, text style and color is primary color. And right after this there is a container with double infinity, height 1 and secondary color. That's the second way of creating the divider. Like width is double infinity like max width and height is about 1. We can increase it to 1.5 or 2 as we want, and its color is secondary color. So now let's go to the edit profile page, and right after this center put some size vertical about 15 let's say, and call our profile form widget, and here it accept the title. That title will be, let's say, name, or that will be the name, and for that controller we will use this later. So for now let's remove it when the logic part comes. So we will also implement this controller to control the text of this field. So press Ctrl S to check out the results. So we got this field which is for now empty, and there will be some fields like name, username, website and the bio. So let's copy and paste it sometimes. Put a comma here and remove that comma from here also. 1 time, 2 time and 3 time. Second will be username, and third will be website, and the last will be bio, and also some spacing between them, 15 for this, also for this and for this. Now press Ctrl Alt Shift and L. So this dialog will appears in your Android Studio when you press this run. So your all of the code in this particular page will be formatted. Now press Ctrl S to hot reload and check it out. So we got these fields in here. So our profile page is successfully created. And also make sure to wrap this column with the widget that will be single child scroll view, like later when you open your keyboard. So this will cause some height issue, like this will throw the render flow exceptions. To avoid this we have to make it scrollable to avoid these exceptions. So our edit profile page is successfully created, and the next thing we are going to do is just to go to the home page and create this comment page. This will be something like this. If I show you in the Instagram app, go back in here also, comment. So this will be something like this. In the app bar we have a button to go back or remove some page from the stack, and the app bar title comment, and the profile of the owner of the post, his name, his description, a divider and a single comment, and the comment form. So as these comments are in the post, so in the post directory we will create another directory that will be comment, and inside that comment there will be comment page. For now we will do it stateless comment page, and also import material package, and there will again comes our scaffold. Background color will be background color, and app bar will be some app bar class. Its background color will also be the background color black. The leading icon will be icons dot arrow back. With this, we have created this arrow and its title will be text comments. And from where we will navigate to this page, that will be our home page. So in the home page, when you come here and expand this row, and you will see the circle message, that is our comment. Wrap this with gesture detector, that will also give us on tab, and here on tab we will do navigator dot push. Route will be material page route which accept a builder context, and arrow function. Here we will call comment page, and also put the semicolon here, or also you can take the code from the written tutorial and also from the GitHub, and also show your love and support by starting the repository in the GitHub. So this will work like when we click that comment, so this will navigate us to the comment page. That's good. Now again move to our Instagram application and hot restart it. To reset everything, open your emulator again and try to click this. So you can see our comment page looks something like this, and this will again not work for now. So for that, go to the comment page and wrap this icon with the widget, that will be inkwell, or it also can be gesture detector. So let's do it gesture detector on tap. That will remove that page from the stack by calling navigator dot pop the context. So press Ctrl S to hot reload, and when I click this back, we come here on our home page. But there is one more thing, like when I remove this leading widget from here and press again Ctrl S, so and again try to move to the comment page, there is still, so it's not that much important. We have to create our manual back arrow icon and make it clickable to remove the page from the stack. When we create the app bar for the page which comes in the stack like this, so this create the back arrow icon itself, and by default it's working the same way as it did before. So it's not important to do it manually in the app bar, or anyways it will do the same job. So let's go to the comment page and also start implementing this page. So right after this app bar, there will be body, column, children, and wrap this with padding, symmetric, horizontal about 10 and vertical about 10. So first in the column, if we again check our comments in the Instagram application which is already developed, there will comes the profile of the post owner and his name and the description. So let's do it first. In here we have to do a simple row with children, some text that will be username, style text style, font size will be 15, let's say, font weight will be bold because that's the username, and some size horizontal about 10, or that username will be right after this, and first there will be the profile of the user, that will be a simple container with 40, height 40, decoration box decoration, color secondary color, and shape box shape dot circle, or we also can do the border radius 20, so it will also make this container circle. And that's the second way, as I said before. Put comma here, press Ctrl S, and we got the profile here, and also we have to change the color of the username to primary color to make it visible. And now that's good. Right after this there will be some description, so collapse this row, put some size vertical about 10, some text that will be description, like the user is saying in the post, this is very beautiful place in the post, and the spelling will be just like this, and style text style, color primary color. Now it comes in the center because we forgot to change the cross-axis alignment of the column to start. Now it's in the start. So after this, we want a divider here that will be size vertical about 10 and a divider. Its color will be secondary color, let's say, and also put comma here and again copy this size vertical and paste it here. Now check this. So we got that divider here, and right after this there will be a single comment. So let's also create that single comment. First we have to do, if you check the design in the other application, the profile of the user, his name, the like icon, his content of the description, time, reply and view replies. So we are going to design only single comment that will later become according to the users. When user post comment, like let me comment here, let's say okay, this is good, post it. So comment will comes just like this later when we implement the backend of it. So for now there will be only single comment as we have a single post. So let's go back, and here we have to do row children. Because all this stuff is in the row, there will again come the container of the user profile. So we are not going to write it again, we will copy it from here and paste it here. Put some size horizontal about 10, and then there will comes a column children. Its cross axis alignment will be start, because if you look at the design, we have this name, description or the content of the comment and the time, reply and view replies. We have all of this stuff in the column, so we want a column after this row. So that will be just like this. Go to again our application, and here this will be the username. So we are not going to write it again, copy it from here, and in this column this username will be in the row because there is an icon in front of it. Icon start favorite outline, and its size will be 20 for now, and the row main axis alignment of the row will be in the space between. If you look at the design, we got the username but not this, so we have to also change the color to primary color. So now press Ctrl S and check the results. So we got this icon here just because we have to wrap this column with some padding and wrap it with expanded widget to give it full width, so this main axis alignment of this row will start working. Press Ctrl S and check it. So now this icon is here, and that's good now. And right after this username, I want the description or the content of the comment will be some text. There will be this is comment, and its style, text style, color will be primary color. Press Ctrl S and we got this here because we also have to change the cross axis alignment of this to start. And now that's good, and put some size vertical in this column. That will not that much, there will be only 6, let's say, and that's good now. 6 is that much, make it 4, and now that's good. And right after this, put some space here about 4, and there will comes again a row. Put comma here, a row and children. There will be 3 texts. First will be some date, let's say 08/07/2022. Style, text style, color will be dark gray color, and copy this. Put comma here first and then copy this, paste it 3 times, and now change its text to reply. And third will be view replies, and put some spacing between them, size horizontal about, let's say 15. Copy this, paste it here, and press Ctrl S and check out the results. So we got this. but we also have to decrease their size because that are so much big. Font size will be, let's say, 12. Copy this from here, paste it for this and also for this. Now check out the emulator, and now that's good. But if you look at this, that comes in the center, that should be in the start. So let's go to that first row, which is the parent row. Let's set the cross-axis alignment of this row at the start. Like the cross-axis alignment of the row is vertical. So now press Ctrl S, so this will comes at starting. Now that's good. So we have implemented our single comment also, and this like color will also be not primary but dark gray color. Now that's good. So now one more thing we have to do it just to create the form here at the bottom. That will be to post the comment from here. So let's do it also. Right after this row, we will create our comment section method. After this, let's go all the way down and implement this method. This comment section will return this container. Let's expand this container. Its width is double infinity, height about 55, and color is gray or some dark gray with this, and margin and padding a simple row, a container of the user profile, expanded widget, text form field, and there is some hint text of post your comment, and after this the text post. Now press Ctrl S and open our emulator. So we got this post section widget. So it's at the top and we don't want it here, we want this at the bottom. So to stack this at the bottom, we have to come here, this row, which is the comment. We have to wrap this with the container first and then wrap it with the expanded widget to give it all the remaining space. Then press Ctrl S, check out the emulator, so it comes in the bottom because that single item takes all the available space here. But there is spacing vertically and horizontally, and we don't want this. We want this that will really stuck to this corner and also to this and from the bottom. So let's go to the column and remove this padding from here. Press Ctrl S and check out the emulator. That's good now, but there is still some spacing because if you check the margin and padding here, we also have to remove them from here. And again check it, that's good, but here in that row, we will wrap this row with some padding that will be symmetric, horizontal, only about 10, just like this. So now this looking good, but if you look at here, so everything really overlap with these corners, so we have to prevent them also. Come here and copy this text from here, that is the owner post and his description. Put a column here, children, and paste it here. Copy this cross-axis alignment and paste it here, and then wrap this column with padding that will be symmetric, horizontal about 10 and also vertically about 10. So now that's good. We create a separate column for that content and wrap it with padding in order to not give padding to the parent column here. And also the same will goes for this here. That's the container, so put some margin here, edge inset dot symmetric, horizontal about 10. Now that's good, and our comment page is successfully created. But the last thing is when we click this reply, so there will opens a text form field. Let me show you how that will looks like. Let's go to the Instagram application. When we click this reply, so there will opens the post your reply section, and from here we can post a reply. Let's post a reply, say this is reply, and post it. View the reply now. So this reply is here now. So we are going to do it something like this. Go to this here, and one thing you have to do it just to make it stateful widget, because we are going to update the stat. Now create a boolean variable. Its name will be is user replying false. By default the user is not replying. So down here, that reply, we will wrap this reply with the widget that will be gesture detector when user tap this. So this will change the user replying equal to not user replying. Like if it was false, so it will make it true. If it was true, it will make it false. So let's cut it and set the stat to update the UI also, and that's good now. And with this we will control the field here. So down here, right after this row, we will check the condition if the is user replying was true. If the user was replying, so we will put some size vertical about 10, otherwise there will be size vertical 0. Like if the user was not replying, if the variable was false, so we will not put any vertical space here, or if the user was replying, so we will put size vertical here. And down here we will again check the condition if the user was replying. If it was true, so we will do this, otherwise a simple container. Width will be 0, height will be 0. It means nothing to show. So that's the column. Cross axis alignment is end, a form container widget, and size vertical, and some text post with the blue color. Press Ctrl S, check out the emulator. So by default the user is not replying, and that variable is false. And when you come here, move this to here, and you can see this set stat. When I click this reply, so this set stat will set this user is user replying. So then this condition will match, and this will put some size vertical here and a column with the form container and some text post. So let's try it out. When I press this reply, so you can see, so now this set stat set this is user replying boolean variable to true, and this condition matches, and it puts some size vertical here and a form and a post, which will not work for now. Later it will be implemented. So when I click this again, so it will set it to false, and it takes the vertical space from here, and vertical space is removed, and this variable become false. So like this, our comment page is successfully created. We have created also this and this, and everything is fine here. Now we will go for our edit post page. So now it's time to create the update post page. When we click this, so a bottom navigation bar will appear, and from here we will go to the update post page, and from here we will update our post. That's it. So for that, let's go to our home page and go at the top, and here you will see this more vertical icon here. We simply have to wrap this with the widget that will be our gesture detector. On tap, we will navigate user to the other page using this push method from the navigator. Material page route builder will be a simple context and arrow function. Put semicolon outside, and there will comes our update post page, which is not created yet. So we have to create this update post page in the post page. Here in the post we will create update post page, and there will be stateless widget for now. Update post page, and import the material package. Scaffold background color will be background color, and app bar will be app bar class, and again title text, this will be update post, or we also can say edit post, both are similar. And copy this background color, paste it also in the app bar, and the arrow back icon will be implemented by default when we put the app bar here. So that's good. Go to the home page and import this update post page. Now how to start the application to reset everything. So when I click this navigate us here, but that was not the plan. We don't want, when we click this, so this will directly send us to the edit post page, but we will remove this from here, and there will comes our show bottom model sheet. We will call this here, and now we already have implemented this in the profile page. Go to the profile and collapse this method and copy it. Go to the home page, come all the way down, paste it right here, open this, and we have to change something like instead of edit profile there will be delete post, and here instead of logout there will be update post. And copy this open bottom model sheet, paste it here, and this accept a context, put context here. There is still an error, press F2 to track that error. It says there is an error in the edit profile page, but we are not going to edit profile page, but we will go to the update post page. But this will not be on this delete. We will delete this, just a detector from now from this delete, and wrap this update post with the widget that will be, let's say, just a detector on tap. Paste this method, and now that's good. How to start the application? Open our emulator. When we click this, so a bottom navigation bar appears, delete post and update post. When you click this update post, this navigate us to the edit post page. Now that's good. Let's start implementing this page, but first let's take a look how this looks like. Go to the Instagram application and go back, click this, go to the update post page. It looks like close and a done icon, user profile, his name, where the post will comes, and an icon to edit and some text to edit the description. So let's go to the Instagram app, which is our Instagram, and in the update post page outside this app bar there will be body, column, children, wrap with padding, symmetric, horizontal 10, vertical 10, and you also can get this code from the written tutorial and also from the GitHub. And in this column, first there will be a container width 100, height 100, decoration, box decoration, color second, recolor for now, and shape, box shape dot circle. And right after this, some vertical space, text, username, style, text style, color, primary color, and font size will be, let's say, 16, and font weight will be font weight bold, and again some size vertical about 10, and some again a container where our image will comes. Width will be double dot infinity, max width, and height will be 200. Decoration, box decoration, color will be secondary color for now, and some size vertical about 10. And there will come our profile form widget, because we are not going to create a text form field again, so we can take our profile form widget and can use it here. Title will be description, and later this controller will be implemented. So that's good. Now press Ctrl S, check it out. So we have created at the first attempt. That's good. And with this we also want a button here to save it, so that will be our actions icon, icons dot done. That's color will be blue color, and its size will be 32, let's say. Press Ctrl S, and we got it just like this. And also wrap it with padding, symmetric, only right 10. Now that's good. And let's reduce some size, let's say 28, and now that's good. When I close this, you can see a render flex overflowed by 24 pixels and on the bottom. And again open this, you can see when the keyboard comes here, so it throw the bottom overflowed by 24 pixel. As I said previously in the profile page, we also have to wrap this column with the widget that will be single child scroll view in order to avoid this render flow. So when I again open this, so this time this will not throw the error. Again go to the update post page. So we have created our profile, edit profile page, and this bottom model sheet, edit profile page, and also the comment page, which looks really beautiful like Instagram, and reply just like this, and also this update post page. So that was it for this video. There were some pages, we have created them, and in the next video we will do some routing between these pages. Like if you look at the home page and come a bit down, everywhere we put the navigator push method here. We don't want to do it everywhere in our UI. In order to keep our UI clean, we will do some routing and will separate these things from our UI. So that's it. I hope this video was helpful. If so, show some love in the comment section and also let me know if something is not clear to you. And again, you also can get this code from the GitHub or from the written tutorial. In the previous video, we have designed some pages which required navigation, and we used navigator.push method everywhere. Like, let me show you. In the profile page, open this bottom model sheet, come a bit down, we use navigator push here, and also in our home page, come a bit down here and you will see again navigator push. But that's not the good way to use navigator push everywhere. It is if you have 2 or 3 pages in your application, so it's just a good way to use the navigator push only. But if you have lots of pages in your application, or you have a giant application that has so many pages, so you have to use a bit cleaner way that will be easy for you to track a particular page when you want it. So now let's do that routing of pages using a clean way. We will use the generate routes of our material app. Let's go to our main page, and here if you press Ctrl and space, an intelligence will be opened, and there is a property which is on generate route, which accepts route dynamic function. In here we will call on generate route, which will going to be our class, and dot route, which will be a static method inside this class. So let's create it. Go a bit down in your directories, in the lib, create new dart file that will be on generate route. Inside this, create a class, its name will be on generate route open body, and inside there will be a static method. Its return type will be route dynamic. As we have seen in the main.dart, this on generate route accept the route dynamic, and function which accept the route strings. So we will do it the same way, route dynamic, like this null, its name will be route. It will accept route settings, only settings, and open body. And down here we will create a final variable that will be our arguments equal to setting dots argument. Later, if a page required some arguments, so we will use this argument to send arguments to a particular page. And here we will do switch settings dot name. Now if case was profile page, or let's say edit profile page, so we will return route builder, and inside the name of the page, that will be edit profile page, put semicolon here. And now what is that route builder? That route builder will going to be a method. That method route builder which accept a widget in the parameters, and it returns the material page route builder context and arrow function, that child, like as we did in our navigator push. So we have created a separate method for our material page route, and it accepts a widget like this and return that widget. And in the route builder we have passed that widget edit profile page. And in that case, now we are not going to use navigator.push, but we will use navigator.push name, because we are switching the case on name, and in the case of this name we will send user to the edit profile page. So just like this, go to the main.dart and import this on generate route, and also remove this home from here. And here initial route will be this slash only initial route, and there will be routes which return type is map string, and widget function routes open body. This will be first, if you hover on this route you will see map string and widget function build context. So first there will be the route name which will be string, and its value will be widget function build context. First there will be, let's say, slash on home. We can say our home or our main screen. This will take a context and again open body, and this will return our main screen, just like this. Now hot restart your application and everything works the same. And in the onGenerate route we have add this switch case. With this we also have to add the default, which will return no page found. No page found. Put semicolon here, and this will be scaffold app bar. App bar will be some title, that page not found, and also in the body there will be some text in the center, that page not found. Like if some case not match in the switch case, so by default it will return no page found. So by doing this we have create only route for edit profile page, which is some hard-coded string here, edit profile page. So let's go and use it. Go to our profile page and we use navigator push here and remove, or let's say comment this, and we will use navigator dot push name this time. Context will be the context and the name will be the string that we have passed in the onGenerate route. Copy this and go to profile page and paste that string here. Now hot restart your application again. To reset everything, open emulator again, go to profile page, open this, and when I click this edit profile page, so it works the same. Go back. But if you look at this edit profile page, that's really a hard-coded string and that's not a good way to do this. So to do it on more clean way, go to the const, and here we will create a class that will be our page const, and here there will be some static const string, and edit profile page will be equal to edit profile page. So that's our string in that page const class for our edit profile page. So now we will go to our onGenerate route, and here we will do page const dot edit profile page, like when the case was edit profile page const that string. So we will return this edit profile page, and the same will be for when we are navigating from here. There will also not be that hard-coded string of edit profile page, but that will be from the page const edit profile page, and that will work the same because we just separate the hard-coded string in our constant, and this will work the same. Now how to start the application? To check it out, and go to the profile page, click on this edit profile, and this work the same. We have separated our routes in the onGenerate route, and in the main we are using the onGenerate route of our material app. So now this will be the same for all the pages. Now I will copy and paste that case, paste it, and again and one more time, and go to the const. I will replicate it 4 times. Second page will be our update post page. You can see I have selected both of these strings that has same name, and I update them once. So if you don't know how we can do this, you have to select some text or something and hold Alt on your keyboard and press the J on your keyboard. So that will select the same text on that particular page. So now you can change them, press backspace to delete them, and the other page is comment page, just like this, and this one will be for sign in page, and that will be for sign up page. Just like this, we have created the constant for our pages. Go to the onGenerate route, and if the case was page constant dot update post page, so we will send user to the update post page. And if the case was comment page, so we will send user to the comment page. And if the case was sign in user, so we will send user to the sign in, and the same will be for sign up page, sign up page. So that was it for our routes. That routes for now not accepting any arguments, so that's okay. Now let's go and change all that navigator push to navigator push named and pass the page const and the name of the page, which is a simple constant of page name string. So in the home page we use this navigator push. Let's comment it out. There will comes our navigator dot push name constant will be constant page const dot comment page, just like this. Copy this from here and go a bit up here and hold alt on your keyboard, so this will become clickable, and click on this, so this will send us to the open bottom model sheet. Come a bit down, update post, comment this only push and paste your push name here, and this time the string will be update post page, and go to the sign in page. We are using push and remove until here, so we will comment this from here and we'll do navigator dot push name and remove until new page name will be page const dot sign up page, and that route will be false, just like this. Now copy this from here and go to the sign up page, and from here comment this out, paste it right here and change the page const sign in page. So that's good. Now hot restart the application to reset everything and then check them one by one. Open our emulator. First check out the comment page. When I click this, so it's working the same with navigator push named, and also this, go back, go to update post, it also working the same, and go to profile and it's also working the same. And let's go to the main page and replace this main screen with sign in page and hot restart the application. Open our emulator. So when I press the sign up, we come to our sign up page. When I press the sign in, so we comes to the sign in page. So we have done our routing on a bit clean way. We have created on generate route separate for here, and in the future if there were the need of any route, so we will simply create a case like this and we will create a constant for that right here, and then we will only call this navigator push named with the page const name. So this will directly navigate us to that particular page of the name. So this will work just like this, and that was routing of our application. In the first 5 parts of this series, you learned some core concepts of clean architecture, and with this we have created bunch of folders in our project, and we also built the beautiful UI for our Instagram app. And if you are new to this channel and you have missed out the previous videos, so I would recommend go and check these videos out, that how we build this Instagram application UI. And with this we have added bunch of dependencies in our pubspec.yaml file. All of these dependencies will be used throughout the project. And now we will take start from this domain layer, which is innermost independent layer, and it's not going to hold any sort of concrete implementation, but there will goes our contracts and letter that will be implemented in data layer. And as you have seen in the thumbnail, that's the first video of authentication of users. So we are going to write only the entities and some methods and use case only for the user, and in the next video we will go for their implementation, which will be in the data layer, and then we will come down again to the presentation layer to call all of these use cases in the qubit, and then dependency injection. And now what is dependency injection, everything will be clear to you in the upcoming videos. So now you don't have to worry about all of this, but first let's focus on this domain layer. So first, there are entities or the business object, like what kind of data we're going to store in our Cloud Firestore database. First we are going to have a user, then we will authenticate that user and all of that stuff. But what kind of data our user gonna have, like what kind of data our user entity is going to hold. So let's create a directory in these entities that will be directory of only user, and inside this user there will goes our dot file, which names will be user entity, and that user entity will going to be a class user entity open body, and there will goes all the data of the users. Like in other applications, the user basic data is like username, email, and password and user ID, and that password will not going to store in our database. I will show you how this scenario will be, but first let's focus on this user entity. To check what kind of data our user gonna have, go to our main.dart and change the sign in page to the main screen, and how to start the application. To go to our main screen and our profile page and check out what kind of data our user gonna have. So according to this, we will create our business object in the user entity. So open the emulator and we have this single post. Go to the profile and our user gonna have his username, his name, and the bio of the user, and total post, total followers, total following, and we are also gonna have followers and following list, because there will store the user IDs that like one user is actually following that user, and then we will increment in those total followers and following that will show up here, and that will be the total post. So let's click on this menu and go to edit profile. User gonna have his profile URL and name, username, and also remember that website, and we are gonna have this kind of data in our user entity. So let's go and create them. Go to the user entity, and first we will create final string and make it nullable. That will be UID, like the user ID, and that will be unique for each of the user. And then a user gonna have string username, and also with this a user also gonna have final string only name and final string bio and also website, and with this email, and also the profile URL, and final list of followers, and again final list of following, and with this we are also gonna have total followers and total following. So final num total followers, and press Ctrl D to replicate it, total following. I put the type of followers num here. Hover on it and this will appear. It's an integer number and also the double. Like this will not going to throw any compile time error if it was integer or double. So it can be both, just like this. So after this total following, we will add a comment. I have added this comment, and right after this we are gonna have another field that will be final string password and final string other UID. So why I did this? I did this because when we extend this user entity with the models in the upcoming videos, so we will access only these fields in the super class and also in the final fields, but we are not going to use these two fields in our models because we are not going to store the password of the user in the database and also the other user ID. You only have to focus on these types because that will be stored in our Firestore database, but these two will not. Using this email and password from this user entity, we will only authenticate that user to the application, but that password will not going to store in the database, and that other user ID will also not going to store in the Cloud Firestore database. So like I said, when we extend this user entity from the model, so we are not going to use these two fields, and that will only be accessible when we call this user entity, and we will use this other UID for some other purposes that will be clear to you when we come to the real logic part. So for now you don't have to worry about this. Forget this, that there exists our other user ID. Just focus on these fields and also forgot this password because that will only be used when we authenticate the user, and that's not going to store in our Cloud Firestore database. So that was it. Now there are some compile time errors when you click on a single field and press Alt Enter in the Android Studio, and if you are using VS Code you simply have to press Alt and dot. So this IntelliSense will appear, and select the second one, create constructor for final fields, and click enter. So this will create the constructor for all the final fields, and you simply have to come at last and put a comma here to format them, and press Ctrl Alt Shift L. So this will appear, and press enter. So your code will be formatted. And also make sure to make these name parameters, so that will be good. And the next thing you have to do with your user entity, you simply have to extend this equatable. That equatable package is used for the value equality. Like if you don't use this equatable package, we will write all of this stuff to string hash code manually, but that equatable package give us the psychological air, as Stephen Covey said in 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So after extending this user entity with equatable, there will come a compile time error in our user entity class. So again press Alt Enter, and it says create one missing override. So press enter. So this will create a missing override here, and which is throwing an unimplemented error for now. So you simply have to remove this unimplemented error and put a list here and pass all of that data again here. Like copy all of that data from here and paste it here, but here we will not going to use this here. So you simply have to select this dot, and as I show you in the previous video, press Alt and J. So this will select all of this dot, and when you finish selecting all these, so press backspace, so this will remove them all. So you are done with the value equality also. So that was our user entity, and that all of the fields will going to store in the user Cloud Firestore database, and these two will not. That's the constructor for that and the value equality. And also if you want, you also can go at your own pace. And after this user entity, these use cases. The use cases are where our business logic will get executed. And as I said in the case of Qubit, if you remember in the first video, we are not going to write lots of logic in the Qubit, but that will delegate its work to the use case. The same will be in case of use case that will get the data from the repository. So let's create this repository methods. Everything will be clear to you one by one when we start doing them practically. So no worry about this. Let's create this repository, and then I will show you how these use cases will be. The repository is going to have the firebase repository because we are going to use firebase as a backend. This will be an abstract class or our contract class, and its name will be firebase repository. And again remember, this is a contract class or an abstract class which will be later implemented in the data layer. So in this firebase repository, we are going to have some methods of user, and that will be feature methods. Let's create a method that will be feature void. Its return type is void, mean nothing. A simple callback function. Its name will be sign in user, and this is going to take the user entity as a parameter, and that will be only user. Put semicolon here, so our single sign in user method is also created. And like this, we are gonna have all of the methods of the user, like sign up user, create user, and update user, and get users, and all of them. So the second method will be feature void sign up user, and that will also going to accept the user entity as a parameter user. And while using these methods sign in and sign up user, from that user entity we are going to use only the email and password that will be later clear to you when we start implementing their actual logic in the data sources. So with this, we are going to have another method that will be future boolean. Its generic type is boolean. That will be is sign in, and put semicolon because this is not going to accept any parameter in the parentheses. That will only ensure that if the user is signed in or not. And the next method will be only future void sign out to sign out the user, and this is also not going to accept any parameter. So this was the credential methods of our user. So put a comment here to make everything clear. That will be credential, and here now we will comment out user. There will be our user methods like create user in the Cloud Firestore database and update the user, get single user, and all of that stuff. So first we will create the method of get the user. To get the user, that will not going to be future because that will not be loaded and that will be the live data. So we will use the type for the get user stream, which comes from the Dart core. That will be list of user entity, and that will be get users, and this will also accept user entity user. And with this we are gonna have get single user. So press Ctrl D to replicate this because that's type will be same. We will change its name to get single user, and this is not going to hold the whole user entity, but that will only accept string UID, the ID of that user. And let's correct the spelling of this single just like this. And there will be another method of future string get current UID just like this to get the current UID of the user, and then we will deal with this ID. And the two remaining methods are create the user in the database and also update the user. So for creating the user in the database, that will also be a future, and generic type will be void. Its name will be create user, and it will also going to accept user entity because we will use all of these business object, and that will be stored in our Cloud Firestore database. That will also be user. And the last method is going to be future void update user, and that will also accept the user entity. Its name will be only user. You can also put it user entity, but that's more clear to set the name to only the user. So that was some methods of our user that will be later implemented in our data layer, and you will see this in action when the next video is uploaded. So if you have not subscribed to the channel yet, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon to make sure you get notified whenever the next video is uploaded, because we are going to write the complex logics in this application that will really help you to build maintainable applications so that you will get freelance clients or a job. Anyways, with this, let's go for the use cases. So in the use cases, let's create a directory here. That will be firebase use cases, and inside this let's create another directory. Its name will be user because there will be all the use cases of the user. And on the other hand, if you look at these methods in the firebase repositories, these are the use cases, like to sign in the user, sign up user, check if the user is signed in, sign out the user, get user, and all of that. Because for each of the method we will create a separate use case, and later this will be called in the qubit, and its implementation will be in the data layer. Like this, these all layers are interdependently connected to each other. So let's create the files for them. That will be sign in user, use case, and sign up user, use case, and just like this create for all of them together. So let's create the files for them. That will be sign. So I have created all of the user use cases in here, and that each file is going to hold a class, and here we will call a specific method according to this file name from this firebase repository. So go to the create user first, and there will be a simple class, and that's the file of create user. So we will name this class to create user use case and open body, and here we will take the instance of our firebase repository, that will be firebase repository and only the repository, and also alt enter and create the constructor for this field and make this name parameters and also make it required. And there will be a single method. Its type will be first the type of the creating user was future void, so we will copy this from here, go here, paste it right here, and its name will be only call. This will accept user entity as the create user method does, and user and open body, and there will comes return repository dot create user, and this will accept this user from here. So all of the use cases will going to be just like this. A simple class according to their name will accept the firebase repository, and a simple call method in all of these use cases and will return the particular method from the repository, and that later the use cases will be used in the Qubit and then our pages, and their backend will be inside this data layer. Like this firebase repository will be implemented here, and all the real implementations will be inside the data sources. So like this, these are only use cases of that create user, and that create user will be implemented completely in the data source. In the next video, you will see this in action, how we will write the logic for all of these methods. So copy this class from here and go to the second file and paste it right here, and make sure to import this firebase repository and only change the name of this class. Select this and press Alt J to select the same constructor name, and change this create user to get current UID use case, and that is not going to accept any parameters as we have in the firebase repository. This method is not accepting any parameters, so we will leave it empty just like this. Its return type is string, and you can see there comes an error. The value type of future void can't be returned from the method call because it has return type of future string. So we have to return the method which has the return type of future string, and that is our get current UID, so the error will be gone. Just like this, you have to do this stuff for all of the use cases. Copy and paste it for get single user, and import this firebase repository. Change the name of this use case, that will be get single user use case, and its return type will be not future, that will be this time stream list of user entity, and this call is going to accept a string UID, because if you look at again in the firebase repository, our get single user accept a single UID, so that will be firebase repository dot get single user, and the error will be gone. Again copy this and go to get user, paste it right here, change the name get single user to the get all users or only get users, import the library, and its return type will be the same, import the user entity, and this is going to accept only the user entity instead of UID, that will be get users and user entity, and that was it. Go to is sign in. Before, let's copy this, change the name of it, and you can also skip this part if you can do it by your own. Its name will be is sign in import, and its return type is future boolean, and it accepts nothing here. From the repository, we will call is sign in, remove this user entity also from here, and go to the sign in user. First copy this, paste it right here. First you have to do change name sign in user use case, import the firebase repository. This return type will be future void, and this is going to call sign in user, and this call will also accept user entity, and just like this. And go to the sign out use case, change its name, sign out use case, remove this user entity from here, sign out again, copy this, go to sign up use case and make sure to change its name, and this will accept the user entity, and also the user entity here, and sign up user, and also make sure to import this firebase repository and copy this from here. Go to update user use case, paste it right here and change its name to update user use case, and everything will remain same because the update user accept also the user entity, and make correct the spelling of this update just like this. So we have created the user entity for our user. That data will be stored in our Cloud Firestore database, and that will not be stored in the DB as commented here, and that is for value equality. We create a contract class here that will later be implemented in the data layer. Here in the repository implementation, you will see this in action in the next video, and we have created the use cases for all of these methods that will goes in the Qubit, and just like this that flow will work. And also if you want, you also can go at your own pace, and you also can get this code from the GitHub. In the last video, we put some effort in our domain layer for user. We created a contract class which for now only contains the user methods, and we also have created user entity and understood some concept. And with this we created the separate use cases for each of the method in our repository. And now it's time to go for this data layer. But before putting our first step in the data layer, let's set up Firebase for our application because that's one of the important steps we need to cover. To set up Firebase project, you simply have to move to your browser, go to Firebase console and click this add project, and this window will appear in front of you. Simply put the name of your project, and after this done, click this continue, and in the second step, leave everything as it is and go for continue, and select the default account for Firebase Analytics and click this create project, and this will take a while and will create a Firebase project for you. So our Firebase project is created. Again, go for this continue. So we got our Firebase project with the name Instagram app clone. Now before creating any app in here, go to the setting of your project by clicking this settings and this project settings, and make sure to select your support email here in order to avoid some exceptions in the future. And with this, go back, and now we will create the Android application in our Firebase project, and then we will link it to our Flutter application. So you have to click on this Android, so this window will appear in front of you. Now it says put your Android package name. So from where you can take this Android package name, simply go to your Android Studio and come a bit up here, and you will see this Android here. This will be just like this, like it will be collapsed. So you simply have to expand this and come to this app, and you will see the build Gradle. And notice we have two build Gradle files, one is inside the app and one is outside the app. The one which is inside the app is app level build Gradle, and the one which is outside the app is project level build Gradle. So you simply have to go to the build Gradle and copy this Android application ID and go to your browser and paste it right here. And you also can put the nickname for your application, which is optional. So I will put the name of my Instagram application, Instagram clone app, and leave this SHA fingerprint for now. It's also optional, and register your application. So in the second step, it will say download this Google Services JSON file which contains all of detail for our Android project which we have created in a while. So let's see what kind of details this Google Services.json hold. So download this, and go to your downloads and get this file from there. After getting this Google Services JSON file from the downloads, simply move to your Android Studio and inside this app, right click on this and paste it right here. Okay, and we got this Google Services JSON file in our app. So now you can see here the project info, project number, and our Instagram application ID, client, and some more details or our client API key and some other services. So that's the detail of our Android application which we have created in our Firebase. And this Google Services JSON file needs to be added inside the app when we want to link our Firebase Android application to the Flutter application. So after this, we have to do some more configuration. Go to the browser and after this, click this next and you will see this project level build Gradle file. If you remember, I already have explained this. So you simply have to copy this class path from here and we have to paste this inside our project level build Gradle. So in the Android Studio, that's the app level build Gradle and that's the project level. So we will move to the build Gradle of project level and paste this class path in these dependencies. And that was it. Again, go to your browser and come a bit down. You will see app level build Gradle here. You simply have to copy this com.google gms Google services and again go to your Android Studio and this time you will go inside this app build Gradle and go a bit up here and paste it right here and copy this apply plugin from here and replace it on this ID. So after this, go to your browser and we are done with our configurations. So click this next and continue to the console. So we have created our Instagram app clone for Android. Go to the settings. That's our app for Android. And that was it for creating the Firebase project and linking it with Flutter. So the remaining step is to go to your Android Studio and go to your main.dart and inside this main, you have to do first make this void feature and this will be async and there will be widgets flutter binding dot initialized and firebase dot initialize app and also make sure to await this. So after this, stop the main.dart and again run your application. So after covering all of these steps of Firebase, if your app runs correctly, so it means your Firebase Android application is completely linked with Flutter and you can use the Cloud Firestore in your Android phone. And if it throws some exceptions, so it means you have missed something, so you have to rewatch this video in order to clear all these steps and you will good to go. So you can see my application runs correctly on my emulator, so it means the Firebase is set up correctly with my application. So now let's go for this data layer. So first thing in this data layer, you have to create the implementation for this Firebase repository which is located in the domain layer. So right click on this and create a new file which names will be Firebase repository impl, which means implementation, and hit the enter and that's it. Now this Firebase repository implementation will also be a class Firebase repository impl which will implement the Firebase repository and open body. And if you look at this repository, that's an abstract class which is not implemented yet, so we are implementing it here by calling this implements on this Firebase repository which is an abstract class on that Firebase repository implementation. So you can see there is a compile time error. So if you are using Android Studio, press Alt Enter. So it says there are 9 missing overrides. So select this 9 missing overrides and press Enter. So this will create all the methods which we have here not implemented yet, and here the methods also have the open body, which means they will be implemented here. But before going forward and implementing these methods, we have to cover one more step, which is to create the directory in the data sources which will be remote data source, and inside this remote data source you have to create the Dart file which names will be remote data source, and go to the Firebase repository and press Alt A to select all, copy this and come to the remote data source and paste it here, and only change the name of this will be remote data source, or let's say Firebase remote data source. Sounds abstract, right? No worry, let me explain why I did this. If you look at the flow again, inside the domain layer we have created the abstract class or the contract for our use cases of application. Now we know that we will implement this abstract class somewhere to fulfill this contract, but according to the architecture, the implementation of the repository is in the data layer, so we follow the solid last principle, which is dependency inversion. It says the boundaries between the layers should be handled with interfaces, which in our case the abstract classes. So we keep our domain layer fully independent by creating only abstract class here and its implementation in the data layer. Now to implement these methods in this repository implementation, obviously we will take some data from the data source, hence their name is data sources. So first, here we will take the data from the remote data source, and then as we have implementation of this Firebase repository, the same will be for this remote data source. It's also the abstract class, so its implementation will be also inside this remote data source. So just like this, all these layers are connected to each other. You will see this control flow in action when these methods are somewhere called in presentation layer, then you will realize the beauty of this architecture. There may be still confusions about these layers, but everything will be clear to you once you get experience with this architecture. And how you will get this kind of experience, here is AD Developer. I am determined. I will explain everything to you about this architecture. So let's take again a quick recap of this flow again, so this will become more clear to you. First we have this repository, which is an abstract class, and its implementation in the data layer. And like this, our domain layer is independent because it is not depending on concrete implementations, but the interfaces or the abstract class. And this Firebase repository implementation will take the data from the remote data source to implement these methods, and just like this is the implementation of Firebase repository, there will be also the implementation for this Firebase remote data source. So let's also create the new file which names will be remote data source impl. So we will come into this file later. First go to the repository and implement all of these methods. So first thing you have to do it in this Firebase repository implementation, we have to take the instance of data source, our Firebase remote data source. So we will do final Firebase remote data source, and this will be only remote data source, and create the constructor for it and make it required just like this. And to implement this method, you simply have to remove this body from here, and as this is future, so we will put async here and the arrow function in order to keep it clean, and this method will be called from remote data source dot create user, and this will take the user from here. So our create user method is just like this implemented, and just like this we have to do for all of them. Remove this body from here for this get current UID, and this is also future, so it will be async remote data source dot get current UID, put semicolon here, and again remove the body from here. And now remember, this is now not the future but this is stream, so you have to avoid put async with the stream, so we only have to put the arrow function remote data source dot get single user just like this. Or obviously if you put async here, it will throw an error just because that's not the future, it's stream. So you don't have to put async with the stream. And the same will goes for this get user arrow function remote data source dot get users, and this is take the user from here. Just like this, it will be also for the sign in or is sign in. it will be async remote data source dot is sign in. And also for this sign in user, async remote data source dot sign in user. Also for the sign out, async remote data source sign out, and the remaining two will be also the same. Async remote data source dot sign up user, and update user will also be async remote data source dot update user. So that was the implementation of our methods which is in our firebase repository. That is their implementation. And this firebase repository implementation is taking the data from the firebase remote data source, which is the same abstract class like firebase repository, and this firebase remote data source will be implemented inside this remote data source. If you have still confusions about these classes, that how they are connected and how they works with each other, let me tell you a psychological fact. Psychology says when you listen to something repetitively in order to clear your confusions, this creates new nerve pathways in your brain and your mind starts understanding more better than ever. So you don't need to worry about anything if you didn't understand something. So listen it again or rewatch that part where you have confusions. And with this, you need to practice these things to make them more clear, and this practice will make you perfect. So that was some motivation for you in order to keep you connected with the video and to fresh your mind to learn something new. So after this, inside this remote data source implementation, there will be a class which names will be remote data source, or not only remote data source but firebase remote data source IMPL or implementation. This will implement the firebase remote data source, and when you open the body there will comes the compile time error. Again there will be the 9 missing overrides, so press enter. So this will again create the same methods which were in our firebase repository implementation. And this remote data source is the place where all the concrete implementations of all the methods will take place. With this, before moving forward and start implementing these methods, we have to do one more thing to create the model for our user. So inside this model, you have to create a new directory which name will be user, and inside this there will goes our dart file. Its name will be user model. And that user model will be a class with the name of user model. This will extend user entity. Open body and go to the user entity and copy all of these fields from here, and we are not going to copy these two fields because that will not going to store in DB. Go to the user model and paste these all final fields right here and press Alt Enter and create the constructor for them. And also put a comma here and press Ctrl Alt Shift L, and this will appear in front of you. Press enter to format this code, and also make sure to make them name parameters. And after this you also have to pass them in the super class. Open this. So this will take first the UID. UID will be UID, and total following will be total following. Followers will be followers. So just like this, all of them will be the same. And after this, if you remember in the first part of this series, I said we will extend our user model with the entity, and with this there will be some functionalities like from snapshot in our case and to JSON. We don't do this in our user entity because we want to keep our domain layer completely independent from some other third party. So we will create all these functionalities inside this model rather than user entity. So here right after this super there will goes a factory method user model dot from snapshot, and this will take document snapshot as snap open body, and there will be a variable of snapshot which will be equal to snap.data as map string and dynamic. We are getting the document snapshot data and typecast it as map string dynamic, and this from snapshot will be used to convert the snapshots to Dart objects, and then this will allow us to read the data in our Cloud Firestore database. Because we cannot read the snapshots directly, so we will convert them into Dart objects to read them. And right after this, there is a compile time error because it says this will return the user model. So the compile time error will be gone. Inside this, the email will be snapshot and email, just like this. So all of this means the conversion from snapshot to Dart objects. Name will be snapshot name, and we are not going to write all of them one by one just like this. So to put comma here, and right after this, if you are using Android Studio, press Ctrl and D, duplicate them just like this and change their name. And I show you in the previous videos, to select the same name elements, you have to select the first and press Alt J to select also the other one. Now if I keep pressing the Alt J again and again, so this will select all of these name here. So I don't want this, I only want to change this name and name to some other data that will be, let's say, bio. And just like this, change all of them. Alt J to select the same elements and change it to only, let's say, username, and this will be total followers and total following. And let's say copy this UID from here, paste it here and also here, and website, press Ctrl D to replicate, and this profile URL. And we also gonna have the total post, but I think we forgot it in the previous video. Let's check the user entity. We got total followers, total following, but not the total post. So let's also create this. Press Ctrl D to replicate this total following and make it total post, and copy this from here. Also replicate this other UID and paste it right here in the constructor. Again replicate this and paste it right here. So this will our total post, and go to the user model, replicate total post, and also in the constructor, also in the super class, and put colon here, and right after this total following, replicate it, select them, and total posts, just like this. So in the last we will do replicate them, and we will do followers. As these followers are lists, so we will apply another way to convert them. This will be cut this and list dot from snap dot get and followers, and the same will be for the following, and copy this list from here, paste it right here. This will be list dot from following. So as these two are list in our user model, so we have to do it just like this. So our from snapshot method is successfully created, and now let's go for the toJSON method. Like when we want to create some data in our Cloud Firestore database, we have to convert our Dart object to some raw data, so that will be stored in our Cloud Firestore database. So there will be map string dynamic, that's its type, its name will be to JSON, and this will simply return this object. And again this will take string as, let's say, UID to UID, put comma here and replicate them just like this, and copy this email, paste it right here, and also the name, username, also for the total followers, total following, and also the total posts, and also this website, this photo URL, and replicate it once more, followers, and also the following. And there is still an error, put semicolon here, and the error will be gone. Or also you can take the code from the written tutorial and also from the GitHub. So these were our models which have some functionality of conversions like from snapshot and to JSON. And now we will go to our remote data source and start implementing these methods. But first let's go to the browser and open this build. Go to the Firestore database and create that database. This will be in the test mode. Next, the location which is nearer to you, I am selecting the default location. Enable this. It will says provisioning Cloud Firestore. So after some time this will create your Cloud Firestore database and you will see this collection here. So unlike any other relational database, we don't have the rows and columns, but that Firebase is no SQL database, so we have the collections, and inside this we are gonna have the documents and some fields. So let me show you how we can create manually data in our Cloud Firestore database. There will be the collection ID. Let's say users. First we are gonna have the user. Next, and let's say the auto-generated ID, and user gonna have username. This will be the field name. Value is, let's say, John Doe, and add another field, let's say, and his age is 12. Save. So this create a collection here, the document ID and some fields of username John Doe and age, just like this. So we are going to create all of this data by calling this create method. So first we have the users collection, so we have to take the reference to the user collection. To do this, first we have to take the instance of Firebase Firestore as Firebase Firestore, and also Firebase auth, also create the constructor for them and make them required, just like this, and we are going to use them right now. So this create user method is future, so we will make it async. First we are gonna have final user collection equal to Firebase Firestore dot collection users. As this is a clean architecture course, so we are not going to hard code any kind of string, just like this. So we will create the const for them. So let's copy this string and go to this const and copy this page const and paste it right here. Remove all of these static const from here and change its name to Firebase consts, and change this edit profile page to users, because we are gonna have the users collection and also the posts collection, also the comment and also the reply. So these all will be the collections of our Firebase const, and we are not going to hard code them again and again in our implementation. So we will only use this Firebase const to access this string. And one more thing you have to add in your constant file, that will be the toast, like to show any toast on any error or something. And that toast, short toast, is coming from the package in the pubspec.yaml file, which is Flutter toast. So that was it. Go to the remote data source implementation, and inside this collection we will do Firebase const.user, and that's it. And after this, if you look at the browser, we have the user document, so we have to access to this document now from this collection. So after this, you have to do user collection dot document, the document inside the collection. Inside this doc, we have to pass the UID of the user and call the get method on this document to get this document. And then in the then method, like if we get the data, we will name this value to the user document. If we have the user document, so we will do final user new user will be equal to user model, and all the data will be from user dot name and email, user dot email, bio will be also from user dot bio, following will be user dot following, website will be user dot website, and all of this. So we have accessed all of the data from this user entity, like when user pass something, so that will be the data of the user, but we left one thing here, which is our UID. So that UID will be the UID. So to get this UID directly in here, we have to do final UID equal to await get current UID, which is not implemented yet. So I will show you how this get current UID will give us the current ID of the user. So first let's implement this create user, and I will show you how we will implement this get UID method. So after this user data, we will convert this to JSON, and here we will check the condition if not user doc dot exist. If the user doc was not exist, so we will do user collection dot document on the current UID dot set the data in the Cloud Firestore database, and that new data will be of the new user which user has entered in the fields of sign up page. And in the else condition, we will do if the user was already exist and this method calls, or this else cannot be true, like this create user will be called when we sign up our user. So this else condition will not be executed, but for safety we have to do user collection dot document on that particular UID. We will update this new user, and that's it. On that method we also can do dot catch error, and this is a high order function. Error, on error this will return that tossed some error occurred, and put semicolon here. So first we are accessing to the user collection, just like this user collection and the current UID of the user, which will be implemented in a while, and this user collection dot doc, and the on that current UID we will get this user. And then after this, when this process complete, we have created the new user, which is a variable, like this will be the data of the user. And then we are checking the condition if the user doc was not exist, so set it, and if it was already exist, just update it, and if there was some error, so show toast some error occur. And right after this there is the method of get current UID. So now let's implement it to show you how we got this current UID of the user here. You have to do as this future method async arrow function, and here we will do firebase auth dot current user dot UID, put semicolon here, and also put assertion operator here. So this get current UID will get the current user UID just like this. So we are accessing it here. So we have implemented our two methods, and right after this there is a method of get single user. Now how we will get the user? We have to access to the users and in the documents snapshot and then read them. So we have to do again the final user collection equal to firebase firestore dot collection of firebase cons dot user, and then we will return the user collection dot snapshots dot, we will map these snapshots, and which give us the query snapshot map string dynamics. So we will make this query snapshot, and from this query snapshot we will do dot documents, which give us the list of query document snapshot, and again we will map them, and here we will call our from snap method to convert these query snapshots dot objects, then we will read them. So here we will do user model dot from snapshot and inside this parenthesis we will pass this e here, and after this we will make it to list to convert them to list at last. So the error will be gone. And as this is the get single user method, so we also have to do something here, like on that user we will call the where query, where the UID field inside the user is equal to that particular UID which is in the parenthesis of the get single user, and also the limit will be 1 because that's single user. So that was the method of our get single user. It will be the same for getting all the users. Copy this from here and paste it right here. Only remove this where query from here because we are not going to get only single user, but that will be all the users in the user collection. So this will get all the users just like this. And now there is the method of is sign in to check if the user is signed in or not, and this returns the future boolean, like that will be true or false. To check this method we will do async firebase authentication or auth.currentuser.uid is not equal to null, and instead of assertion operator make it null, just like this. Like this will check if this user ID is not equal to null. And now there are some remaining methods, the 4 remaining methods, and this sign out methods is really short, so let's also implement this. This will be remove this to do from here, this will await, and this will also be async before await, and firebase auth dot sign out. So we simply have to call only this sign out to sign out the user. And now for this sign in user we have to do, let's put some try catch here, try catch error, just like this. And inside this try there will be, first let's make it asynchronous because that's future, so the error will be gone. And inside this try we will do if the user dot email dot is not empty, like if the user has entered his email and it's not empty, or that field is not empty, or user dot password is not empty. So we will await firebase auth dot sign in with email and password, and that email and password will be from user dot email and password will be user dot password. Also make them just like this, put comma here and also the semicolon here. That's it. We call the method from this firebase auth sign in user with email and password, and that email and password is coming from the user entity. And in the else condition we will show a toast which will say fields cannot be empty, or let's say this will for now only print. We will control these fields cannot be empty from our UI, but it's also essential to check it here also. So after this, in this catch method we will do on firebase auth exception. We are handling the firebase authentication exceptions on this sign in user. We will do if the e.code was equal to user not found. So we will show a toast here, user not found. And in the else if, when the e.code error code was equal to wrong password, so we will say toast and the message will be invalid email or password. And that was it for our sign in user. And now let's go for this sign up user. So first we have to make it async and also try catch e and open body. First in the try block we will do await firebase authentication dot create user with email and password, and that email and password will be come from user dot email, and this password will come from user dot password, and also put the assertion operator here because that are nullable fields. And when this process completes, so we will do dot then, like when the user is signed up and his email and password is created in the authentication, so we will do if the value dot user dot uid was not equal to null, so we will await create user, which will take the user entity. So that user entity will be just like this. There is an error in the await, so we also have to make this async, so the error will be gone. So when the user is signed up to the application and his email and password is created in the authentication tab, so after this process completes, we will also create our user in our Cloud Firestore database with the particular data he has entered in the fields signing up to the application. Otherwise, in the try block, we will only return nothing, and in this catch block, we will do on firebase auth exception if e.code error code was equal to email already in use. So if the entered email is already in use, so we will show the toast message that will be the entered, or let's say email is already taken. In the else condition, we will return something went wrong. So that was it for our sign up user. Like first we are creating our user with email and password, so he will be created in the authentication tab. And what is that authentication tab? I am saying it again and again. Go to this browser and open this build. This is our authentication tab, and you have to also get started here in the authentication tab. And there are some sign-in methods, and we are signing our user with email and password, so we have to enable this method, which is email and password, enable it and save it. So here in the user, when the user is created, when this method is called, so here the user will created, and after this we are calling this create user, so he will also be created in our Firestore database, which will be in the collection his ID and all of his fields inside this document. So that was it for our sign up user, and the last method remaining is update user. So in this update method, we will do async because that's also a future method. The first thing we are gonna have is in here. You may be familiar with this. When we want to update our user in here, obviously first we need to access to the user collection, document, and then fields. So you have to move to Android Studio, and here we are gonna have final user collection equal to firebase firestore dot collection firebase const dot user, and here we are gonna have one more thing, a variable of type map string dynamic equal to a simple, we have initialized map here. So that will be the user information. If you look at in the Firebase Firestore, we have the data in our document in the key and value pairs. So when we want to update the value of a field, we need to have an variable of user information, then we will use this to update the data. So here we will do, like if you want to update our username, if the username user.username was equal to empty string and user.username was equal to null. So if this condition has matched, so we will do user information, which is map. So we will access this username from here, and this will become equal to user.username, which will be entered by the user. Like we are checking if the username was not equal to this and or null, like there is some data it's not null, or there is some data. So we will access this particular field and will become equal to user.username, which is entered by the user. And after this we will do user collection dot document on the user.uid, the UID in the user document on that particular ID. We will update that user update, and this update will take this user information just like this. So when this update method is called and when we were updating our username, so it will first check this condition. If this condition has been satisfied, so it will update the user, which the user will enter in the field when he is updating his username or something. Or when we call this method on some other field like website, so this will throw error because we also have to do this kind of work with the website and all of the fields to update that fields also. So this is only for this username. So I will replicate this by Ctrl D sometimes and put some space between them just like this, and this will not going to be the username. The second, this will be, let's say I want to update the website. So if the website was not equal to empty string or null, so we will update the website on the website user has added. And the same will be for profile URL when user want to update the profile, so this will be the same. And user also can update his bio and also the only name just like this. And this can also be for, let's paste it 3 more times, total followers, and this total followers is nums. So we cannot check this condition if it was empty string because that's num, it cannot be empty string. So we will remove this condition from here and we will say user dot total following if it was equal to null, or this condition will not be equal to, but this will be not equal to. Like if it was not equal to null, so we will change it. Sorry about that, I put this equal to. So this condition for all will be not equal to. So if it was not equal to null, so we will update them. Select this double equal to and press Alt J to select all of this double equal to just like this, and remove them and change them to not equal to. So this scenario will be just like this. This will not be only equal to, because when you put the equal to, so the condition will not be correct and its behavior will become unexpected. So you have to do this not equal to condition in here to update the data of the user. Like we are checking if the user that name is not equal to empty string or null, so we will update that field on the name which user has entered in the field. So that's it. Now here for the total following, we are saying user.total following is not equal to null, so we will update this total following on the total following. And the same will be for total followers, and remove this from here, or let's copy this, paste it here. This will be total followers and followers, and this will be just like this. And the last one is total posts, so it will also be just like this. If it was not equal to null, update it. So for all of the fields you have to do it just like this to update them. So, and we are not going to update them all at once, but when we change only the username, so only that condition will be satisfied, and then in the user document this will set the username which user has entered in the field. So that was it for our update method also. Or also you can take the code from the written tutorial and also from the GitHub. So let's take a quick recap what we have done in here. In the previous video we created the firebase repository and the user entity and also the use cases in here, and then in this video we implement this firebase repository, and this firebase repository implementation is getting the data from this remote data source, and this remote data source is implemented in here. And we also have created models for some conversion of methods, and we also learn how we can do all of this stuff like create user, update user, get current UID, get only single user, get all the users, and is sign in user, sign out user, sign up, and all of these. So in the next video we will go for this qubit to create the qubit for our users and credentials. So be ready for this video. We have writes lots of logic, so if you didn't understand something in here, so rewatch this video so everything will be clear. Every developer in this universe write code, but it sounds really nice when someone says this developer write clean code. As Flutter framework got only Dart language to write UI code and also business logic, so everything become messy when both UI code and business logic mix up. So how do we can stop our code from being messy? So there comes the block library, but we will use its lighter version, which is Qubit, that removes a bunch of boilerplate code, and this Qubit not required any kind of package to be added in the pubspec.yaml file, but that comes with the Flutter block of version 6.0.0 or above. So if you don't know what is block, that's the well-known and established state management library for Flutter, and that Qubit is the subset of block which removes lots of boilerplate code and makes our life easier to achieve more with less. So first, let's try to understand the structure of block. Just because of using Qubit in our project doesn't mean we should avoid to learn the block structure, because Qubit is the subset of the block. First, we must understand the architecture or the structure of the block, then it will be more easier for you to go forward for the Qubit. So if you have used block in the past, you may be familiar with this diagram that you can see on the screen. So if you look at the block, we have first the UI. Some events goes to block, and a request goes to the data from the block, and a response comes to the block, and some state again come to the UI. So what that means? In the block we have events and states. We trigger some event from our UI sides, and then event goes to the block, and the block send the request to the data or actual logic which is implemented and get the response. So when the response reaches to the block, it checks for the states and emit that particular state on our UI, and that states can be initial, loading, loaded or failure. So that was the structure of block and the mechanism how the data flow works. And that's how we separate our business logic from our UI. But that was just the block. I wanted to explain that block also, just because the Qubit is the subset of block, so I thought it will be more easier for you to understand Qubit after understanding the block. Now you might be thinking how the Qubit will be, right? The Qubit will look something like this. A bit similar, right? But not that much. Now if you look at the architecture or the structure of Qubit, we have again the UI, and some functions goes to the Qubit. Again the same request goes to the data, response, and some state is emitted in the UI. And again the states will be loading, initial, loaded or some failure state. In the Qubit we don't have any events but our direct functions. That goes to Qubit, and that Qubit is as a block, as we had a block that send request to the data. In our case, that Qubit will call the use cases and will get the response, and according to that, that will emit the particular state. So Qubit makes our life easier because this removes lots of boilerplate code. As I said, Qubit don't have any events but functions. These comes to the Qubit, and like block, that Qubit send request to the data and get the response, and next emit some particular state like some failure, loaded or loading, or initial state if nothing is happened. Still confusions? No worry. Once it is implemented, this will become more clear to you, and with this you also can go at your own pace. And remember one more thing, this data in our case will be the use cases because we are using clean architecture, so our Qubit will not going to hold so much logic. All that real implementation is inside our remote data source implementation, which you have seen in the previous videos. So that flow will be like, let me show you in some pages. Let's suppose we have this credential pages, and go to the sign up page, go all the way down, and you will see this sign in text on which there is an inkwell. So or let's ignore this, go for this real sign up, the button container widget which color is blue, and text sign up and on tab listener don't have any kind of method to call. From here our qubit will call with the particular use case, and that use cases we have here. Each use case has the call method. It means call that particular use case, and the method contract class is here and its implementation is in the data layer. Firebase repository implementation, and this Firebase repository implementation is taking the data from the remote data source to deal with outside world. That's our remote data source, or Firebase remote data source we can say, because we are using Firebase as a backend and the real logic implemented in the remote data source. You can see it here. It's the actual logic. So like this, that flow will works. So if you still have any confusions, let's look at this architecture again. So in the first video that was more abstract, and in this video I hope this is more clear to you. When you look at that, we have widgets, our pages or our custom widgets. The custom widgets like the button container widget, and some pages we have the sign up page, sign in page, activity page and other. And there comes our presentations logic holder, that's in the presentation layer, and that is our qubit directory in which we are gonna have the qubit. You can use the one you want like block, chain notifier or mobx, etc. And this delegate its work to use cases, and we have the business objects entities which is in the domain layer, and the repository is at the edge between the domain and the data layer. And also not forget this call flow. I am explaining this call flow because we will trigger some event in case of block, or some functions will be called in case of qubit, and that call flow will comes from up to down just like this. Our use cases and repository, and that's the abstract class and its implementation is in the data layer, and that repository implementation is taking data from the remote data source, Firebase remote data source, and its implementation is again in the Firebase remote data source implementation. So that's how that flow works. Now look at our Android Studio back, and that's our remote data source which contains the real implementation of each of the logic which we have here in the Firebase repository. That clean architecture, let me tell you one more secret of that clean architecture. Like look at that Firebase repository and also this remote data source. When in the future there is the need of any feature and our clients want to add a new feature, so it's really not going to be a headache for you to check everything and change everything. You simply have to add a simple method here and implement it in the Firebase repository implementation, and also in here, and implement it simply in here, so your feature will be added without being stressed. So that's the beauty of that architecture, and that's the secret behind the maintainable apps. So you must learn this architecture if you want to learn real app development and want to inspire your clients from your work. So now let's go for the real implementation of our qubit. Let's go to the presentation layer, and you will see the directory qubit here. Now right click on it and go to the new and create that qubit class. So if you are using VS Code, so you have to download an extension of Flutter block, and if you are using Android Studio and you don't know from where that qubit class or block class is coming from, you simply have to move to the file settings, and this window will appear. Close everything and go to the plugins. Come to the marketplace and search for this block library and install it. So after this you will be allowed to use this block or qubit class here. So we are not going to use block but the qubit class. So click on it, and also make sure to check this use equatable because that's for value equality and we must use it. And name your qubit just like this. But remember, you don't have to create qubit directly in the qubit directory. You simply have to create another directory for that, like we are creating the qubit for the user. So first we will create the user, and we are also gonna have the auth qubit and also the credential. This will be more clear to you when we implement 3 of them. So first we will go for this auth qubit. Inside this auth qubit, we will create the qubit class and check the equatable and name it only auth. Okay, and you can see two files are created in that auth directory, auth qubit and auth stat, and we don't have any events, but that will be in the qubit the functions. So first go to this auth stat, and we have already the initial auth stat, and this auth stat is an abstract class which extends equatable, which saves us from the value equality, and this equatable done everything for us. Now copy this auth initial and paste it 2 times, because we are gonna have the stats of authenticated and unauthenticated. Authenticated, and copy this, paste it right here, and that will be unauthenticated, like we will use in this auth qubit to check if the user is authenticated or not. If the user is authenticated, so simply send the user to the home page, or if he is not authenticated, so he have to create his account and then send it to the home page, just like this. And this authenticated stat is going to accept a final string that will be UID, and also pass it in the constructor, make it named, so it will ask for now make it required, also make it required, and also not forget to pass it in here. That's for value equality. Now let's go to our auth qubit, and that's our qubit class which extends the auth qubit generic auth stat. And in the super, it's returning the initial, like when we come to the page, nothing happened initially. So now there will be the question in your mind, how these qubits will take the data from these use cases. Let me show you how. As these use cases are the classes, so we will take the instance of them in our qubit class, and then we will use them just like this. So in the auth qubit, we are gonna have sign out user use case and name it as it is sign out user use case, and the next we are gonna have is, and also this will be final, is sign in use case, because we will check for the user is authenticated or not, is sign in use case, final get current UID use case, get current UID use case, and that current UID is for ensuring that the users exist or not, that there is the user ID or not, and simply pass all of them in the constructor and make them name parameter just like this and require them. The last one is remaining, go press alt enter, add required, and just like this. Now we are gonna have some methods in this qubit class, and these methods will call in our UI, and that flow will work like this. Like the UI call any function, this comes to the qubit call the use cases, that goes to the repository implementation, remote data source implementation, and finally in here the remote data source implementation will call the real logic, and from here there's the data that will send the response if there were some error, so this will emit the state of error or unauthenticated in this auth qubit, or if it was loading, so it will show the circular progress indicator. So now right after this qubit constructor, we are gonna have the method of feature void. Its name will be apps started, like when the app started, this will check for the user is signed in or not, and put parentheses here, this will accept build context and async and open body. There will be try catch just like this to handle some error if it occurs. Now inside the try method, we will do boolean is sign in equal to await is sign in use case dot call. We are calling our is sign in use case, that use case and that method from it. So now again go to the qubit method, and here after this there will be a condition if is sign in was equal to true. Like if our isSignin method returns the true, like if the UID was not equal to null, it means the user is signed in. So we will do final UID equal to await get current UID use case dot call. This will give us the current UID of the user, and here first we are checking for if it's not equal to null, then get it, and after this we will emit any state that will be our authenticated state, and this requires the UID, and that UID will be the UID of the current user which is signed in. And in the else method we will emit the unauthenticated state, and if there is some error, so we will also emit that unauthenticated state. So that method will be just like this to check for the user if is signed in or not. Now let's go for the next method. That will be our method. Its name will be feature void and logged in, and remember that's not the login or the sign in, but that's the login. Let me show you the functionality of this, how this will works. There will be first the try and catch block, and inside this try block there will be final UID equal to await get current UID use case dot call, and emit the authenticated state and pass the UID in here, and in the else or in the catch emit the state of unauthenticated, just like this. That is only for making sure that the user is authenticated. So if there was no ID and that ID was null, so this unauthenticated state will be emitted, and you will see this method in action later when we call this in our UI. And the last method of this auth qubit will going to be feature void logged out async open body, and again there will be try catch open body, and inside this try there will be directly await sign out use case dot call, and then emit the unauthenticated state, and in the else condition also emit the unauthenticated state. Like when the user call this logged out method, so he will be signed out to the application, and we will emit the state of unauthenticated, so he will back to the credential pages, just like this. So there were only 3 methods: logged in, logged out, and the app started method, and that was our auth qubit. Now let's go for this credential qubit. Create the new qubit class in here, make sure it's equatable, and name it to credential. Okay, open it. So we got credential state and credential qubit in here. Now copy this and paste it 3 times, because we are gonna have 3 states. One is initial already created, and this first one will be loading, credential success. So that credential initial will not be just like this, that will be failure, and is not going to accept any kind of parameter, like there is nothing to load and no stream data, but the 2 feature methods that we have to call, and only the states will be emitted according to the situation. Go to the credential qubit, and inside this we are gonna have the use cases of final sign in user use case, sign in user use case, final sign up use case or sign up user use case, and pass them in the credential and make them name parameters required. And right after this there will be only 2 methods, that will be of sign in user and sign up the user. So first we will create the sign in user method, that will again be the feature void sign in user, and parentheses, this will take string email and string password, or you also can pass the direct user entity and simply access these only email and password here, but I am passing only email and password because I only want this in my sign in case. So I will make them required just like this, is will be async open body. First, in this method, we will emit the credential loading. Like firstly, when this method calls, so this will be the loading state if the data has not been loaded yet, and then we will try and catch, and inside that try block we will await the sign in use case dot call, and this takes the user entity, pass the user entity in here, and here it accepts all of the fields, so simply only access to the email, pass the email here, and access to the password and pass the password here. Right after this, emit the state of credential success, and if there were some error, so emit the credential failure. And we also should check one more exception, that will be on socket exception, catch this and also emit this credential failure. And right after this, copy this is sign in method and go for here and only change its name to sign up user, and this time while signing up user to the application there will be the need of more data like email, bio, username, just like this. So we have to put user entity or only user and also make it required, so we will pass in that call user just like this, and then the whole method will remain the same. First, emit the credential loading. If the data was loading, try for this. If the sign in method calls and it's success, so emit the success. If there were some socket exception, emit credential failure, and if it is not and some other failure exception, so then also emit the credential failure. We are checking these exceptions here in order to avoid our application from being crashed in the middle, because that will be low user experience in our app. So now it's time to go for this user qubit. Inside this user qubit, we will create the qubit class that will be only user. Open it, go to the state, copy this initial state and paste it 3 times. This will be user loading, user loaded, and user failure. And this user loaded will accept the final list of user entity, because that will be the list of the user when we get all the users. This will be users, and also make sure to pass it in the constructor. Make this required just like this, and also pass it in here for value equality. Now we are done with our user state. Go for this qubit, and inside this we are gonna have the use cases of final update user use case and update user use case, final get users use case, and get user use case. In here we will get the users and update the user. You may be noticed we are avoiding to use, or we are not using the create user method, just because if you look at the real implementation in the remote data source, come here and in the sign up method, when our user is created in the authentication tab, after calling this create user with email and password, we will take the email and password from the user. When this process completes, so we are checking for the UID of the user. If it was not equal to null, it means the user is signed into the application, so create the user with the user. So his all of the data will be created in our Cloud Firestore database. So this sign up method does everything for us. When we call this from the credential state, this sign up, so this will done the job for us. So that's how this scenario is. Now move to the user qubit again and pass these 2 fields in the constructor, make them named and require them, and there will be 2 methods as we have only 2 use cases. The first, that will be future void, and its name will be get users, and this will take the user entity, required user entity, only user, and async as this method is a future. So open body, inside this we are gonna have to do emit the state of loading or user loading, and after this there will be try catch blocks, try and catch on socket exception. This will not be here, but on socket exception catch, this open body emit the user failure, and also the catch method emit user failure. And inside this try method, we will do final stream response as this get user use case return type is stream list of user entity. So this scenario will be a bit different. Stream response will be equal to get users use case dot call. This takes the user entity, pass the user here, and after this we will do stream response dot listen stream subscription list of user entity. So we are listening to the stream and that event will be our users. After this, inside the stream response we will do emit the user loaded, not loading, loaded. This take the list of users, so pass this list of user from this, which is returned from the stream response after listening to the stream. So here we are calling that use case and simply listening to the stream and pass these users from there inside this loaded, and according to this our data will come live data, like when some changes occurs that will be real-time changes in that data. Now that was it for our get users method. Now our get update user method will be different from it. Let's go to the credential qubit and copy this, because the update user will be our future method, so it will be similar to this. Paste it right here and make sure to remove this loading state from here, and this will call await the update user use case at accept the user entity. That will not be the credential success here. Remove it from here. That's only for updating the user, and copy this failure, paste it here and also here. So that was our update method. Let's change its name, update user. So that's how our update user method will be. So first we have created our auth qubit, and we talk about the qubit and block also. This qubit will ensure if the user is signed in or not, and it's also performing two more functions. And in the credential state we have some states of failure, success, loading, initial, and the qubit we are calling the sign in user, sign up. And as I said, the qubit is not going to hold so much logics, but that delegate its work to use cases, and you can see it in action now. And lastly we have this user qubit, update user, and get users. So that was our qubits of the user. You also can take this code from the written tutorial and also from the GitHub. And in the next video we will go for the dependency injection. I will show you what the dependency injections and why this is useful to use in your application. And this we will also call these methods in our pages, and I will show you the actual work of it, and then you will realize how that flow is connected and how this works. Dependency injection is a programming technique that makes a class independent of its dependencies. In our app, we are almost done with our user methods and our app architecture. We got small pieces of code in our app which is separated according to the principles of clean architecture. Now before going forward and utilize them in the UI, we must notice one thing. We have many classes and are decoupled from its dependencies and are accepting these dependencies through the constructor, but we somehow have to pass in them. Almost every class has some dependencies. If you look at in the repository, in the data layer, the repository implementation has the dependency of firebase remote data source. This firebase repository implementation depends upon the firebase remote data source. Same like this, inside the data sources we have the remote data source implementation. The remote data source implementation depends upon these two externals, Firebase Firestore and Firebase Auth. And again, as I said, dependency injection is the programming technique that makes a class independent of its dependencies. So how we can achieve this kind of independency? There are multiple ways of achieving this kind of independencies, like inherited widget and also the provider. But in our case, we will use the getit package. If you remember, in the second video we have added the package of getIt, which is a simple service locator for Flutter. It can be used instead of inherited widget and the provider. Now look at this architecture. So far we have created many classes, from our presentation logic holders qubits to the ending remote data source. We are going to register all of these classes in our injection container so that we will be free to use these classes anywhere in our UI. So just like this, we are making our classes independent of its dependencies. Now first thing you have to do is just to move to your Android Studio, and where this main onGeneratorOut and const is located, just you have to create a Dart file and name it to injection container. After this, hit enter so your file will be created. Inside this, first we have to take the instance of getIt, and be sure to check out the written tutorial from where you can get all of this code and also learn all these things by going at your own pace. So to take the instance, we have to store it inside a variable final sl equal to getIt dot instance. So we got the instance of getIt. Now down here we are going to have a method of future. Void, it means nothing. A simple callback, its name will be init and will be async open body. Inside this method, we will register all of our classes using this SL, which is the shorthand of service locator, and this init method will be initialized in the main.dart as we have initialized firebase here. So again move to the injection container, and this SL provide us many methods. First we have to make some comments to keep our code organized and clean. So I will comment first we are gonna have qubits. Next we are gonna have the use cases, and third we are gonna have the repository, and lastly we are gonna have the externals. So first we are going to register the qubits, then the use cases, then the repository, and lastly the externals. So these comments are useful just to keep our code organized and clean. Now this SL service locator provide us some methods like sl.factory register and also the lazy singleton and singleton and many more. I will explain all the register methods that we are going to use. So first do sl.register factory, and this returns a simple null for now, but semicolon here, and as there is a comment qubits, here we are going to register our qubits. So I will put the name of my qubit class auth qubit. So you can see the error is gone from this register factory. First let's replace this sign out use case on sl.call. I will explain what this sl.call means and also this register factory, but first do it for all of them, then we will go over both of them. Paste it on here and also in here, and put comma here and also here, and press Ctrl Alt Shift L. This will appear. Hit enter so this will format your code. Now we are talking about this register factory first, then we will go for this sl.call. That's why I did this sl.call here. This register factory means each time when we request on this factory, this will give us the new instance, and this is a good way of registering view models or our qubits, because that runs the same logic on start, or that has to be new when the view is opened. Now we will be able to request on this qubit class of anywhere from our UI by putting its type. What it means by putting its type, it will become clear when we do it practically. So that was our register factory, that it gives us new instance each time when is requested. And now let's come to this sl.call. What this sl.call means. This sl.call is because the getIt is also a callable class. You can see it here. So by doing this, the getIt will start looking for the register types, much like we are registering this auth qubit. So like this, we are going to have the sl. register factory, and this will search for sign out use case. It accepts the repository, again sl.call. First forget this repository, I will explain this later. First focus on this command sl.call which we have in the qubit. So when I did this sl.call, this get_it will start looking for the register types, and as soon as this type is registered here, so this get_it will resolve and will grab it and instantiate it and then simply pass it in here. And the same will goes for the remaining two, is sign in use case and get current UID use case. So we are going to register the use cases also just like this, but first remove this from here because we will do it using another method of service locator. So remove it, and I will explain these other methods of this service locator also. So again, this register factory create new instance each time when requested, and that sl.call in front of these use cases, the get_it will look for the register types. When it found the register types, that will grab it, instantiate it and simply pass it in here. That's it for these sl.call in front of these use cases of this auth qubit, which are the dependencies of this auth qubit. And after this, we have some more methods on which we are going to register our use cases. So we will do sl.register. We have the singleton and the lazy singleton and many more, but we are not going to touch all of them in this video. We will touch only the lazy singleton and this factory. With this, we will also explain this register singleton. So we are going to register these use cases on the lazy singleton. So what's the difference between them? The regular singleton, not this lazy, but the regular singleton, as we have seen in a while, always register immediately after the app starts, and these lazy singletons only register when it's requested as a dependencies for other class. So we will put the name of our use case in here, sign out use case, and in the repository sl. And forget this repository sl.call for now. Now you might be thinking why I register these qubits as a factory and my use case as register lazy singleton. You know about this register factory. This gave us new instance each time when requested. And however, this lazy singleton or our regular singleton, this will give us the new instance only for the first time, and then subsequent call to them throughout the lifetime of the app. It will give us the same instance and will not instantiate a new instance since this is a singleton. So on app starts or we request it on this register lazy singleton, this will give us new instance only one time, and then this get_it will cache it for the future use, and then subsequent call to this register singleton or lazy singleton will give us that old instance that get_it cached previously. Now there might be still question in your mind that I didn't say why we did this register factory for qubit and why we did this register lazy singleton for the use cases. You will say I only explained the register factory and the work of these two methods, register lazy singleton and a regular singleton. I register my qubit as register factory is because your app do have multiple pages, like our Instagram app have multiple pages. When we navigate between these pages, we probably want to do some cleanup, like closing the streams, and when we navigate back to the same page from which we have navigated to the next page, we want the new instance of our qubit to rebuild our UI. So in case if we use the singleton and navigate between the pages, so first time register lazy singleton will create the instance for the first time, and when we navigate to the next page, so the get_it will cache it. When we again back to the same page, so the get_it will give us the same instance in which we have closed the streams. So this might cause the problems when we register our qubits or our view models as a singletons. So presentation logic holders should not be registered as singletons because each times we want their new instance, so we must register them as register factory to give us new instance each time. And then we register our use cases as lazy singletons is because we don't want the new instance each time, and these use cases do not hold any kind of state or any sort of closing of streams and anything like this. So it doesn't make any sense to factory register these use cases and get the new instance if we can use the already created one. So that's why we use the register factory for our qubit and the lazy singleton for our use cases. So now copy this and paste it 2 times because we do have 2 qubits. One is of credential qubit and this accept some other dependencies, that is sign up use case. We will do it sl.call and sign in use case sl.call, and with this get will search for the register types which we are going to register with the register lazy singleton in a while. First let's cover these qubits. So this auth qubit will be now user qubit, and remove these dependencies from here. This accept sl.call which is for update user use case, and after this get users use case sl.call. So we are done with our qubits. Now let's go for the use cases. The use cases will be almost the same and I will explain this repository. First let's replicate them and count them, as we have only 9 use cases. So these are 10 use cases, so remove 1 from here, and now let's change only the name of them. Sign out use case, and the next is sign in and get current UID. So we will do is sign in use case, and the next will be get current UID use case, and the others are sign up use case and sign in use case. So we will do sign up use case and sign in use case, and the next are update user use case and also the get users use case, and the remaining 2 are create user use case, and the last one is get single user use case. From this get single user use case, an idea sparked in my mind that we missed something in the previous video. So it's okay for now, we will cover it at the end of this video. First let's continue it. So now what about this repository and sl.call? This will be the same as I said about these SL calls in case of these use cases. So as we did this SL call, and after this get start looking for the register types, so they will find the relevant register types here and then grab them, instantiate them and pass them for all of them. Just like this, the same will be for the repository. So now we did sl.call in front of the repository, so it will search for the repository which we have not registered for now. So to register the repository we have to do sl. Again register lazy singleton, and if you remember we have the repository in the domain layer which is an abstract class. So abstract classes cannot be instantiated, so we have to instantiate their implementation. It will be the firebase repository implementation, and this accepts the remote data source. So we will again do sl call. Again this will search for the remote data source which we are going to create in a while or register in a while. So we register our repository just like this. With this we have to do one more thing to pass the type in here. This will be of firebase repository which is the abstract class. Like whenever we want to register the implementation of any abstract class, we have to specify the class abstract class as the type parameter. So just like this will be registered, and the same will be for the remote data source. We will comment out the remote data source, and just like this copy it from here, paste it right here, and this firebase repository implementation will be remove this from here, and there will be firebase remote data source, not the remote data source but its implementation. Just because if you look at the remote data source, that's also an abstract class and its implementation is in here, which depends upon some two externals, and we will call sl.call for them for now. sl call and sl call. So there is an error. Why is that? Just because we have to pass its abstract class, which is firebase remote data source, so the error will be gone. And we also did the sl.call for the externals just like this. Now how we can register these externals? These will be a bit different from all of them. So first we have to take the instance of them, like final firebase firestore equal to firebase firestore.instance, and also final firebase auth equal to firebase auth.instance. So I got the instance of them. Now we will register them as lazy singletons. sl.register lazy singletons, and we will simply pass the firebase firestore, put semicolon here to complete it. Now press Ctrl D to replicate it and pass the firebase auth in the second one. So we are also done with our externals. Now let's take a quick recap of all of them, that what we have done in here. So we have this register factory method which give us the new instance each time when requested. So this will give us the new instance of this auth qubit whenever it's requested. And this sl.call will search for the register types which we have registered in here. And these are lazy singletons. This will give us only the new instance only one time, and then the getit will cache that instance, and the subsequent call to these instances will give us that same old instance, and that's okay. We only want that instance because for use cases we do not want the new instance each time. As I said previously, it does not hold any states and like closing any streams and anything like this. So we keep registering our use cases as register lazy singletons. So whenever these are requested as a dependencies for other classes, first time they will provide the new instance and then getit will cache it, and for throughout the lifetime of the app, this will provide the old instance that is cached by the getit. So that was it for these use cases, and now the repositories. Now we know that we cannot instantiate the abstract classes. So we register their implementation and pass the parameter type in here as the name of the abstract class. So just like this we can register abstract classes with their implementation. And the same is for remote data source, and the externals is a bit different. First you have to take the instance of them and then simply register them. And now we have all of these classes just like this, so we are free to use all of them in our UI by passing their type. How this will be possible? Let's go to the pages and let's say home page. Now let's say in here I want the instance of my get current UID use case. First, for now let's make it stateful widget, and in here I want the get current UID. So what I will do, I should pass the complete Firebase remote data source implementation and then access it from here. No, that's not the good way. That's why we did the dependency injection and make our classes independent of its dependencies. So now we are free to use just like this. Let's say I want the current ID of the use case, so I will do di.sl and its type get current UID use case, and just like this is said, the di, the name of the constructor must match the name of enclosing class. So we have to do import injection container as di, and let's cut it, put it inside the init state, and then import this get current UID use case dot call and dot then open body. This value will give us the current UID of the use case, but for now we don't have it, so I will show you in the next video when we start calling the methods in our UI, and I will show you how we can get this current UID in our home page or anywhere in the UI. So now let's remove it from here, or let's hold Ctrl and also hold the Z to undo everything. So that's it. Now close this and go to the injection container. We are done with all these dependencies, and there will come some more classes like our post qubit, comment qubit, reply qubit, and many other, and also their use cases like get comments, get post, get replies, or create post, create reply, and create comment. Just like this, all of the use cases, and these repositories will be remain the same, and there will come some more externals like firebase storage. We will cover it in the upcoming videos. And now the last remaining thing is just to move to your main.dart, and as we have initialized the firebase in here, you have to await di.init. Now what is that di? As I did in the home page, we have to import the injection container as di, and from that di we have to access that init method which we have inside the injection container, this init method. And inside this init method we have register our all of the classes and the use case classes, abstractions and their implementations, and externals. And now I said we forgot something in the previous video, so that is inside the user we forget to create the get single user qubit. For that getting single user we are gonna have the separate qubit, so we will create a directory. Its name will be get single user, and then there will be a qubit class. Its name will be get single user. Check this use equatable and OK. Open it, and as you are familiar with these qubits I explained in the previous videos, we want some stats like loading, loaded, or failure. So I copied this initial and pasted 3 times. So now I will change this initial to first loading, the second one will be loaded, and the third last one will be failure. Now as we have the user qubit or user stat, we are getting the list of our users, like all the users, getting all the users. In this get single user stat we will do final user entity, only single user, not the list of the user entity. So again we will pass it in the constructor and make it name, and also make it required, copy it and paste it here. Now go to the qubit, and here we want the same method as we have in here, so we will copy this get user from here and paste it in here. Only change its name to get single user, and not forget to pass the final get single user use case, get single user use case, and also pass it in the constructor required this dot get single user. Now change the user loading to the get single user loading state, and also the stream response will be from the get single user, and this not take any user entity. But if you remember in the repository, the get single user accept the UID, and also in the use cases get single user it accept the single string UID, not the whole entity. So we will remove this user entity from here. This will be simple string UID, and pass the UID in here, so the error will be gone. And as its return type is stream list of user entity, so here we are listening to the stream, and this will give us the list of user entity, and from this list of user entity we will get the first user entity, which means only single user. So we will change this user loaded to get single user loaded, and also change the users to the only users, and also make sure to import this .io for the socket exception, and change this user failure to get single user failure, and copy it, paste it right here. So we are done with our get single user qubit. Now we have to inject it in the injection container. Also go to the injection container, go a bit up here, copy this user qubit and paste it down here. Only change its name to get single user qubit, and it accept the get single user use case. We will do sl.call and get it will search for this get single user use case register type, and we have this in here, and this will grab it, instantiate it, pass it in here, so we are good to go. That was the dependency injection of all the classes and is very important step in all the bigger applications. And be sure to check out the written tutorial from where you can get all of this code and also learn all these things by going at your own pace. The time we have waited so far is finally here. In this part, we will be finally calling all the methods in our UI, and you will see all the code in action that we have written so far. So let's go through it. First, we have to modify our main.dart. Here on the main screen, we will wrap this main screen with the block builder. So if you are using Android Studio, hold Alt, Enter, and this window will appear in front of you. Search for block builder and hit enter. This block builder accepts the subject block and the subject stat, but as we are using the qubit, so instead of block here we will pass the qubit. So here we will pass the auth qubit, remove this block qubit, and also import this block which is coming from the Flutter block library. So now you might be thinking what this block builder means. This block builder is used when we want to draw a widget based on what is the current state. Like here, we will check if our auth state is authenticated. So we will navigate our user to the home page. Otherwise, the user will be on the sign in or the sign up page. Like let me show you, in the past videos, we have done our qubit. So if you open this qubit directory and go to this auth and auth state, we have this authenticated state which accept a UID of the user, and inside this qubit we have the method of the app started. So in this qubit, this app started will make sure if the user is signed in or not. So here in the main.dart, we have wrapped our main screen with the block builder. So now we will draw a widget based on the current state, and this block builder also accept this builder widget. That's the most important widget of the block builder. This return a widget that we want to draw based on the current state. So let's change the name of the state to the auth state to make it more meaningful. And here we will check the condition. If our auth state is authenticated, if the user is authenticated and state is authenticated, so we will return this main screen here, and in the else condition we will return the login or the sign in page, and also navigate to this main screen, and here this will accept a final string UID and also pass it in the constructor and make it required. So now this main screen is dependent on this UID and we injected it directly from the constructor. That will be the UID of the current user, and we will use this in this page. So go to the main.dart, and now this required an argument which is UID. So we will take this UID from our auth state UID, which is coming from this authenticated state. And with this we also have to do one more thing. Subscribe to the ETechViral in the Instagram to improve your coding skills on daily basis. And be sure to check out the written tutorial to go through the lesson at your own pace. Wrap this material app with the widget, and that widget will be multi-block provider. This multi-block provider is because we want to provide multiple qubits when our app starts. We are using the block methods everywhere, and that's also compatible for the qubit because the qubit is the subset of the block. So here there is a compile time error just because this multi-block provider accepts the providers which is list, and inside this provider we will do block provider, and this accept that create, and this create will returns the context, instead of context we pass it just like this, and this arrow function. Here we will request to our auth qubit, and to access this auth qubit we will directly do dependency injection or di dot sl service locator, and by its type, which is auth, we will access it just like this and put parentheses here, so the compile time error will be gone. And from this auth qubit we will directly call this app started method, which accepts the context, and pass that context here. So when our app starts, so this method which is in our auth state, this app started will be called. This method is making sure if our user is signed in or not. If this condition was true, so this will take the ID of the user and pass it in the authenticated state and will navigate the user to the home page. If not, so the state will be unauthenticated and the user will remain on the sign in page. So that's the work of this app started method, and we are calling it directly when our app starts because we want it in here. And also we have to request all of the user methods in here because the user is our first priority. So when the app starts, so we will request to all the qubits of the user in here, and for the upcoming qubits like the post qubit, comment qubit and reply qubit, we will look for them, that where to specify the block provider and where to request on a particular qubit from this dependency injection service locator. So here we will also do block provider and create just like this arrow function di dependency injection service locator, and by its type credential qubit, and just like this. And from this credential qubit we don't need to call anything, just like this, so this will remain like this. And we also have to call the user qubit and get single user qubit, so we will replicate this 2 times and change only its type to user qubit, and also this one will be get single user qubit. And now import this get single user qubit and also this user qubit. So when our app starts, we will request on all of these qubits, so that will directly be called when our app is started, and these will give us the new instance each time when we navigate between the pages, because if you check in the injection container, these are the factory methods. As I said in the previous video, this factory method when requested will give us the new instance each time. So first time this will be requested when our app starts, and later if there is the need of it, so they will give us the new instance also. Now after this, if your app is not running, so run your main.dart, and if your app is already running, so hot restart the application. Now open the emulator and you can see we are on our sign in page. This is because now our user is unauthenticated. So this block builder draw up widgets based on the current state. So now our current state is unauthenticated, so we are on our sign in page, and that's good. So after this done, before going and calling the methods, I want to make sure one more thing. If you remember, we have created the firebase project for our Flutter app, moved to the browser, and this was the app which we have created recently. So one thing you have to make sure before using authentication of the user, go to this authentication tab, and in the sign in methods, make sure your provider of email and password is enabled to avoid some unexpected exceptions in the future while authenticating the user. And also go to the Firestore database, and if you remember, we have created a user with the name John Doe and age 12 manually. So let's also delete this collection from here, because this will be created when our users sign up to the application. So it says type the user, so type users and delete it. So the user collection is deleted, and that's good. And now move to the Android Studio, and one more thing I want to clarify, go to the sign up page. As we have the image in here in the sign up page, and if you are familiar with Firebase, we upload our files and images in our cloud storage, that storage. So we are not going to touch this in this video, but we will cover this step individually in the next video, because that's a separate topic. So no worry about this, we will cover this in the next video. So now let's continue and again move to the Android Studio. The next thing we have to do is just to move to our credential directory and go to the sign up page first, because first we have to create our user from the sign up page and then we will go for the sign in page. First there is a button container widget and its text is sign up, and there is a function on tab listener. Here this method will return sign up user, and let's go and implement this method. Press Alt enter and create this method. Inside this method we will do block provider dot of context, and also in front of this of we will specify the type, that will be credential qubit, and from that credential qubit we will call the sign up user first, and this accept the user. The user is the user entity, open it, and this accept all of the fields we have in the entity. So first this email will come from the email controller dot text. That controllers are not yet created, I think, so let's do it. Create the controllers, make this widget stateful, and here create the controllers like text editing controller, that will be email controller equal to text editing controller, initialize it, and we have about 4 fields of username, email, password and bio. So let's replicate it 3 more times and change its name to the username controller and password controller, and the last one is bio controller. And also not forget to dispose it in order to avoid some memory leaks. So this will be email controller dot dispose, password controller dot dispose, and also the bio controller dot dispose, and also finally the user controller dot dispose. So we are done with this also. Now call these controllers one by one in the form container widget controller, username controller, and for email controller will be email controller, and password will be controller, password controller, and finally the bio controller. So that's good. Now go, and the email will comes from the email field, and the password will also come from the password controller, and the bio will be also from the bio controller dot text. Also this will be text, and the username will also be username controller dot text, and the total post will be for now 0, and the total following will also be 0, and the followers will be empty list. Total followers will also be 0. The profile URL will be for now empty string because we are not touching the firebase storage in this video, and the website will also be empty string, and the following will again be the empty list, and the name will be also the empty string because user will put his or her username, and the other UID will not be specified in here, and also the UID. The UID will be, let's say, also empty string. Now you might be thinking why I pass this UID empty string, or let's say we are not passing the UID here. You might be thinking why I did this. This is because if you look at in the data layer, data sources, remote data source implementation, come a bit down, or here in the create user, we are accessing this UID from this method get current UID. So this create user will be called in the sign up user when the user is sign up. So from our firebase auth method we are calling the create user with email and password, and we are passing email and password here. So after this method calls, this will create a user here in the Firebase authentication tab, and this will generate the ID of the user. And here we are checking if the UID of the user is not equal to null, so call the create user method. So if our user is created and the ID is not equal to null, so our create user method will be called, and this will get the current ID of the user which is created in a while by calling this create user with email and password here, and that ID will come from the get current UID method in here and will pass in here. On that ID there will create a document on that particular ID and will be also passed as a field. So that was all the process of that UID. That's why we are not passing that ID in here, because all the process is done in the backend of that UID. And after this done, as this sign up user method is a future, so we will do .then, and this will return the clear method, and that clear method will be just to set state and user controller dot clear, and replicate this 4 times and change it to biocontroller and also the email controller and the password controller. So after this method completes, so this will call this clear method, and this clear method will set the state and will clear all the controllers or the text fields. And one more thing we have to do in here is to create a boolean variable in here that will be of boolean is signing in equal to false if the user is signing in or not. So initially it will be false, and when this is sign in method calls, so we will do set state and this variable will becomes true, and when this process completes we will set this is sign in to false, and here according to that we will control after this row we will do some size vertical about 10, and there will be a row children main axis alignment of this row will be in the center, and this will be some text please wait, and style text style color will be primary color and its size will be 16, and font weight will be, let's say font weight 400, and some spacing between them horizontally size vertical horizontal about 10, and a simple circular progress indicator. Its color is by default blue, so that's it, that's okay. And that row will be only visible when the is sign in variable is equal to true. If it's true, so this row will be visible and will say please wait, otherwise there will be a simple empty container width will be 0, height will be 0. Like if the user is signed in, this method is start, so when the process completes, so this method will become false and this will disappear. And after this we have to do one more thing. After the user sign in, so we have to do some more configurations. We have to separate that body from here. I will show you how this scenario will be. Ctrl X to cut out, and here create a method of body widget and open it. This will return the padding widget, which is our body, and call this body widget in here. And on that body we will wrap this body with the block consumer, and this block consumer will be of credential qubit and credential state, and this block consumer is the mix up of the block builder and the block listener. I explained the block builder but not the block listener. So now first let's see what is block listener. The block listener job is just to keep listening for the new changes in the state and not to return a widget, because that's the listener but not the builder, as the builder return or draw a widget according to the current state, but that listener work is to keep listening to the new changes in the state but not returning the widget. That's the difference between the listener and the builder. We have the separate listener and the separate builder. Like in the main.dart we have the block builder, just like this we also have the block listener. And that listener only keep listening to the new changes in the state, but that builder returns a widget that is based on the current state. And in our signup page, I put here the block consumer, which returns the listener and the builder both. So what that means? I explained this builder and listener separately. Now let's understand what is this consumer. As I said, this consumer is actually the combination, or we can say the mix-up between block builder and the block listener. This is used when we want to draw something based on the current state and execute some actions depending upon new arriving states. Like we want to display something based on the current state and execute some actions with this. Like in our case, when the user click this button, which is the sign up, the button container widget. When this button container widget is clicked, so we want to navigate user to the home page, right? So when this button is clicked, we simply have to, in that builder, we will again check if our user is signed in or not. If it's signed in, if the authenticated state has the ID, so we will send user to the home page, otherwise the user will remain on the sign in page. And in that listener, if some failure occur in this credential qubit, we will show a simple snack bar that is an action that we want to execute with a new state. And we will also do one more thing, like to call the method from our auth qubit, which is the logged in. Like when our user signed up to the application and the user is created in the Firebase authentication tab and his ID comes in the authentication tab. So we will call this method to simply pass the UID of the current user in the authenticated state and send our user to the home page, and this login method will be called in the listener because that's some action that I want to execute with the new arriving state. So this will be just like this in the block listener. First let's change the name of this state to the credential state. I will check if the credential state is credential success. So what we will do is just to do block provider dot of context, and from this auth qubit I will call dot logged in to pass the ID in the authenticated state, and that's an action that I want to execute with the new state. And one more thing I have to cover in this listener is that if the credential state is credential failure, if there is some failure, so I will do toast, show a toast, invalid email and password. Correct the spelling of this invalid, and I want to execute these two functions with the new state. And in that builder we will again do change its name to credential state, and I will check if the credential state is credential success. Now that's different credential success that inside the builder, and that will draw a widget according to the current state. If it's success, so what it will draw, like what widget it will draw. So if it's success, so I will do this will return again the block builder, and its types will be the auth qubit and auth state, and that block builder will be builder context and auth state. And inside this body we will again check the condition if the auth state is authenticated and it has gotten the ID of the current user. So if it has gotten the ID of the current user, so we will return the main screen and pass this ID auth state dot UID, and in the else condition we will return this body widget just like this. And there is a compile time error, it says body might complete normally causing null to be returned. It means we have to return this widget, so this error will be gone. So that was it for this. When this button is clicked, where is that? This sign up button, and this sign up method is called, and this sign up user method is again called from our qubit, and the flows goes to the remote data source, and here our sign up user method calls. This will create our user in the firebase authentication tab. It will check for the ID. If the ID is exist and it's not equal to null, so this will call the create user, and our user will also be created in the Firestore database and also in the authentication tab. Now again move to the sign up page. When this button is clicked, so here this will also specify where to send the user. After writing this bunch of code, how to start the application to make sure everything is okay and reset everything. And be sure to check out the written tutorial to go through the lesson at your own pace. Now we are on our sign in page, and this emulator will cause some problems because if you look at, we have no internet connection. So let me restart this emulator, so we will try it again. Okay, so I have restarted my emulator, and you can see we got our internet connection back, and that's good. Again move to the sign up page, and here we are skipping this putting image part for now, and we will cover this step in the next video. Okay, so put your name, let's say John, and your email, let's say john12@gmail.com, and the password from 1 to 6. We can visible it and also make it invisible, and the bio of the John will be, let's say, full stack Flutter developer, and let's click this sign up. I'm expecting this will work on first attempt. Let's check it. Click on this, and it says user not found. What that means? User not found on that sign up user where we have put this user not found. Do you remember where we put this user not found? Let's go to the remote data source and check out the sign in user or sign up user. In the sign up user, we have the firebase exception that we have indel email already in use, and also something went wrong. There is not toast of user not found. The user not found is in the sign in page, but we call the sign up page, and this show the toast of user not found. Why is that? Let's check out the qubit for making sure. Go to this credential qubit credential, and that's our sign up, and we are awaiting the sign in user. That's why we have to await the sign up use case to make sure and call the sign up method instead of the sign in on the sign up. Okay, that was my fault, no problem. We are humans, we made mistakes. Okay, so now again how to start that application. That was really weird mistake. Okay, now we are on our sign in page. Go to this and again put our John and john12@gmail.com, and its password will be from 1 to 6. Bio will be Flutter dev, and sign up, and we navigate to our home page. That's what we are expected. Now let's go to the browser and restart this page, and in the firebase firestore we got users collection and a UID and some user data, the email of the user, followers and following empty list. The name is empty, profile URL is also empty. That's okay because we will cover it later. And total followers, total following and total post UID is that UID and the John name and website. That's good, that's what we are expecting. Now let's go to the authentication tab and let's see our user is created with that email and that's the UID of the user. That's good. Now one more thing we have to cover, as our user is signed up to the application and is created in the Cloud Firestore database. Now I want to log out my user by pressing this logout. So for that we have to call the method from our auth which is logged out. Simply call it sign out method, so that will be done. So in our profile page, here we have the more options and the edit profile and the logout. Let's wrap this text with the widget inkwell on tap. When this tap this logout, so what we will do is just to call block provider dot of context, and this will be auth and dot logged out. So when the user is logged out or sign out, so we will do navigator dot push named and remove until context, and the new route name will be page constant dot sign in page. So when we log out our user, so he will be logged out and this will send us to the sign in page. So that's okay. Now how to start the application, and you will see this will navigate us to the home page. Just because now our user is signed in, this will draw a widget according to the current state. Now our user is signed in, so this is sending our user to the main screen instead of the sign in page. Now let's try it again. Go to our profile page and click this and click this sign out. We back to the sign in page. That's okay. Now let's sign in our user. Before signing in, we have to implement the sign in page also, just like we have done for our sign up page. So now let's go to the sign in page, and here, where is that button? That sign in button. Here I want to call the method of sign in user. So that will be the method. Create this method, and before go and create the controllers. Make it stateful widget, and here create the controllers of in the sign in page. You are familiar with that. We have only email and password, so we have to create the email and password controllers. Let's follow the drive principle. Do not repeat yourself. Go to the sign up page and copy these email and password controllers from here, paste it here, and remove this username from here, and also go to the sign up page, copy this dispose method, and also with is signing in, or this will be is signing up. Sorry about that, because that's sign up not sign in. Let's change it everywhere. Okay, so let's copy this and change it, paste it here and also in here, and the last one in here. That will not be sign in but sign up. So let's copy this and go to the sign in page and paste it right after this, and remove this bio and username controller, and this will be here is signing in, not the signing up. Okay, so now go and in the email let's pass in the controller, pass the email controller, and in the password controller pass the password controller. That's it. And here we have to do block provider dot of context, and in the off we will do credential, not failure but qubit dot sign in user. This takes only email and password, nothing else. Take this email from the email controller dot text, and take the password from the password controller dot text, and put a comma here. Hold Ctrl Alt Shift L. This will appear. Hit enter to format it. This not format it just because put semicolon here, and again do it. So this will format the code. And as this sign in user method is also the future method, so we will do dot then, and in here we will do let's call the clear method, as we did in the sign up page and create this clear method. This will return set stat email controller dot clear and password controller dot clear. And also one more thing, that is our signing in. When the user is signing in, we will do set stat at the beginning of the method is called equal to true, and when the process is finished, so we will make it false. That's it. According to this, we will control our controller or our circular progress indicator. And in the sign up page, that's the please wait is in the wrong place a bit. I have to cut it from here. This will not right after this already have an account or sign in, but this will be right after this button container widget. So I will pass it here and put comma here, and that's okay. Now go to the sign in page, and also this will be after this button in here right after this. Paste it also here. Only change the is signing up to the is signing in. That's okay. And now we have to do collapse this, cut this, and create a separate method here that will be body widget, and this will return this padding or our body widget. And go to the sign up page and go to up here and copy all of this code because I don't want to repeat myself. That will be the same code for it also because there is nothing fancy in here. Paste it right here and everything will remain the same. Main screen. Again, let me explain this code block consumer, which is the mix up of the listener and the builder. The builder, which returns a widget based on the current state, and the listener is just to execute some action with the new arriving state. So when the user is logged in, so we will again call this logged in to pass the UID to the authenticated state, and if some error occur in the credential state, so we will again do invalid email password. And in the builder we will do again if it was success, so we will again check the condition. If the user is authenticated, send him to the main screen, otherwise on the body widget, which is our sign page. So that was good. And also again go to the credential qubit and make sure we are calling the correct method. Sign in user use case, user entity, email and password. That's okay. In the sign in page we are doing this also. That's okay. How to start your application to reset everything. Okay, so now let's put the email and password of the user that is already created in our Firestore database, or also in here. The email was john12@gmail.com, john12@gmail.com, and the password was from 1 to 6. So sign in. It says please wait. It navigates us to the home page. It means now our user is signed in to the application. Now if I logged out, that's the edit profile, log out and again try to sign in, john12@gmail.com from 1 to 6. That's okay. And again to make sure, go log out and create another user, name it to Steve, and steve12@gmail.com, and its password also will be from 1 to 6, and his bio will be, let's say, Android developer. Sign up, please wait. This navigates us to the home page. Now our user is created. Go to the browser and restart this page, and you can see the Steve is also created in here and will also be created in the Firestore database. Now that's our John, and that's the Steve and name. That's good. And now what we are going to do is go to the main screen, and in the main screen, here on the scaffold, we will wrap this scaffold with the block builder, and that block builder will be get single user to get the single user here or the current user. Also import the block library, and this stat name will be get single user stat, and we will check if get single user stat is get single user loaded. So if the get single user stat is get single user loaded, so we will return this scaffold, otherwise the center child circular progress indicator, and that's good. Now if I hot restart the application, this will show us the circular progress indicator, and that's what I was expecting. Now let's go in here in the init stat. We will call the block provider dot of context get single user qubit, and from this get single user qubit we will call this get single user qubit, and we will access the UID from the widget.uid, which is coming from the authenticated stat. In the main screen we are accessing it here and passing it here. Now hot restart the application. So we again come to the home page, and we got our single user on our home page. Now we will show the data on our profile of the user. So what we have to do is go to the profile page, and here pass the final user entity, and that will be the current user. Press Alt Enter, pass it in the constructor, remove this import that is not used, and go to the main screen. Now this required the current user, so we will get this current user from here, from this get single user. This will be final single user, or let's say the current user equal to get single user stat dot user, which is a single user entity, and copy this current user, pass it in here, which is our current user. So that's good. Now go to the profile page, and here the username will be the user or the current user dot username. Copy it and come to here just like this. Total post will be current user dot total posts. Again copy this string, and the total followers will be total followers of the user, and total following will also be the total following of the user, and also the name will be the name of the user. And when we were signing up to the application, we passed the only name. If we come to the bottom all the way down here, we specify the name here, and in the database the name is empty string. So in the profile page we will do to check the condition if the name was equal to empty. So if the user has not edited his profile and specified his name and save his profile to put his or her name in here, so if it was empty string, he or she didn't edit it, so there will comes the current user dot username, otherwise current user dot name. So if it was empty string, so there will comes the username. If the user has edited his only name, so this only name will override this username, and there will comes that only name from the database instead of this username. Got it? That's good. Now the bio of the user will also be come from, let's copy this and paste it right here, and that bio will be bio. That's good. Everything is okay. Now hot restart the application. We are on our home page. Go to the profile page, and we got our username Steve, and as this name is empty string, so we got the Steve here. We got the 0 posts, 0 followers and 0 following according to the database in here. But there is a problem. the bio of the user is null. That's because I think we forgot something while we were creating the user. Go to the remote data source and check this. Everything is okay in here. Let's check our sign up page. That's also okay in here. Let's check the models to clear everything. Bio and bio and bio here, and there is not the bio. I think that's the problem. We forgot to put the bio in here, so that's why that's not in the database and is null. So let's do it. For this also, we should not make mistakes in our models because that cause really huge problems in our production application. So we must take care of this and don't make mistakes in here. So our bio will be bio and pass it here. That's good. Now how to start the application? To reset everything and go to the home page or profile page and log out that user, because that is not good. We will delete these users later because they do not contain the bio. So go to the sign up page and let's create the new user. So the new username will be, let's say, Bob, and this bob12@gmail.com. Password will be the same from 1 to 6 because that's easy to remember. I always use the password from 1 to 6 because that's easy to remember. Okay, so the bio will be Flutter plus Android full stack developer. Let's pass something, and that's good. Sign up. The user is created and is navigated to the home page. Go to the profile page and we got the bio here this time, and now it's not null. Now go to the browser and check the newly created user that is here, and we got the bio also in here. So that was the mistake in our model. So I would advise create your models carefully because that's really cause problems in the production level apps. And let me show you one more thing. In the profile page, we pass this condition: if the name was equal to simple string, so the username will come instead of this name, otherwise this name. Let's change the value of name from the database. That's empty. Let's say the name of this Bob is Bob Developer. So now update it, and now the name is not equal to null and this condition is false. So now I want to see the current username instead of this username in the place of only name. So you can see we got the Bob Developer instead of the only Bob. Now this name is not equal to null. So that's how this condition works. Oh, my throat is super dry. I talked so much. And we did many changes in our application. We signed in user in our application and also sign up user in our application, and we also show the data of the user in our profile page. And in the next video we will go for the uploading the user profile in the cloud storage here, and we will also figure out this edit profile page. So that will going to be the last video of our user, and next we will go for the post. Whenever you are building an app, there is definitely one of the most important part, that is storing your images, files or media somewhere. And as we are using Firebase database, it provides us the Firebase cloud storage to store our images, media or files. So if you are not familiar with Firebase cloud storage, no problem, I will explain everything in this video. So first of all, let's talk about how the structure of our cloud storage will be. We are going to have two different kinds of images in our cloud storage. That will be the profile images of the user and the posts of the users. So we are going to have two directories in the cloud storage of Firebase or Google. One will be profile images of user, and the next one will be posts. So let's go to the browser, and first that is our Cloud-Firestore database, and I removed all of the users from here just because my repository of this project is public and many people clone it and create many users in here. In that particular project, my firebase project was integrated, so all of the users come here. So just to avoid any confusions while testing the app, I just removed all of the users from the Cloud-Firestore database and create one single user, and also remove all of the accounts from the authentication tab. And now our target is to go to the cloud storage or Firebase cloud storage. Here we are going to have two directories. First one will be user profile images and the next one will be post images. Let's create it so this will become more clear to you. First, create a directory by clicking this create folder and name it profile images. That's it. And create one more directory. Its name will be posts. Inside this post directory, we are gonna have all the posts of the users. And inside this profile images, we are going to have separate folders according to the unique IDs of the users, and inside that folder there will be the profile image of that particular user. So that's how our simple structure of Instagram clone app will be. So that was it. There will be profile images of users and simply posts which will be uploaded later in this course. First we are going to create and use this profile images directory. So now let's delete it, and these will be created from the code. Delete them, just delete. So that was it. Now go to the Android Studio, and here first of all we are going to complete all of the work of the backend which is related to the domain or data layer, and lastly we will come for the UI part. So first of all, let's go to the domain layer, and inside the user entity let's create another field, final field, and its type will be file, make it nullable, and its name will be image file. That's it. Copy it and pass it in the constructor, put comma here and make sure to put this in front of it, and lastly pass it in here. So that is a field which will not going to be stored in the database, but we will use it. So how we will use it, this will be explained in a while. And the next thing we are going to do is to go to the Firebase repository and create one method that will be of future string, and its name will be upload image to storage, and this is going to accept some parameters like file will be file, and the next parameter will be boolean is post. So this parameter will clarify if the image uploading to storage will going to store in the profile images directory or in the post directory. So this will be just for this purpose. And the next parameter will going to be of type string, and its name will be child name. What is this child name? You will see it in a while and I will explain it also. So now there is an error in the Firebase repository implementation. Let's go and implement this one, missing override, hit enter, and also copy this method from here. Make sure to comment cloud storage. Now copy this with this comment and go to the remote data source, paste it also here and import this .io here, input output, and also create one missing override also in the Firebase remote data source implementation, and this will be the real implementation which we are going to do it in a while. In the repository implementation there will be async arrow function remote data source dot upload image to storage and all the parameters, and that's it. And in the remote data source, first let's keep it like this. Let's go and create its use case. In the Firebase use cases, create a new directory, storage, and inside the storage there will be upload image to storage use case, and open this user directory, and inside this copy this create user use case and paste it right here. Now import this Firebase repository and change its name to upload image to storage use case, and also import this user entity, or we don't need this user entity, leave it like this. This will be of future string, and we're going to take file. Also import this file from the .io package, and will be bool is post, and also the child name, which will be of type string. That's it. Now from the repository, call the method which is upload image to storage, and also copy these parameters and pass it file, and the next one is post, and lastly child image. That was it. Now one last remaining thing is to register this in the dependency injection container in here, and let's comment out there. There will be cloud storage, and right after this copy this use case and paste it right here, and its name will be upload image to storage use case, and that's it. And now it's time to implement this method. This will be async, obviously, just because that's future. Now to upload image to storage, you must have the package of cloud storage, so this will give you the Firebase storage, this which allow us to upload image to the cloud storage. So you have to add this dependency in your pubspec.yaml file, so that will be good. So inside this method, first of all we are going to have reference, that's its type, that will be ref equal to, so that reference is that represents a reference to the Google Cloud Storage object, and developers can upload, download and delete objects as well as get and set objects metadata. So this is just representing the reference to the Google Cloud Storage, so I pass it type here, reference of ref equals to Firebase storage dot reference or ref, and then dot child. There will comes our child name which is string, and then dot child which will comes from Firebase auth dot current user dot uid, the directory in which our profile of the user will going to store. So first there will be the child name which we will name ourselves when we call this method, and next there will be another directory on the particular user ID, and there will store the image of that user. So that was it. Now next thing we have to do is we will check the condition if is post, meaning that we are checking the condition if the is post was true, and we make this variable true, and we were uploading the post image. So what we will do is to get a random ID, but not on the user ID, we will get the random ID, and we will do that ref equal to ref.child.id. If it was post, so on the random id inside the post directory there will be the post of the user. So that's what this is post is doing here. And next we are going to have a final variable upload task, which will be equals to reference.putFile, as we will upload a file, image file, and that file will be this file. That's it. And next there will be a variable final image URL equals to await the upload task dot when completes. So then we will do dot reference dot get download URL. So this will give us the download URL, and we will simply return await the image URL. So that's what this method will do. This will upload image to the storage and will give us the URL of that image. So then we will store this in our Cloud Firestore database, and then we will retrieve it and then display it on our UI. So that's what this method will going to do. So after implementation of this method, simply the reference of cloud storage and the child, the directory name, and this is for the profile, and if the condition was true, so this will become for post, and upload task we are putting file here, and lastly in the variable image URL we are awaiting when the upload task completes, when it put the file there, when it completes we will simply on that reference get the download URL and return it, and then using that just store it in the Cloud Firestore database, and lastly retrieve it and display it on the UI. So that was it. Now go a bit up here in the sign up user. Here first of all let's go and duplicate this create user and paste it again and change its name to create user with image, and also remove this override from here, and this will become a simple static method, and also pass a simple string profile URL here, and this profile URL will comes in the profile URL. Now why I am doing this will be clear to you in a while. Now come a bit down here, and in the sign up user method we will check the condition. If the user dot image file is not equal to null, it means if the user has picked the image and now wants to upload it, if it was not equal to null. So what we will do is to call the storage method, that is upload image to storage. The file will be user.image file, and is post is false, and the child name will be user or profile images, and lastly when this completes this give us the profile URL. Then we will call create user with image and also pass the profile URL with here, and also remove this create user from here, and here in the else condition of this if we will do create user with image, and this time the image will be empty string. That is only the mechanism of uploading image to cloud storage while signing up to the application, just because we also want the unique ID of the user. In that unique ID there will be a folder or a directory. Inside that directory there will be stored the profile image of the user. So first of all we are creating the user in our authentication tab, and second we are checking the condition if the ID is not equal to null, and next we are checking if the user has not picked any image, or picked if user has picked the image and want to upload it now. So we will call the upload image to storage this will create a directory for that, and in the then method it give us the future string, which is the profile URL which we are getting in here, that image URL getting from this git download URL which give us the image URL, and simply on that method create user with image and pass it in here. So it will create the user with the image URL in the Cloud Firestore database, otherwise the image will come empty string. So now let me explain this method, why I did this. This method is because we want to upload the image while signing up to the application, and we want also the ID, and on that ID we are gonna have the directory, and again I'm saying that there will be a directory on that particular ID. So on that ID there will be a directory, and inside that there will be the image of the particular user. So that's why I did this. It's simple, a regular method not coming from any repository, and this will be like this, which is not a good sign as we are doing the clean architecture. So if you are watching this series since the first video is uploaded, you may be familiar with the clean architecture. So it's the task for you to create a separate method in the repository, and then in the repository implementation, and also in the remote data source, and in the remote data source implementation, which will be simply this method, and simply create the use case and register in the injection container. As simple as that. So that will be a task for you to do this with this method, so that will be good. Okay, so that was it for our backend or data or domain layer. Now it's time to go for the UI. But before doing this, you must have some dependencies like cache network image and also the image picker. So you must have these dependencies in your pubspec.yaml file, so this will be good. Now let me introduce you to the new manual widget, which is profile widget. It accepts two parameters, image URL and file image. So what it means? It simply means when we call this profile widget, this will check the condition if the image or the file was null, the picked file means, and the image URL if this was equal to null or empty string. So if the both was null, simply return the image asset which we have already in the assets profile default png, and fit is cover. Else, in the else condition of this second method, we are doing return the cache network image which will be in our Cloud Firestore database in the profile URL. So if the profile image, the profile URL was not equal to null or empty string in the Cloud Firestore database of the user, so simply return this cache network image, and in here if it was loading, build a little progress indicator and error widget if it failed, and in the else condition of this image, if the picked image was null, was not equal to null, it means if it was not equal to null, so there will comes that image which is coming from the parameter, so that parameter will be that picked image which we will get from the gallery. So that's what this profile widget is doing for us. So now let's move to the sign up page, and first of all we have to do is to create a variable which will be file and its name will be image, and make it nullable. And here we are going to have a method. Its name will be, first of all this will be future, and its name will be select image. This will not accept any parameter and will be async, and here put try catch to handle some errors, catch e, and simply return the toast message some error occurred, and display this e, which is the error. In the try block we are going to do final picked file will becomes equal to await image picker dot platform dot get the image, and the source will be image source dot gallery. We will pick the images from the gallery, and then we will set stat if the picked file was not equal to null. So we will do the image will becomes equal to file picked file dot path of that image. In the else condition, we will do simply nothing but only print to say no image has been selected, and that's it. For that method, there is a variable of picked file from the gallery, and here we are setting the stat to update the UI and set some data in this variable. If that was not equal to null, it means we have selected something. So we will simply set the path of that picked file to this variable. Otherwise, we will simply print no image is selected, and in that select method will be called in here, that is add photo icon. This will be called in here. And also, if you look at the UI in the sign up page, we have this UI coming from this profile widget, and we are not passing any parameters. So it means the image URL and the image both are null. So simply we are seeing this default user profile which is in our asset. So now we will pass the image as the image, and also in the while uploading that image in the image file, we will also pass the image. So that was it for uploading the user profile. Now how to start this application, if it's running or if it's not running, to simply run the main.dart. So that will be it. Now open the emulator, pick a file, and simply let's select this. We got this in here just because now in the body widget, in the profile widget, now this image is not equal to null, so it simply is displaying the profile which is selected. And now let's put the username. Let's say John is already in the database, so we will do Steve, and the email will be steve12@gmail.com, and password will be from 1 to 6 because it's easy. He is an Android dev. Now sign up, and we are sign up to the application, and the user is created now. Now everything is fine. Now let's go to the browser and go to the Firestore database and check out if the user is created with the profile. That's John, which has profile URL null just because at that time I removed that functionality. And in this Steve, we got the URL from our Cloud Firestore database. You can see the HTTP as from Firebase storage, Google APIs, com, and profile images, everything. And let's go to the storage and see what it looks like. We have the profile images which we have in the remote data source. In the sign up page, that profile images, we name it, and simply that condition was true, it was not equal to null. So it simply upload that image which we have selected, and you can see we have on that ID we have the image here. Click on it, and that's the same image we have selected. So that's what we wanted. Now one remaining thing is to go to the profile page, and in here, which is a simple gray box in the profile about 80 width, simply remove this color and shape from here, and also remove this box decoration because we are going to have child clip rect with the border radius border radius starts circular about 40 to make it circle, just because width and height are 80. And in the child we are going to have our friendly profile widget, and in that profile widget we will pass the image URL this time, because now we have the image URL in the Cloud Firestore database, and here we are not selecting any file, we are simply accessing it. If it was null, so it will simply display the default URL, default image which is in the assets of our project, and if it was not equal to null, simply it will display the image from the URL that is in our Cloud Firestore database. So that's it. Access it from the current user dot profile URL, and simply press Ctrl S, which is one of the best feature of Flutter, and it's loading, and we got the image of the user in here. That was awesome. And our next step is to go to and edit the user profile. So now it's time to go for the second task, which is to edit the profile of the user. That is from UI, edit profile, and we just want to edit the name of the user, username and website, and lastly the bio. And we will also come for this change profile photo in a while. So in the edit profile page, first of all we want the already added data in the Cloud Firestore in the name, username, website and bio. So for that we have to pass the field of user entity in the constructor. That will be the current user in here. The current user data will be displayed in the fields, make it required, and from the in the onGenerate route, here we will check the condition. If the arguments is user entity, then simply return this and pass the parameters. Current user will be the arguments. Now remove this return from here, and in the else condition we will return the route builder. This will return the error page. The error page will be simply no font page. That's it. So now let's go to the profile page, and from the profile page we are navigating to our profile page, edit profile page. Now this will going to accept the arguments of the current user. So we got the current user in the edit profile page. Now in here, first of all let's make it stateful widget and create the controllers for all of the fields that are name, username, website and bio. Text editing controller will be equal to user or simply name controller, and this will be for now null, and replicate it 3 more times. Second one will be user name controller, and the third one will be website controller, and lastly what is that, the bio. So that are declared null, and in the init state the data will comes from the data which is in the Cloud Firestore database. So name controller will become equal to, in the init state, that will be text editing controller, and in the text this will comes from the widget dot current user dot name, and replicate it 3 times, change the names of the controllers, and also the current user dot username, and then website, and then the bio, and also pass these controllers in the fields. Profile form widgets controller will be name controller, and also for the username controller, and website controller, and lastly the bio controller. That's it. Now press Ctrl S to hot reload. Okay, we have to destroy the preserved states by hot restarting the application, because we have made some changes in state, so only hot reload will not work for this. Now let's again go to the edit profile page, and we got name empty just because that's empty. That's okay. And the Steve is coming from the database. Let's go to the Firestore database and check out our user. That is the second one, Steve. Yes, that's Steve username, and the bio is Android dev. That is here, and we got the username and the bio in here, and website and name is empty. So now next we want the method on which we will update all of these 4 fields, and next we will go for the updating the photo. Or let's first display this photo in here. That will be the, let's copy it from the profile page. Let's say in here, right after the following, copy this container, and in the edit profile page paste it right here, and import this profile widget, and current user will be widget.currentUser. Hold Alt Ctrl Shift L to format the code, and that's good. Press Ctrl S to hot reload, and we got the user image profile. Make it 100. That was, or let's say, and make it 50. Now that's good. Now one remaining thing is to create a method update user profile, and this will return the block provider dot of context. This will be user qubit dot update user, which accept the user, that is user entity, and this entity will going to take the username from the username controller dot text, which will be nullable, duplicated 4 times. This will be bio from the bio controller. The third one will be the website from the website controller, and last one is the name from the name controller. And also make sure to pass the UID from the widget.currentUser.UID, because on that UID we are going to update our user profile. And one more thing we have to do is to create variable of boolean is updating equals to false if the state was updating. So what we will display, so for that we have to do set the state to is uploading true, and when this method ends, so in the then we will call the method clear, and in the method clear we will simply set the state updating equal to false, and also all these containers, or not the containers but the controllers, equal to or dot clear, bio controller dot clear, and also website controller dot clear, and the last one is name controller dot clear, and also pass the assertion operator because the fields are nullable. So that's it. Now using that variable is uploading. Right after these fields, put some size vertical about 10, and there will be row children. Its main axis alignment will be in the center. Some text of please wait, style text style color will be colors white, and simple horizontal space and a circular progress indicator, and this will be only visible when is updating equals to true. Otherwise we will display a simple container with 0 and height 0. That's it. Now this update user profile will be called in the icon which is done, and that icon we will wrap this with the widget that will be gesture detector. On tap we will call this update user profile. Now how to start the application and check this out. Go to the profile page, and in the edit profile page, let's say we want to specify the name. Let's say the name of the will be Steve Jobs. Save it, clear the data, and nothing happened just because let's check. We also have to do navigator pop, maybe. Yes, we have to do the navigator pop also. Navigator dot pop the context, and press Ctrl S, go back, and the name is updated Steve Jobs. Now go to again the edit profile, and that's Steve Jobs. In the Cloud File Store it is also updated. That's great. Now let's update it again to only Steve Wozniak. That was it. And the website is, let's say, https instagram.com. Save, and that's updated. The name is updated to Steve Wozniak, and in the edit profile the website is also updated. So it means our fields are updating, and it's time to go for the change profile photo. So this will need a bit more work. So here we will create another method. Its name will be update user profile data, and before implement this method, here this update user profile will going to accept a string parameter that will be profile URL, and the profile URL will comes from here simply. And to update the profile data inside the update or edit profile page, we need the method of uploading image or picking the image. So we will go to the profile page, and here, not in the profile page but in the sign up page, here we had this select image and this image variable. Copy it, go to edit profile and paste it right after this variable, and import this image picker, and also import the .io for this file, and that's it. Now what we have to do is to check the condition. If the image was equal to null, if the user has not select any image, so what to do? Update the profile with the simple string. That's it. And in the else condition, now what we have to do, we will do first import the injection container as di, just because we will only call the use case from there of the upload image to the storage. That will be di.sl, and upload image storage use case dot call. Let's accept the file. The file will be the image is post is false, that is image null, and its child name is profile images, and confirm it by going to the storage, that is profile images, just like this. And in the then method, it will give us the future image URL. So we will do profile URL, just changing the name of the value, and inside this method we will do update user profile with the profile URL, and that was it. Now instead of calling the update user profile, call the update user profile data and hot restart the application to check it out. Now go to the profile page and go to the, remember this profile, we have the Genymotion image which have two eyes up there, and go to edit profile page, select another image, and we didn't call this select profile, select image. In the edit profile page, on that text we will wrap it with the widget gesture detector. On tap, this will be simply select the image. Now how to start the application again to check this out. Now go to the edit profile page and then change the profile, select this one which has Genymotion. And one more thing we forgot, maybe in the profile widget also pass the image, so that will be good. Now press Ctrl S, go back a bit to change the stat. Now again go to edit profile page and select that image. Now we got the image right there which has the Genymotion 2 eyes down there. Now when I click this upload or update, after some time the image will be updated, and you can see now the image is different which we have uploaded in here. And that was it for also the updating profile of the user. So what we have done while signing up a new user from here, we have done the uploading the image directly to the cloud storage, and in the profile images we store that image in here, and for post this will be different. And now let's sign in to the steve12@gmail.com from 1 to 6, sign in, and we also update the user profile, the values in here, username, only name and Android dev, the bio, and also the website, and we get the data directly from the Firestore database in the fields, and also we change the profile image in here. Domain layer in the structure of clean architecture is one of the most independent layer from any other layer. This layer holds three important directories that are repository, entities, and the use cases. Repository is core contract class which holds all the features of the app, which will later be implemented in the data layer using the solid last principle dependency inversion. The boundaries between layers must be handled with interfaces, or in Dart, the abstract classes. And the entities are the business objects which contain the data which we're going to store in the database. The database in our case is Cloud Firestore database. Entities are the classes that later becomes the super classes of their model classes, and the model class in data layer contains the third-party functionality like conversion from JSON to JSON and from snapshot, etc. We have entities in domain layer, but the models are in the data layer. The reason behind this is we want to keep our domain layer independent from any third-party work, and this third-party work is then done by the model classes, the subclasses of the entity classes. And lastly, the use cases in clean architecture are the classes that encapsulates all the business logic of a particular use case of a particular feature of the app. So that was the quick recap of the domain layer. I hope you remember the first video on the domain layer of user auth. So that was it. So now it's time to implement the domain functionality for our post. So let's go to the domain layer. The domain layer, first we are going to implement the entities of the post. So first of all, let's create a directory in the domain layer. Inside the entities directory, right click on it, go to new and create a new directory and name it posts. Hit enter and next create the Dart file inside this and name it to post entity. Hit enter. and your dart file will be created in the post directory. Now to create our business object of post or entity, we have to create a class and name it to post entity, and also not forget to extend it with the equatable open body. This equatable is for value equality, so that we don't have to write the equality operators to string and hash code, etc. And now there is one missing override method. Hold Alt and press enter so this little window will appear in front of you. Select this create one missing override and hit enter. So one override will be created, and leave it like this for now. So what our post entity will going to hold? So first of all, in the post entity we are gonna have the post ID of the post, on which we will manipulate the post, like to delete it, update it and other stuff. So let's create the ID field. That will be the final field, and its type will be string post ID. So next, in the post entity we are gonna have final string and the creator UID. The creator UID, like who is creating the post. So the post creator ID will going to store in that field. And next, from the creator UID we are gonna have final string and username of that user who is posting a post or creating a post. And next final field will going to be also the string, and that will be the description of the post. And next field in our post entity will going to be final string post image URL, the image URL of the post. First we will upload this image to the cloud storage. From the method upload image to cloud storage, this will give us the URL. We will store it in our database. In the post collection we will create the post collection, as we have the user collection in our database. So inside this post collection, there we're gonna have the post document. Inside this we will store the image URL which comes from the cloud storage in this post image URL, and then simply we will retrieve that and simply display it on the UI. So that was it, the post image URL. And next we are gonna have the list of string likes, meaning that there will be a list in our database. If some other user likes the post, we will store his ID in that list, and according to this we will display him the post that you have liked the post, and the favorite icon will become red, or we will change the color to red. So that will be the mechanism, like if someone liked the post, so his ID will be stored in the list, and we will display the post favorite icon according to that. So that will be likes, and our post entity also going to contain the total likes of the post, and its type will be num, which means it also can be double or the integer. And next we are gonna have the num total comments, like how many comments are on this post. And next we are going to have final timestamp, which comes from the cloud firstore package, and this timestamp name will be create at the time on which the particular post is posted or created. And the last field in our post entity will be final string user profile URL. This will be the user profile URL which will be stored in the post entity, and then using that URL we will display the URL of that current user who just posted or created the post. And also make these fields nullable. So I want to make all the strings first nullable, so I will select this one string and hold Alt and J to select the next corresponding string, and again string, hit the J again and again, so this will select the next corresponding string, and then after this hit the right arrow and put the question mark there, so this will become nullable. And remove this question mark from this list of string, so this will be good, and make this whole list of string nullable, and also these nums, and lastly this timestamp. Now select or click one of the field and hold Alt and enter, so this little window will appear, and select the create constructor for final fields and hit enter. So this will create the constructor for all of these fields. Now go at the end, put comma here and press the keys Ctrl Alt Shift and L, and after this hit enter. So the code will be formatted. And then make these fields name parameters in the constructor. Select them, hold shift and the curly brace, so these will become name parameters. And after this, remove this, throw unimplemented error from here and open a list, a dynamic list of objects we can say, and put all these fields. So in order to write them again, like writing post ID, creator ID again, let's copy these fields and paste them right here. And now select this keyword with this dot and hold Alt and J, select all these fields, not fields but these keywords with that a little dot, and hit backspace, so these will be removed. So that was it for this post entity. Our post gonna have the post ID on which we will manipulate our post. This equatable is for value equality, and the creator UID will be the ID of that user who created the post, and that username will be also the name of that user who is creating or posting the post, and description will be the description the user provided, and the post image URL will be the image the user has selected to upload, and these likes will be the list of string in database. If some user likes a post, so inside that list there will be stored his or her ID. So using that ID, we will check if the list contains the ID, so we will display him the favorite icon red that you have now liked the post. And if you again click that post, that heart icon, so the like will be removed or that ID from that list will be removed. And that was it. So we also want the total likes of the posts, so we also created the fields, the field for that, and the total comments and the time on which that particular post is created, and lastly the user profile URL to also show the profile URL of the user with the post. So that was it for the post entity. So that's all the data which we're going to store in the database. This is without the functionality like from JSON to JSON, and this will be covered in the next video. And in this video I also have a task for you. You will get to know about the task at the end of this video. And next, let's go for the repository to create the features of the post. Now right after this feature string upload image to storage, we will comment out post features, and these are the user features, and copy these features and paste it with this credential. So credential features, user features, cloud storage feature, and the post feature. So when it comes to the features of the post, we have the use case of uploading the post or creating that post in the Cloud Firestore database, and the next task is to read it, to display the data on the UI, reading the data we can say. And the next is to manipulate the data, edit it or delete it. And next is to like the post. So that will be some use cases or the features of that post. So let's create them. So let's copy this create user from here and paste it right here. This will be feature void, and we will name it create post, or you also can name it upload post, but that create post is more meaningful than uploading post because we have the CRUD operation CRUD in the database. So this make it more conventional and meaningful when we name it like create, read, update and delete instead of uploading and something else. So now instead of this user entity, we will pass the post entity as we are uploading the post. So it's obvious we will pass the post entity instead of the user and name it simply post. And after that, let's replicate this or duplicate this method 4 times. 1, 2, 3 and 4. And now let's name this with the read posts, and its type will be stream list of post entity. So in the stream, in the live data, this will give us the list of post documents in the Cloud Firestore database, and then we will display them in the list view builder. So you will see this in the upcoming parts that how this will looks like. And the next method will be to update the post, and this will be just like this, post entity and post. And next will be to simply delete the post. And lastly we have like post. So these are the use cases or the task or the features for the post: create the post, read it, update it, delete it, or like the post. So that was it for the posts. Now it's time to create the use cases for the post. But before this, if you can see, our repository is implemented with this firebase repository implementation. So there is an compile time error. It says there are missing overrides. So I cannot leave the error like this. This is the video for the domain layer, and this repository implementation is in data layer, but I cannot leave this error like this. So I will just implement this because that's really simple. Hold Alt and enter. So this will appear, create 5 missing overrides, hit enter. And lastly, go to the firebase repository and copy these methods from here. Go to the remote data source and also paste them in here, and import this post entity. And also in the remote data source implementation, we will just override these missing methods, but will not implement it right now, because for that there will be another separate video to implement these methods. So now just to overcome this error or compile time error in the repository implementation, I just create them, and these will remain like this and will be implemented in the next future video. And here let's keep it like this, or let's do it for like this: async remote data source dot create user, not user but post. And next is delete the post. So async remote data source dot delete the post, and like post is same feature void. So we will do async remote data source dot like post, and then also remove this body from here, as this is a stream, so this will not be async but simple arrow function remote data source dot read posts. And then update the post. This will be async remote data source dot update the post. And that was it. So in the later videos or in the next video, we will implement these methods. I am leaving them like that just because that's the video for the domain layer. So we have created the entity and then the methods in the repository, and now it's time to go for the use cases. So inside the firebase use cases, we will create a new directory and will name it the post. So inside the post, we are gonna have the different files of Dart. So first we are gonna have create post use case, and then we are gonna have update post use case, and next we're going to be read post use case, and the next one will be delete post use case, and the last one is to like post, not lost but post use case. So this was just the file. Now to save our time, we will go to the create user and copy this method from here and come to the create post use case and simply paste it right here and import this firebase repository and select this create user, hold Alt J to select the corresponding similar name create user and remove it and name it create post use case. And now remove this user entity from here and put the post entity, and call the method from the repository to create post and change the name of this to post and post. And that was it. Now copy this use case from here, Ctrl A and Ctrl C, go to delete post, paste it right here, and again select this only create and hold Alt J to select the corresponding one and name it to delete post use case, and simply change the name the method to delete post. And that's it. For the like, paste and select this and the corresponding like post use case and the like post. And for read post, this we have to change the stream list of post entity and also the read posts. And for the update post, we have to do the update post use case and simply call the method of update post. So that was the use cases for the post or the simple tasks. And now that was it for this video. We have created the post entity, that the data which we're going to store in the Firestore database, and we also created the methods of the post and the features, the use cases, and we also implement the Firebase repository implementation. And the we just create the methods here and leave the real implementation of these methods or the features there. And that was it. Now I have the task for you. If you watch this series from the first video, you might be familiar with the architecture. So the task is to simply create the model class for the post entity in the data layer. Here in the models, you simply have to create the directory post, and inside this there will be the post model. And just like this user model, you have to extend this with the post entity, and all the fields will remain the same, but in the user entity we have a little bit different. Like in the user entity we just we have these fields also. This will not store in DB, but we are just using them in our app. So in the post entity we don't have this case. These all fields will going to store in the database because there are no fields like that. So you just have to create the user entity, not the user entity but the post entity in the models, and simply create the fields just like this user entity and pass them in the super constructor and create the from snapshot method and to JSON. So that will be it. So that's the task for you, and that's really simple. Just do it if you have watched this series from first video, just because you might be familiar with the architecture. And for those who are new to this video, if you can do it, that's best, but if you can't, so we will do it together in the next video. No worry about that. So for those who have watched this series from the first video, I will be very happy if you do this task, and also if you do it, also let me know in the comment section. Data layer in the structure of clean architecture is the universe where we deal with outside world or any third-party libraries. This layer also contains 3 important directories that are data sources, models, and repository. And then the data source directory is split into 2 more directories that are local data source and remote data source. Inside the local data source, we can integrate any local database for storing data locally like Sambal, Hive, Moore, etc. And then the remote data source is the place where we deal with our app real APIs or any kind of database like the one we are using, the Firebase and other database like MongoDB, AWS, etc. And then after this, we have the models in our data layer. The models will be the subclasses of their entity classes. The entity classes are implemented in the domain layer, and this model class will contain a bit more functionality like I said in the previous video, from JSON to JSON, from snapshot, etc. And then lastly, the repository directory in the data layer. There we are gonna have the repository implementation, like we are implementing the interface or the abstract class we have in the domain layer. As simple as that. And that repository contains the features of the app. That's the file of that. And one more thing I want to clarify is that if you look at in the domain layer, the repository, Firebase repository, here we have the methods same as we have here in the data layer remote data source, but the only difference is about the names. Here we have the firebase remote data source and here we have the firebase repository. So the reason behind this is just to separation of concern, because this allows us to insert or add any feature anytime without being stressed that what I have to do, where I have to make any changes to add or insert a feature. Just create a feature in that repository and simply implement it in the firebase repository implementation. Also create it in here and implement it in your firebase remote data source implementation, and there you go. You have added a brand new feature in your app, and that's the beauty of the clean architecture, which helps us to build scalable and maintainable apps. So that was a quick recap of this data layer. So now let's back to the actual work. So in the previous video we have created the post use cases here in the use cases, and also the post entity, and in the repository we have created some methods of feature or the use cases we can say, or the features. And then I simply give you a task just to create the post model, which will be going to same as we have the user model. So for those who have not created yet the models for the post, so that's okay, let's do it. And we also implement the firebase repository, the post methods in here, and now the only thing we have to do is just to create a model for post and simply implement these methods we have in the remote data source implementation. These methods which only throws the unimplemented error. So that's it. Now in the models directory, create a new directory and name it posts. Inside this post directory, create a new Dart file and name it post model. And here we are gonna have the class and its name will be post model, which will extends the post entity open body. And we are gonna have the same fields here, so we will copy these fields from here and simply paste it right here. And also to save our time, we will also copy the constructor from here and simply paste it here. Just change the name of it and that's it. There you go. After this, also import the Cloud Firestore package just for this timestamp, and that's it. Also not forget to pass it in the super. Open this body. So the create it will be created and creator UID will be creator UID. So that was it for this super constructor. And now in the post model we want two methods from snapshot and to JSON to convert the data from snapshot to .objects, just to read that data from the database, and just to convert it into simple JSON data to store the data in the Cloud Firestore database. And simple, we will not waste our time again. Following the dry principle, do not repeat yourself. Simply go to the user model and copy the from snapshot method from here. That's the factory method. Hit Ctrl C and go to the post model and paste it right here. Only change the name to post model. Copy this name and paste it right here. And now remove all these fields, leave only one followers here because we have one list, that is likes. Copy this and paste it right here, and that's it for the list. Now remove all these fields, leaving only one, and copy this created, paste it right here. Now replicate it sometimes, let's say 1, 2, 3 and 4, and copy these names one by one and paste them right here. Creator UID and description, that's it. Profile URL, user profile URL, and total likes, and duplicate it 2 or 3 more times, and go to here. The total comments are remaining, and post image URL, and let's count it. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10 fields. So here we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and the last field is this post ID. So that's it, we got the 10 fields here. So that was it for the from snapshot method. And now let's again go to the user model and also copy this to JSON method in R2, not repeat ourselves again and again. Paste it right here. UID, we will change this to first created, and creator UID, and description, and user profile URL, and total likes, and total comments, and post image URL, and the post ID, also the username of the user, and likes. Remove this bio from here, also the followers and following from here. And that was it for our post model. We got the post model extending the post entity, and we got the from snapshot method to convert the data from snapshot to dot objects just to read them, and this is for converting the data from dot objects to simply raw string, just to store it in the cloud firestore database. And that's what these models do. So we got our model implemented, and we also have implemented the repository in the data layer. And now last remaining thing is just to go to the remote source and start implementing these methods. So first, let's take a quick review from the other methods just to clear yourself more about this firestore methods, so you will become a bit more familiar. So this will not be new for you, as we are doing it after some time. So the method where we are creating the user, first we have the user collection, and then simply we are getting the UID of the user, and in the document on that UID we get that document, and simply in the then method we got the user doc, the document snapshot of mapstring dynamic. We simply create a new variable where we are getting the data from the user entity. Close this, and we convert it to JSON because now we are going to store it in the cloud firestore, so we have to convert it into JSON. And now we are checking the condition if this user doc was not exist. This means if it was not exist, simply set it in the cloud firestore database, otherwise update it. So that's what we are going to do for our creating post, as we are doing for the create user. So we will copy this create user method from here, and simply in the create post we will paste it right here. Only the firebase const we will call the post, because now we are going to have the separate collection to store our post and its document inside this. And also not forget to make it asynchronous, because that's future. And we got access to our post collection. And now what we are going to do, first of all, create a new variable and name it to new post, and this will equal to post model, and put semicolon here and access all the data here from the post entity, or we can say from user side. The user will enter that data, or this will come from the user. So the user profile URL will be post.user profile URL, and username will be post.username, and The total likes will be for now 0, total comments will be 0, and post image URL will also come from the post image URL, and the post ID will be generated randomly. We will use the UUID package for that. So we will simply pass the post ID for now, accessing from the user side, and there when we will start posting or creating our post or calling this method from there, we will simply use the UUID package and will generate the random ID for the post, and simply we will use it, and that's it. And the next field is likes, so the likes will be for now simple empty list, and description will be comes from post.description, and creator UID will be post.creator UID, and after that the last field is created, and we will also pass this timestamp from now while we are calling this method in our UI. So for now we will do post.created. So that was the post model. Now simply call the method to JSON to convert it into JSON, simply raw data, to store it in the Cloud Firestore database. Now simply call the try just to handle some errors with this, and catch E, which is the error, and simply print it for now. Some error occurred, and simply print that error. That's it. Now in the try block, what we are going to do, we will create a final field again. Its name will be post document reference will be equal to await post collection, and copy this post collection, paste it right here, because now that's the post collection. We are not accessing the user collection from here, and that's obvious. We are accessing the post collection, so we will name it post collection. I just copied it from the create user method, and just because I forgot to change its name, so that's okay, I change its name now. And post collection, so post collection will be dot document on the post dot post ID. We will get that document, and then put semicolon here. Now check the condition. If the post document ref dot exist, if it was not exist, so what we will do, post collection dot doc on that post ID coming from the UUID package, simply set the new post, and in the else condition, simply post collection dot document on post dot post ID dot update the post on the new post. As simple as that. What we are doing here, accessing to the post collection, the variable, final variable, we are getting data from the user side, and simply trying getting that document on that post UID. If it was not exist, if it means there is no document, so simply create it. If it was exist, simply update it. So else condition will not be executed, just because we know that initially when we are creating the post it will not exist, so simply it will create that post. Just for handling this condition else, we simply call this update here, and that's it. And we got our create post method implemented. Now it's time to go for the delete post. So first of all, in the delete method we have to make it async, because that's feature, and then simply access to the post collection. So we will copy it from the create method and simply paste it right here, and after that simply do try and catch E, and simply copy this print method from here, paste it right here. And for try we will do post collection dot document on post dot post ID. Just call the delete method, and that's it. we don't have to write any kind of code for deleting, because it's simply deleting the document from the post collection on that post ID. So there is nothing complex in this method, and this method is successfully implemented only writing this single line of code: post document on post ID, delete the document. So now it's time for the like post. So you have seen in many applications like Facebook, Instagram and LinkedIn. Inside this application there is the features of like when we hit the heart icon, it simply becomes red and we see we like the post. It generates any notification for that to send it to user that someone has liked your post, but we are not sending any notification in this application. We will cover this part in the separate videos. Now let's see how this like post feature will going to work. So first of all, in the like post method we have to access to the post collection and copy it from this delete and paste it right here, and also make it asynchronous. And after that, simply we need the user ID of the current user. So the method we had in the create user, method, it's right here, the create user, we have this method. So we will copy it just to get the current UID of the user, and we'll simply paste it, where is that, here. And after that we will get that document of the post which we are going to like, and that will be the post reference await post collection on post ID. Just get it. Now here we will check the condition. If the post ref dot exist, if it was exist, then simply there will be a variable inside this if condition, list likes equal to post ref dot get the fields likes. If the document of post was exist, so simply we are accessing to only this single field. And after that we will check the condition. If the likes dot contains the UID or the, we will name it current UID, if it contains the current user UID, so what we will do is post collection dot on document on post ID, we will update that post, and this will be map like this on likes. Inside this document on likes, to update the list we have to do field value dot array remove the current UID, and that will be in the list. So what we are doing here, accessing to the post collection, getting the current UID of the user, and simply getting that post which we are going to like, and simply checking the condition. If it was exist, simply get the likes field of that which is list, and then check the condition. If this list which we are going to like contains our UID, if so, then simply remove it. And in the else condition we will do post collection dot document on that post ID dot update again the map, and the likes we will do field value dot array union, which means add something into the array or list the current UID, and that's it. So we are checking if the list in the post we are liking, inside the list of likes, if it contains our UID, simply remove it, and we will display the heart icon, a simple gray icon that now we have not liked the post. And if we again click it, so the likes now do not contain our ID, so as it's removed on that array remove. Now in the else condition we are calling array union, so our UID will be added again to the list and the heart icon will becomes red, that now we have liked the post. So anytime when we click, it will check for the condition. If it was exist, it will remove our ID from the list, and if it was not exist, it will simply add it. And that's it for this like post method. And one more thing here we can do is just to copy this method, not a method but this variable, and paste it right here. This will be final variable and its name will be total likes, and also its name will be total likes. Now after this total likes, here we are gonna have total likes when the likes contain the ID, and we after removing it from the list we will simply do -1 from the total likes of the post. And in the else condition, while adding any UID into the list of the post, we will do total likes +1. Now when someone's liked the post and his ID not exists, so the else condition will be true and the like will be incremented by 1 and his ID will be added into the list of that post document. And if this condition was false, he has liked the post, it means the list contain his UID, so simply it will remove it and will decrement the total likes of the post by 1. And that's it for this like post method. And now next let's go to the read post. So first we have to access to the post collection, and after this make it async, not async, it's stream. So we have to do is now after accessing this post collection we will do order by the field we have create at descending true, which means when we get our post it will be in the descending order on the time. The post which is created first will be shown on first in the column, and after that in the stream method we will return the post collection dot snapshots, because that stream data dot map, and that map will be our query snapshot map string dynamic query snapshot, we will name it. And after that we will do query snapshot dot list of query snapshot map string dynamic, and we will map these lists and simply convert this list into the dart object, so then we will read these posts and display it on the UI. So we will do post model dot from snapshot, pass this e inside and simply dot to list, and that's it for the read post. And now last method is just to update the post. Now copy this post collection from here and paste it right here and make it async because that's future. And next we want this field as we had in the update post. Let me show you in the update post that user information, just to access a single field in the document. So map string dynamic and map post info. From that map we will access to the single field and we will update it simply. Now what we will do inside this update post, we will check the condition if the post dot description was equal to empty string and post dot description is not equal to null, and this will also be not equal to null. If this was not equal to null, simply remove this body from here. This will be post info and description will be equal to post.description. Simply from user side, if user has entered these fields and want to update it now, so if this was not equal to null, so we will simply update this description in the document of the post on specific UID on which the specific user want to update his or her post. So we will simply update that post. The user has entered some data, accessing the data from the post description, and simply duplicate this and change it to post image URL and also paste it on all these description fields. And that's what we will update in our post. And if there is need of some other fields to update, we will do the same for them. And lastly, in the update post method, we will do post collection dot on document on that post id dot update the post info and put semicolon here, and also remove this order by from here, put semicolon here. So that's it for this update post. So we have implemented all the methods of the user, not user but the post. We created the post, access the collection, the data of the user, convert it to JSON, and get the document. If it was not exist, simply set it, and if it was exist, update it. And this condition will not be true anyways. Delete post, simply call the delete method on it, and like post, if the list contain the ID, simply remove it and decrement the likes, total likes of the post by 1. If it do not contain, if it contain, remove it. If it do not contain, simply add it and increment. And that's it for this like post. You will see this in action when we go to the UI part. And after that, read post, simply convert the data from snapshot to dart objects and simply read it. And for updating post, that was it. So that was it for the video, and now I have one more task for you. What you have to do is just to create the qubit for the user, not the user but the post, as we had in the for the user. That forget this credential, use qubit, simply the user and this user qubit. What you have to do is just to create inside this a new qubit, make it equatable, and its name will be post. And this must be inside a new directory, like you have to create a post directory like this, and simply inside this create a qubit, and this will give you stat, post stat, and qubit, post qubit. So what you have to do is to, there will be post initial, post loading, post loaded, and this post loaded will going to accept the list of post entity instead of user entity, and this will be required and will be passed in here, and failure will be post failure, as simple as that. And in the user qubit, the get post method will be remain the same, only the user entity and the use case will be different. And for updating the post, you simply have to call the await update post, and for the deleting post, you simply have to call await delete, and for like, call the await like, and for all the future methods, simply call this await, and that will be it. And if you done it, that will be good. And also after completing this task, submit this in the comment section so that I will give you a comment heart, because this makes me happy if you do your work or task with this course. Presentation layer in the structure of clean architecture is the home of beautiful UIs of the app. This layer also contains 3 important directories that are qubit, pages, and widgets. Qubit, a state management solution, is the subset of the block library. The qubit reduces lots of boilerplate code so that we don't have to write so much code but only simple states and functions or methods. In qubit, Using any state management solution in Flutter is essential because in Flutter we write both UI code and logic in the same language, so using any state management solution is must when it comes to Flutter. You can use any your liked one. I am using the one I like, that is Qubit. And next, both directories are really simple, that are pages and widgets. Pages, it's apparent from its name that there will be all the pages of the app. And lastly, the widgets, any custom button, navigation widget, etc. as we have the button container widget and post form widget. So in the previous video, we just implement the model for the post, and also we implement all the methods for our post that were read the post, like post, delete post, create and update the post. And I also gave you a task just to create the qubit for the post. For those who have done this task, congratulations, and for those who don't know how to do it, so let's do it together. Simply you have to go to your presentation layer, and inside the qubit, here I told you, you just have to create a new directory and name it to post, and inside this simply create a qubit and use the equatable and name it only post. Hit enter, so your qubit, stat and qubit will be created. So what you have to do is just to go to your post stat and copy this initial stat and paste it 3 times. And now what you have to do is just to change the name of this first stat to loading. When the post is loading, so we will display this stat. In this stat we will display the circular progress indicator. That's it. And second stat will be loaded. And lastly, the failure. If some failure occurs, so we will display or load this stat. So what will happen if the post loaded? So if the stat is post loaded, so what we will do is just to create the list of post entity, that will be the list of post documents in our Cloud Firestore database. We will name it posts and also make sure to import this post entity and also pass it in the constructor. Make it name parameters and also make it required. Also pass it here in the props. So that was it for the post stat. When the post stat is loading, we will show or display the circular progress indicator. If the stat is loaded, this will give us the list of post entity, and that will be the list of post documents in our post collection. I will show you the post collection in a second when we back to the real work of the creating post or something like that. And lastly, this post failure. We will display this post failure stat when some failure occurred while loading the post. And lastly, go to the post qubit. Now what you have to do it inside this post is just to create your use cases final fields. Final, our first use case is create post use case, and also make sure to import it. After importing all these use cases, pass them in the constructor and also make sure to make them required. So after this done, what we have to do is just to create our methods of create post, delete, like and read, and also the update post. So first we will go for the read post use case. This will be same as we had in the post user qubit to read the or get the users. So first we will go to the user qubit and we will copy this get user method from here and come to the post qubit and simply paste it here. Now just change its name to get post and the entity will be post entity, and the initial stat emitted will be post loading, and the use case will also be read post use case dot call, and this will be post, not the user. And this use case method return type is stream list of post entity. So first of all, we have to listen, because that's stream. This will give us the list of post entity, and then we will emit the post loaded stat, which requires post, and we will pass these post coming from the stream simply here, and also import the socket IO exception from the package of .io, and also change the name of this user failure to post failure. And that was it for our get post. Initially the stat will be loading, and in the try block we have call our use case read post use case, and this will go for the method which we have in the remote thread source implementation here, read post. So after this will give us the list of post entity, and simply we listen to this stream response and simply pass this list of post entity in the loaded state. And then when we go to the UI part in the block builder, we will simply get this post. And now the remaining features of post, like the create, like delete and update, will be really simple, just to call the await method on the future. So simply go to the again user qubit and copy this update user method, and come here to the post qubit and simply paste it 4 times. Now just change the name and updating the value of use cases. Now first one will be, let's say, like post, and change it to post entity post, and also like post use case, also pass this post here, and copy this post failure from here and paste it right here, and there you go. You have just implemented your post like post method. Now also copy this from here and paste it right here, change its name to delete post, and call the method of delete post use case. Copy this post, paste it right here, also change the user failure to post failure. Now again copy this, paste it right here, and this will be create post, pass it here, and now call the use case of create post, simply change again the post failure. And the last one is create post, delete, like, get post, and the remaining one is to update the post. So the update user will be changed to update post, and also this will not be the user entity but the post entity. Call the method of the update post use case, pass this post entity here, and also change the user failure to post failure, and there you go. We have successfully implemented our post qubit just by calling the use cases in here. So the next task is just to register these use cases and this qubit in the dependency injection container. So let's go to the injection container and copy a single registered qubit and paste it below all of them. Comment out post qubit injection, and right after this paste the register factory and simply change its name to post qubit. And after this also change the use cases sl.call. So this will search for the create post use case which we are going to register in a while. Delete will be also service locator.call, like sl.call, and read sl.call, and lastly the update sl.call. And that was it for registering the post qubit. Now here we have registered all the methods of the user or use cases of the user. Now let's copy this upload image storage use case with this comment and paste it right here and change its name to post. Let's say simply post. Okay, and first use case is create post use case, and now duplicate it 4 times. This will be now read post use case, like post use case, update post not page use case, and the last one is delete post use case. So we have registered our post use cases and also the qubits. So we have completely decoupled our classes. Now they do not depend on any method in the constructor, but we can simply access them from our dependency injection as we have made them decoupled from their dependencies. So after this, first of all we will go for uploading the post, then we will go for reading the post, and then we will try to delete or update and also like the post. So first of all, let's go to the post directory and to the upload post page. Here we have simple a container in the center and icon of upload. So first of all, from here we have to just pick an image from our gallery and simply change the state from here that now we have picked the image and we're uploading it. There we will show our user profile and also the buttons of uploading, and just to close the uploading page, like you change your mind, you are not uploading that image, that you want to select any other image and want to upload it, so you also can close this window. So we are going to build it just right away. So first of all, in the upload post page, here we have a center container with the width and height of 150 and an icon in the center of upload. So when we click on this, we will change the UI of our page and display another page, another content on this same page, that will be the user profile and the buttons of uploading the post, and again to close that window, and there will be your selected image which you have selected from the gallery by just clicking this upload. So first of all, in here what we have to do is we need the pick image method, just because we are going to pick an image and then we will upload it. So first of all, let's change this stateless widget to stateful widget, and also go to your profile page, and in the edit profile page we have this select image method. Copy it from here and go to again upload post page, simply paste it in here, and that's it. Import the image picker and also import the .io for this file, and that was it. Now on that container we will wrap this with the widget that will be gesture detector. When this taps, not double tap but the on tap, we will do select image, and this will take us to the gallery, and from there we will select an image. And now here we will check the condition, but before this let's copy this scaffold from here and create a new widget for that. That will be a simple method and its name will be upload post widget, and this will return this content we have just copied from here. And now we will check the condition here. We will say if the image was equal to null, like we don't have selected any image, so simply display the upload image widget. Otherwise, any scaffold that we are going to decide that how that window or that content will look like when the image is not equal to null that we have selected the image. So in the scaffold here we are going to have the app bar class, and here its background color will be the background color, which is our black color, and that's it. And its leading icon will be icon start close. To close that window or remove that content from the same page, so then again by clicking this close we will again see this upload post widget. Otherwise, if we have selected the image, so this window will be showing, and on that close icon we will wrap this with the widget that will be again gesture detector on tab. What we will do is just to set the stat or update the UI and change the image stat variable equals to null, and also make it like this because that's the method. And after this, here we are going to have the action button that will also be the icon start arrow forward. By clicking this we will upload our image to the cloud storage, and also after getting the URL from the upload image storage method we will store it in our cloud Firestore database and then simply retrieve it from here and display our image on the home page. So this window will simply look like this for now. Now how to start your application if it's already running, if it's not, so simply run your main.dart to see the changes. Now I already had run my device on the Galaxy S8. Now open the emulator. So I have the user, signed in user, and now go to the upload post page and click this. This will take us to the gallery. Now select any image and this take us to the new window. In the scaffold color is white. We just created this button or the icon close and the arrow forward, which is not working for now, but this close button works. When we click this, this will set the stat and will set the image stat variable to null. So we again back to this upload image page. So that's what this do. And after this also change the background color for the scaffold, so this will also become black. And after that simply increase a bit size of this close button. This will be, let's say, size 28. And after that wrap this forward arrow with some padding and also this icon with the widget gesture detector, and we will see this on tab method later when we want to upload the image. For now let's focus on this UI part a little bit. Now Ctrl S to hot reload your application and open it again and go to the upload image page, try to upload something, and we came here to this page. Now in the body of the scaffold we have to do some changes here. First of all, there will be body column because our content will be aligned vertically. So we also want our user profile, and for that we have to send our current user data to the upload post page. So how we will do that? To do that, you simply have to go to your main screen, and in the main screen, as we are sending data of the current user to the profile page to access that data from the cloud Firestore database, and just like this we will go to the upload post page and simply create a final variable of user entity, and again user, not user but the current user. After this, go to your main screen. This will require the current user and pass the current signed in or sign up user. Now hot restart the application to reset everything, and there you go. Now in the upload post page here in the body. Now we want our user profile image in the circle, and down there will be the image we selected, and after this there will be a field of description to write some description to post or create that post. So we will create a container. Its width will be, let's say, 80 and height will be 80. Decoration of box decoration for now, or let's remove this decoration from here. In the child of that container we will simply do profile widget, our built-in widget. We have not passed any image URL or image file, so this will display a simple default profile URL for now. And also not forget to wrap this with widget of clip rect to make it circle, not react but clip rect. Border radius will be border radius dot circular of 40. So this will become a circle. Now the cross axis alignment of column is by default in the center, so we don't have to touch it for now. And after this there will be a size vertical about 10, and after that there will be some text of username, style, text style, color. Its color will be white color for now, and after that there will be again the size vertical and a simple container. Its width will be double dot infinity, means infinite width or max width, and its height will be, and in the child of that container we will simply do profile widget and the image we have selected from our gallery. And after that there will be again size vertical about 10, and there will be profile form widget, and its title will be description. For now let's keep it like this. Press Ctrl S to hot reload and go to your upload, select any image, and we can see this window on our screen. The circle where the image of the user will comes, and the username, and the cancel and the upload button. We just want some padding or the margin around this, and we got our field of description here. So, and our selected image is here now. So that's good. Now one more thing we have to do is just to wrap our body column widgets with some padding, and this will be symmetric horizontally about 10, and that will be enough. Press Ctrl S, and that's one of the best feature of the Flutter. It reflects the changes right now. So that was it. And now we want our user image, profile image here, and the username right here. And now close it for now, and this username will comes from the current user data. That will be widget dot current user dot profile URL, and also copy this from here. Now we are doing it wrong. There will be the username, and this will be in the profile widget. In the image URL there will be string, right, like this. This will be profile URL of the user, and that's it. Now press Ctrl S and try it again. Click this, select one image, and the Steve profile URL is also loaded, and we got the name of the current user, current authenticated user, and the image we have selected. And description, we cannot enter the description and upload the post for now, just because we have not created the method for this. So to do that we have to create an method here. So where this build override method ends, here we will create a method. Its name will be create submit post, and this will accept the string image which will be required. And in the body, what we will do is to do block provider dot of context, and here we have to specify its type as we did for the user while updating it. So there will be post qubit and dot create the post, this accept the post entity, and in the post entity the description will comes from the description controller dot text, which we have not created for now. So let's do it here. Let's go to the credential page, and from sign up page just copy one controller from here, and inside the upload post page paste it right here, change its name to the description controller, and that's it. Also not forget to dispose it in order to avoid some memory leaks. Dot dispose, and that's it. Now pass it here in the profile form widget controller will be the description controller just to tag its text, and after that the time create it will be timestamp dot now, and the creator UID will be the widget dot current user dot UID. The creator UID of the post will be the current user UID who is creating the post, and the likes will be when the post creates will be empty list, and the post ID will be comes from the UUID package dot v1. That's it. So this will generate the random UUID, random unique ID, so that will be the post ID. So using that UID then we will manipulate the post, and the post image URL will be the image. After this total comments will be 0, total likes will be 0, the username will be widget dot current user dot username, and user profile URL will be widget dot current user dot profile URL, and that's it. Now here we are gonna have another method of submit post, and here inside this we will call the di.sl, and also import this injection container as di, just because we are going to upload the image to the cloud storage. So di.sl upload image to storage dot call this method, file will be the image we have selected, make it nullable, and its post will be true for now. So this will create the post directory and will post or upload that image we have selected in the cloud firestore, not the firestore but the cloud storage, and its child name will be posts, that will be our directory name. So that's it. Now in the then method, after uploading that image to the cloud storage, we will simply call the create submit post and pass the value here. That value is the image URL the upload image to cloud storage method returns. So we will name it this value the image URL just for the meaningful naming convention. And after that we also want to show the circular progress indicator while the image is uploading or the post is uploading. So here we will create a new boolean field, a variable. Its type will be bool and will be uploading equal to false, and this uploading will only becomes true while this submit post method calls. So we will set the state and will uploading will becomes equal to true, And after this, when this method completes, in the then method we will do set the stat, or let's simply call our clear method, and that clear method here will be just to set the stat. Also pass the arrow function here. The uploading will become false, and also the description controller will be cleared, and also the image will becomes null. Just return to our upload image post page again. And that was it for now. Now when we call this submit post method on the arrow function here in the just detector, so this will throw an exception of dirty stat, just because we are calling the post qubit from the context, and that context do not contain any post qubit. So let's try it out just for making it sure how to start the application. And now go to the upload post page, select an image from the gallery and try to write some description. This is beautiful image, and click this. Nothing happened. Check the debug console, and here it's saying unhandled exception. The block provider called with the context that does not contain the post qubit, as I said. So to avoid this, we have to do is just to create the widgets inside our post directory. These will be the widgets of our separate post directory, so there will be only the widgets of that post. So here inside we will create another Dart file. Its name will be upload post main widget. Inside this main widget there will be a simple stateless widget, and its name will be upload post main widget. Import the Flutter material Dart, and also go to the upload post page, or let's copy this all upload post page and paste it right here. Now change its name to upload post main widget. This will be the main widget. And in the upload post page, now delete everything, create a stateless widget and name it upload post page, and import the material widget. And this will also accept the final user entity current user. And what I am doing here, this will be clear to you in a while. And this current user will be just like this, and this will return the upload post main widget, which accept the current user. We are passing that current user here. And now we will wrap this upload post main widget with the block provider to provide that block, and this will be post qubit block. Post qubit, not a block. Now import the injection container, and also import the Flutter block, and this will be di dot from sl. We will do post qubit, and that's it. Now how to start the application, and go to the upload post page and select an image and type some description, photography, and that's it. Now upload this, and something happened, and this navigate us to this page. Now open the run console, and there is some messages, but we avoided that unhandled exception that the context does not have the post qubit, so we create our post upload main widget and transfer all of our post page data to this in here, and simply in that post page we simply provide the block, and now this context contain the post qubit and simply call this widget in here. So after this the post qubit start working in here now, just because now the stat contain the post qubit, so it's working now. Now in the check the cloud firestore database and restart this, reload this page, and you can see we got our post collection as we have expected, and we got the create at here, the time, the creator UID, and the description photography, and the likes for now empty, and the post ID is randomly generated, and the post image URL which we are going to check in a while coming from the cloud storage, and the total comments are 0, the total likes are 0, and the user profile is that profile URL comes from the user profile which was already in the user collection of that particular document of the user, and we are not seeing the username here. Okay, let's leave it for now like this. Check the storage, and here we got the post also, and the image we just uploaded, the photography image. And now in the cloud firestore database, in the post collection we got everything except the username. Why is that? Is we made some mistake in here? So let's check it out. In the remote data source implementation, while creating a post, here we got the username from post username, and also while uploading the post in the upload post main widget, we got the username here from the current user, but it's not in the cloud firestore database. I think we made mistake while creating a model of the post. Let's check it out one by one. We have fields, we have the username here, also here, and that's also present in here, also in the from snapshot, but not in the 3JSON method. So that was a little mistake in the model. So now copy this username and paste it right here. So now next time when we upload post, so there will be the username also. So now let's go to this and delete this document from here, and also in the storage, or let's delete this whole directory of the post. We will upload our brand new image of the post in here. Now one more thing we have to do it is just to go to upload post page and just to handle this uploading stat or stat variable. Right after this description, what we will do, size vertical about 10, and we will do a row children, its main axis alignment will be in the center, and there will be some text uploading, and there will be 3 dots, its style, text style will be color start white, and there will be some size horizontal about 10, and there will be circular progress indicator, and this will be only shown up when the uploading is true. Otherwise we will display simply a container width will be 0 and height will be 0, just like this. Now hot restart your application to reset everything, and open up your emulator and go to the upload post page, go to here, select this brain and type some description like this brain is so powerful, and click this. Image is uploading. It says the circular progress indicator, and after some time the image will be uploaded, and this will navigate back us to this upload image page. And now go to the Cloud Firestore, the Firebase. In the Cloud Firestore database, we got again the post collection, and the document we have deleted is still here, but let's leave it like this. Check this one. We got this here, and this has now the username. So that was the mistake in the model. So you have to create your models very carefully and avoid these mistakes. So we got our post collection inside the time, user ID, description. This brain is so powerful, likes is for now empty string, and the post ID is randomly generated ID, post image URL, total comments, total likes, user profile URL, and the username Steve. So that was it. Now in the storage we got the post and the directory here and that image which we have uploaded. So that was it for uploading the post or creating the post. So now it's time to go for reading the post. So in the home page, let's go at the top, and here in the body, close this padding widget from here, copy it, and inside the home, let's create another directory and name it widgets, and inside these widgets create a new dart file and name it single post widget or single post card widget, and this will be a stateless widget, single post card widget, which will be shown in the list from the Cloud Firestore database. Now paste it right here, and this will accept final post entity post and pass it in here, and also import the library const and also the open bottom model sheet. Copy it from the home screen here we have and paste it in here, and also import the Flutter icons for using the image circle and the sand icons. And now remove this padding widget from here, and there will be our block builder which accept the block and the block stat, but we have the qubit, the subset of the block. So there will be the post qubit and the post stat open, and it accept the builder, which here this will be context and the stat. And I don't know why this dart analyzer is very sad. It is not reading this. You can see its color is white. So let me reset the dart analyzer for now. I'm back. I just restarted my Android Studio 2 times just because I don't know what happens with the new version, the Dolphin version of Android Studio. Most of the time the dart analyzer stopped working and it didn't analyze code. So I don't know what's the problem. So after this, in the body widget of the scaffold of the home page, body widget, here we will do the block builder and parentheses, and this accepts the post qubit as we are loading the post. So and post stat, and also import the post qubit from here, and inside this it requires builder. Builder will accept the context, build context, and the stat open body, and here we will check the condition. If we will change its name to the post stat to make it more meaningful, and the condition will be if the post stat is post loaded. So what we will do is to just return the list view dot builder, and in the item builder of the list view, this accept the context and the index, and this will return our single post card widget, and put semicolon here, and inside the item builder we will create a final variable, and this will be post, which will be equal to post stat dot post the list of post entity or the list of documents. We will do all the post on that index, so this will become single post entity, and we pass it in here. So this will load all the post in our post collection in the list, in one list, and here we will also return the center child circular progress indicator, and also here we can check other stats like if the post stat is loading. So then we also can return this circular progress indicator, or this will be post loading if the post stat is post failure. So we can show a simple toast that some failure occurred while creating the post. So when the post stat was loading, we will display circular progress indicator, and if it was failure, we will simply show a toast some failure occurred while creating the post. While loaded, we will simply load that list of documents in our post collection and simply display all these posts in one list. And there is an compile time error in the post community icons, so import these Flutter icons here. So that's it. Now when I hot restart the application or run the main.dart, so this will definitely again throw the dirty stat error that we don't have the post qubit in the context and we are existing it in the block builder. So let's check the run command line, and it says some big horrible error. Let's say what it is saying. It's that the could not find the provider qubit above the block builder post qubit and stat. So what we have to do it in here, just to wrap this block builder with the block provider, and as we did for the upload post page, just copy this disl post page from here and simply paste it in here. And now also pass this type in here and make sure to import the injection container as di. Now run your application, and after this open your emulator, and you can see on the home page we are seeing the circular progress indicator, just because we also have to call the get post method in here. This requires the post entity, so we will pass simply empty the post entity, just because we are not using any attribute or any field of it in here. So after this, again hot to start your application or run your main.dart and open up your emulator. We got one post but the range error in here, and this is because we forgot to specify the item count from the post stat dot post dot length, meaning that there will be all the posts present in the post collection. Now again, how to start the application, and we will not see this error again. Open up the emulator and we got the one single post, but there is no data in here. So to load the data, as we are sending the post entity in here from the loaded post, so we will access the post data from this post entity. Now the username will be comes from the post dot username, and also the container here will not be more box decoration. This will be clip rect, and in the child, in the border radius, it will be circular about 15, and in its child there will be a profile widget, and inside the image URL there will be post dot user profile URL and child of that container. And after that, in that container we will remove this color from here, because this will no more the gray color box. There will be a child of profile widget, and in the image URL there will be the post dot post image URL, and also for the total likes there will be the post dot total likes, and here the username will be post dot username, and some description will also comes from the post dot post description, and view all the $sign post dot total comments will be here, and the time will be $sign post dot create ad, but we will convert this time to some meaningful time because that will not be readable. So let's Ctrl S to check it out, and then we will also convert this time using the .intel package. So open the emulator and close this keyboard, and we got our user profile, his name, his uploaded image, and the likes for now is white like this, and this is comment page, and Steve is saying this brand is so powerful, view all 0 comments, there are no comments, and you can see time is not formatted. We are going to format it in a while, and dislike is only little 0, we have to do it 0 likes, just like this. And now let's format this timestamp. So to format that we will copy this create ad from here, and we will do date time dot, we will do date format, and inside the date format we will pass dd mmm, and lastly y, and then format. Inside the format we will pass this post dot create ad dot to date, and also just like this. Now press Ctrl S and open up your emulator, so the date is formatted to 14 November 2022. So that was the format of the date, and we get our post. Now let's try to upload one more post to make it sure if it's working. Let's select this image and name it colorful image. Now click this, image is uploading, please wait, and after some time this will navigate back us to this page. Go to home page, and we got this image uploaded here, and it's also scrollable, you can see it in here. And now it's time to update this post. Now to update the post image, the update post page must accept the final post entity to access this data from the post which have posted. So this data, user profile, username, and the image description will comes from the post entity the post user have created. So the update post must accept the post entity to access that data and make this stateless widget to stateful widget, and this will not be anymore the decoration box decoration, but in the child of container there will be clip rect, and its border radius will be circular about 50, and its child will be profile widget and image URL will be widget.post.userprofile_URL. and after that copy this, and the username will be the username, and here the description must accept the controller, so we have to create one controller here. So this will be text editing controller, description controller will be equal to text editing controller, and that's it. Now the description controller will be passed in here, and after that when the stat inits, also make it dispose and dispose this controller, and this will be not initialized, but this will be for now null, just like this. Make it nullable and dispose the description controller, and when the stat inits, the init stat calls first only one time when the page opens, and inside the init stat the description controller will be initialized, and its text will come from the post.widget.post.description. So when the stat inits, so the text will becomes equal to the description in the Cloud Firestore database of that particular post. And lastly, this image will not going to have any gray color, and its child will be profile widget, and will going to accept image URL will be the widget.post.image URL. Now one more thing you have to do is just to go to on generate route, and this update post accept now the post entity. So now you have to do the same mechanism as we did for the edit profile page. So here we will check the condition. If the arguments is post entity, simply return this route builder with the post arguments. Otherwise, simply return the else with the no page found. Now how to start your application to reset everything and see the changes we have made. So we got two posts in here, and go to the update profile, and it said page not found. This is because from where we are navigating to our update post widget, update post page, that is single post card widget, and here we have the post entity right here. So our bottom model sheet will going to accept the post entity as a post, and press F2 to track this error and pass this post in here. So the error will be gone. The post is coming from that post just getted using the get method. And in the bottom model sheet, from where we are navigating to the update post page, this will accept the arguments of simple the post. Now the argument is post, so this will not throw the page not found error or the page we have set to show while the page not found or the arguments are incorrect. So now when we click this and go to update post page, when you get to the update post page, the username is current username and the image URL of that user and that post image and description and that colorful text and that colorful image coming from the Cloud Firestore database. You can see it in here, that colorful image, which is also here. So we got the data in our update post page. Now it's time to update it. So to do that, the mechanism will be same as we had in the edit profile page. So in the update post page, again we have to go to the edit profile page and copy this select image from here, and in the update post page simply paste it right after this dispose and import this image picker and also the .io for this file. Copy this select image, and from where we will select this image. To do that, we have to do one thing, that is on that container we will wrap this container with the column and we'll change this column to stack, and after this container we will do a simple container. Its width will be 30 and height will also be 30. Decoration of box decoration, border radius circular 15, and in the child there will be an image, there will be an icons dot edit, and its color will be color blue color coming from our constants, and the background color of that container will be colors dot gray, not green but gray. And also wrap this container with the widget of position, because its stack from top it will be 20 and from right it will also be 20. Now how to start the application to save the changes, and now click this, go to the update post page, and we got the icon here. So we have to make these 15 for more clarity, and this will be white, not the gray, because it will look more clear. Press Ctrl S and we got this to edit our image. So now we will wrap this container with the widget gesture detector, and when this taps we will call the select image to select any other image from your gallery, and also where we are showing our post image URL in the profile widget we will also pass the image, that image, just because when we select the other image, so instead of this image URL we will display the image we have selected for updating the post. So this will be for updating the post image, and after that here we are again going to have the methods of update post. So here there will be a method submit update post, which will going to accept the string image and must be required, and this will going to return the block provider dot of context, and again from the post qubit we will do dot update post, this accept the post entity, and the data will comes from the user profile URL will be the image, and the description will be comes from description controller dot text, and the creator UID will be widget dot post dot creator UID, and the post ID will be widget dot post ID. On that post ID we will update the post, and here there will be one more method of update post, and this will not going to accept anything, but will check the condition if the image was equal to null, that we have not select any image, we just wanted to update our description of the post. If this was equal to null, so we will simply call the submit update post, simply update the post with the widget dot post image URL. Simply update that image with the same image we have in the CloudFaster database. Else, if we have selected any other image, so now in this case we have to import our injection container as di, and this time we will do di.serviceLocator upload image to storage use case dot call. File will be the image we have selected, and its post is true because we are updating the post image, and the child name will be posts. And in the then method of that we will name this value the image URL, and after this submit update post will be updated with the image URL. And also when the upload post method completes, in the then method we will call again our clear method, and that clear method will do only to set the state, and this will set the image equal to null, and description controller will becomes clear, and simply navigator dot pop the context to navigate back to the home page. Now that was it. Now how to start the application, and not yet, but we also have to call this update method somewhere. So the update method will call on that done icon. So wrap this with simple widget, just a detector on tap, call this update post method. Now again how to start the application to see our new changes on that upload post method. So now go to this, update it, and select any other image, this now, and change it to photo graphy new image, and click this. Nothing happened. Check the run console, and it is again saying the same unhandled exception, the context does not have the post qubit. So we have to create another file of dot upload or update post main widget, and copy all the content of the update post main widget update post page to the update post main widget, and change its name to update post main widget. And in the update post page, remove everything, make it stateless widget. This will be update post page, which will going to accept the final post entity post in here, pass it in the constructor, required this dot post, and also make sure to import the Flutter material package, and this will going to return the update post main widget. and import it, and this accept the post, pass the same post in here. Now wrap this update postman widget with the provider and import our dependency injection container. Import injection container as di, and also import the Flutter block, and the post will come from di.serviceLocator.postQubit, and that's it. Also its type will be of postQubit. Now that was it. How to start the application again, and go to this update, select any other image, let's say this, and we will name it some description. Look at the sky behind the girl. So that's it. Now click this. After some time this will be updated. The description is updated, but the image of the post is not. That is because we made some mistake in the remoted source. Maybe here in the update post the description was not equal to null, description was not equal to empty string description, and we are updating the post image URL, but there is nothing wrong in here. So where we are making this mistake? So while updating the post, let's check the mechanism from here. If the image was not equal to null, simply update the post with the same image as we have in the Cloud Firestore database. In the else condition, call the upload image to storage and upload that selected image to storage using its path. Make it true because now it's post and child name is post, and then the image URL is passed in here as we are doing, passing the image in here. So what's the problem? The problem is with user profile URL, but we are updating the post image URL. So that's the problem. Post image URL we want to update, and here we are passing the user profile URL. So that's why it was not updating. Now how to start the application, and open our emulator. Now edit this post, go to update, select another image. Let's say I want to select this, and description will be loneliness for now, let's say, from this image. Now click this tick, open up the console, and the image is updated, and the text is also updated. But we also want to show some circular progress indicator while updating. So for that we have to create a boolean variable. We will say uploading equal to false, and copy this when the update post method starts. We will set the state. The uploading will becomes true, and in the else condition of this submit post we will set the uploading to false, and as we did for uploading the post widget, we will copy this row from here inside the update. Right after this description we will do size vertical about 10, paste it right here, and everything will remain the same, but this will say updating the post. So that will be it. Now again, how to start the application, and try to update this second post. Update it and remove this description from here. Also select other image, let's say this, and name it sky is beautiful, and that's it. Now click this, it is updating, and after some time this will be update it, and you can see the text is changed to sky is beautiful, and the image is also loading, and it's loaded. So we have create our post, get our post, and also updated our post. And last thing, and one more thing, we have to do it in here just to delete the post. So in the single post card widget here, we have the delete post in here. When we click this delete post is not working for now. So we will wrap this text with the widget gesture detector on tap. When we tap this, now to delete post, we will do block provider dot of context. This of will be of post qubit, and we will call dot delete post and post entity accepting this, and we are deleting the post on the post id, so the post id will be post dot post id. As simple as that. But when we call this method, this will say the context does not have the post qubit. So let's check it out. Or restart the application and click this, hit this delete, nothing happens. Check this run. Now to fix that, block provider dot of card with context that does not have the content of the post qubit, we have to cut this from here and create a separate method here. Its name will be delete post, and paste it right here. And also convert this stateless widget to stateful widget. It's our post single card widget, and in the home page, wrap this single post card widget with the block provider, and this will come from di.sl post qubit. That's it. While returning the post single post qubit, this will provide the post qubit with this. So we got the post qubit with this context, and also copy this and call it in the on tap method. Again, how to start the application to reset everything, and now try to delete one post. Hit this, delete the post, and the post is deleted from here. You can see there is only one post remaining. Now delete this one, and the window is now empty. Now to also avoid this bug, we will check the condition here. While returning the list view, we will check the condition on the post stat. If the post stat dot is empty, if it was empty, we will return a widget. No posts yet widget. Otherwise, we will return the list view, and this no post yet widget will be created in here. This will simply return center child text, no posts yet, style text style, color start white, and font weight will be bold, and font size will be 18. Now press Ctrl S. There is some error in here, put semicolon here, and then press Ctrl S. Now when there is no post, so this will show no post yet, and when we upload a new post like this, colors, upload this, upload it. Now go to this, we got our post here. We can update it by changing its image and colors to photography. Update. Now it's updating. It's updated. Now we also can delete the post. So we create the post, read the post, we update the post, we also delete the post. And now one last thing is remaining, that is to like the post. Now that like feature will be implemented in the next video, because with this like feature we will also implement the Instagram like feature with the beautiful animation, like when we double tap on image, and also from the small like button, the heart icon, we also can like from here and from double tap on the image. So that like feature will be separately implemented in the next video. So that was it. We have done create post, read post, update post, and also deleting the post. Liking a post is one of the most interesting features in famous social media apps like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, etc. And I am 100% sure that you have liked millions of posts up until now in Facebook or Instagram. But did you ever think about it, how this technology works? Yes, those people who is watching this series from starting, they are familiar with this. But those who have not watched this series and are new to this video, first of all, most welcome, and I will show you our like feature of the app in a while. And you can also watch this series if you want to learn how to write clean and maintainable code for the apps in Flutter. So in the previous video we have implemented our post qubit. We create the post, we read the post, we also update the post, and finally we delete the post also. But we left one method of liking post by saying that we will implement this feature with beautiful animation of like as we have in the Instagram app. So first of all, let's go to the remote data source implementation and go a bit up here and look at this like post method. Inside the method we have the post collection, the current UID of the user, the post reference on the particular post ID, and then we are checking the condition on the post document reference. Like if it was exist, we are storing the likes field in the single variable. Its type is list and name is likes. And we are also storing the total likes fields in the final variable. And also we are checking the condition if the likes in a single document of the post contains the current UID, the current user UID. Then update this post by updating only the likes array or list by removing the current user UID from it, and simply also decrement total likes by 1. If it contains the current UID, remove it and decrement the total likes by 1. And in the else condition, we are simply doing its opposite. Like if it was not exist, simply update it by adding a single value by calling array union and simply add the current user UID in the like list and simply increment the total likes by 1. And that's it. That's what this like post feature of the app does. And now what we are going to do is just to go to for the post directory in the presentation layer. Inside this, if you look at, we have widgets. Inside the widgets we will create a new Dart file and will name it like animation widget. And then inside it we are gonna have a stateful widget and its name will be like animation widget. And also make sure to import Flutter material Dart. So we have created our stateful widget, we import our Flutter material.dart. And to animate the like on the post like we have in the real Instagram, in Flutter we are going to use the tween animations of Flutter. The tween is basically the interpolation between the beginning and the ending values. You will see it in a while that what kind of beginning and ending value I'm talking about. But before doing anything, first of all we are gonna have some fields in the constructor of like animation widget. So first field is going to be final widget and child. That will be one of the field which will be required when we call the like animation widget. And next field will be final duration and its name will also be the duration. And the next field will be final boolean, and its name will be is like animating, like if the like is animating or not. And the last field will be final void callback, a simple callback function. It will be nullable and its name will be on like finish, and that's it. Now come to this like animation widget constructor, hold alt and enter. If you're using Android Studio, this little window will appear. It is saying add final field formal parameters. Hit enter and these will be added in the constructor. Those who are not nullable, they have the required field before this dot duration like this, and those who are nullable, they do not have the required before them. So we have added our fields in the constructor also, and we are gonna need all of them while liking or animating our like if we double tap on our post. And next we are going to have two fields of animation controller provided by Flutter, and it will be like it will initialize in the init state will be equal to, not equal to, but only the controller. And next we are gonna have let animation, and its name will be the scale. And now to interact with twins and work with them, we have to inherit our stat class with the single ticker provider. Here we will say with single ticker provider stat mixin, and that's it. And next in the init stat we will do simply initialize the controller will becomes equal to animation controller, and vsync will be this. Put semicolon here, and this vsync is basically keeps the track of the screen so that Flutter does not render the animations when the screen is not being displayed. And next parameter we are gonna have is duration, and this duration will going to accept the duration and millisecond, and these milliseconds will be our widget dot duration dot in milliseconds. Like when we call this widget, we will specify how much millisecond this like animation will stay, like it will appear and disappear after some duration. So we will pass this duration when we call this, that's why we did it like this. The milliseconds will be widget duration in milliseconds. So after this, let's look at this single ticker provider stat mixin. It's apparent from its name that it will provide a single ticker. So what are these tickers and what that does? These tickers can be used by any widget that want to be notified every time a frame change triggers, like the animations occur in Flutter. And this mixin provides a single ticker that is configured to only tick while the current tree is enabled, like enable or disable tickers, and thus the animation controllers in the widget subtree. And this single trigger provider is only used when you have only one animation controller in the stat. As you are going to have only one animation controller just because we are animating only one single like, and if you have multiple animation controllers objects over the lifetime of the stat, you can use the ticker provider mixin instead of the single ticker provider mixin, like the ticker provider stat mixin instead of this single ticker provider stat mixin. And after this initializing the controller, we are going to have to also initialize this scale. The scale will becomes equal to the tween, and also we have to set the animation type to double, and also this tween type to double. And this is going to have the values of begin and also the end. As I said in the starting that the tween is basically the interpolation between the beginning and the ending values. So we are going to specify the beginning and the ending values of the animation of the tween animation. The begin value will be 1 and the end value will be like 1.2. And then we will do dot animate, and inside this we will pass the parent animation controller, and that's it. And next in this stat we are going to have one more override method. It will be did update widget. So what this did update widget does? This did update widget will only be called when the current displaying widget is replaced by some other widget. So inside this did update widget we will check the condition. First of all, let's remove this to do from here and check if the widget dot is like animating of our current widget is not equal to old widget dot is like animating. If our current new is like animating widget field is not equal to the old widget is like animating, so inside this we will call begin like animation, and this is going to be a method which we are going to create in a while. So let's implement it, copy it from here and paste it right here, and this will simply be an asynchronous call method. And inside this we will do if the widget dot is like animating was true, so we will do await the controller dot forward. We will send the controller forward first, and then we will again do await controller dot reverse, and then we will simply await future dot delayed is accept duration. Duration will be milliseconds 200. So what we are doing here is checking the condition. If is like was animating, we will send the controller forward and reverse and wait for 200 millisecond, and after this we will do if the widget dot on like finish is not equal to null. So we will simply call the on widget dot on like finish method to end or finish the like animation. So that will be it. And in the build method we are gonna have the scale transition, and the scale will be the scale our variable, this variable, and the second variable and the second parameter will be child, and this will be our widget dot child. That's it. Hold Ctrl Alt Shift L and hit enter to format the code, and that was it for our like animation widget. Now let's go to the post card widget to animate our like. So where it was, go a bit up here, not here, it's open bottom model sheet, and we have to call this like first of all on the here this container, the area where we are showing our post image URL. So first of all in here we will cut this container from here, and we will do stack children, and inside this stack we will paste this container, and right after this container we are going to have an icon of like icons dot favorite, and its size will be a bit huge as we are showing it on the post. So it will be, let's say, 100, and its color will be colors.white. And that was it for the icon. Now we will wrap this icon with our widget. That widget will be our like animation widget. Now let's import this widget. Now after this, it accepts some parameters, put comma here, hit enter, and again it required the duration first of all. So the duration will be duration in milliseconds 200, and the is like animating will be our external variable, which name will also be is like animating, and copy it from here, go up here and create a boolean field or variable, paste right here, it will be false. Now copy it and come down here, and after this there will be on like finish. Let's remove this comma from here. So on like finish, this will be a method which will set the state is like animation to false. Like when the animation ends on like finish, it will set the is like animating to false, and we also have to make it true to show some animation, which we are going to do right now. So again, we will wrap this like animation widget with another widget. Its name will be animated opacity, and inside this we will do the duration will be duration milliseconds and also 200, and its opacity will also be, we will do the if the like is animating true, so we will show 1, otherwise 0. So this was the animated opacity to show or make the favorite icon invisible. Like when we double tap this, it will appear for some time, for some millisecond, and directly it will disappear. So after this, we have to do one more thing. We will wrap this tag with the widget. That widget will be the gesture detector, and when this taps, not tap but on double tap, we will do to call the like post method and simply set the stat is like animating equal to true. And this like post method is not implemented right now, so we will copy it, and down here with this, after this delete post method, we will implement this like method. So simply we have to do block provider dot of context, and this will be the post qubit, and simply call the like post, this accept the post entity, and open this, and inside this it required, I think, let's check the remote source implementation and the like post, the post collection. We already have the get current user UID, we have the post, and we simply have to pass only the post ID. So this will works after this. So go down here in the like animation, not in here, in the single post card widget. Here in the like method, post ID will be widget dot post ID. So on that particular post, inside the like list in the specific document of post, we will add the current user UID inside this, and then we will show the like animation for some time, and this will disappear in 200 millisecond, or let's increase this a bit to 300, let's say. Now if you have run your main.dart simply how to start your application, and if it's not running, run your main.dart. Open the emulator, and I think someone cloned my Instagram application from GitHub and post it in here, so that's okay. Let's try it here. Double tap and a like appears, but it is in here. Now double tap again and you can see the likes is also increasing. Again double tap, but it's here at the top left corner. We have to display it in the center, so for that we have to do one thing in here. The alignment of this tag will be alignment.center. So that's it. Press Ctrl S and open again and do this. It likes, it unlikes, or it likes. Now it again unlikes. Now we also have to do something for this small like or the small heart icon. So where it is? Here. So here we will check the condition. Widget dot post dot likes contains the current UID of the user. If it contains the current UID, then simply show this favorite, otherwise the icons dot favorite dot, not dot but the outline, and this will be the same for the color. Copy this. We will check the condition here. If it contains the current UID, its color will be colors.red, otherwise its color will be primary color, which is white. Now from where we will get this current UID, come up here, and what we have to do it is to create the init stat, and there will be a variable of string current UID equal to empty string, and inside this we will call the di.sl, and this will be get current UID use case dot call dot then we will do set this stat. This current UID will becomes equal to the value, which is the current user UID. So we simply call the get current UID use case by calling this call method, and then it gives us the string current UID. If I show you in the remote source implementation here, come and press Ctrl F, go to the get current UID. In this method we are simply getting the current user UID like this. So we simply call to this method from our dependency injection using this use case, and it in returns it gives us the string value, which is the current UID of the user, and we simply store it in this current UID variable. So in here on that we check the condition. If the likes of that post contain the current UID, simply show it favorite, like now outline but filled, and the color will be also like this. If it contains the current UID, its color will be red, otherwise the primary white color. Now how to start the application, and open up your emulator. Now again try it. When I double tap, it like the post, you can see a heart icon came here, and one like, the likes is incremented by 1. When I double tap again, the likes animation show up, and the icon of heart become outline, and the likes become 0. It appears, disappear, appear and disappear. Just like this we have implemented our like animation of post. And if I show you the actual mechanism of this liking post animation, let's go to the browser, and that's the post collection. On that ID, randomly generated ID, we have this post, we have this list of likes in the post. So now open up the emulator. When I double tap this, my UID added here in the like, you can see on the 0 index, and the like is incremented by 1. When I double tap this again, the like ID is removed and it's decremented by 1, so it becomes 0, my ID is removed. So that's how our like animation works. So I hope this video was helpful for you, and this was hopefully the last video for the post. We have implemented the like and we can also unlike the post. So in the next video we will go for the comments, like to do something for these comments, and next we will go for the reply and followers, just like this. Famous social media apps like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn has given right to all the users to show their expression on a post through comments. Like a person starts a company and want to hire people to work in the company. First he will upload some posts and will tell the audience that what kind of job he is offering, and then people who are interested to work in the company will do comments to share their expression and also ask some question related to the job. And that's how this mechanism works. And this post and comments can be of any kind, like user can upload any social post to share his or her ideas, and people can comment to share their expressions, and this scenario will be like this. And also at the end of this video I have one task for you to complete, so stay tuned in order to not miss the task and the new stuff I'm going to share in this video. So in the previous video we just implement the beautiful like animations like the real Instagram. So now open up the emulator and check how this works. So we got 2 posts here in our Instagram application, and now if you check this post, we have liked the post, there is the likes incremented by 1 and the heart icon is red. Now when I double tap this, the post is now unlike, but in the previous video we left one thing, that was to like the post when we click this small heart icon. So to also like the post while clicking the small heart icon, we have to do one thing, is just to go to the single post card widget and the method, this like post method. We also have to call this method on the heart icon. Where is that? Here. Now we will wrap this icon with the widget, and that widget will be, you are surely familiar with this is the gesture detector, and this provides us many methods like on tap, on double tap, on long press, on tap cancel, and many like this. When this icon taps, so we will do like the post, and that's it. Now after doing this, hit enter to make it analyze by dart analyzer, because it were gray before, and when we hit the enter it becomes colorful, like it's analyzed now. So now after this, how to start your application, and after that when your application restarts, simply go for the second post, click this, the post is like on this. Now when we double tap this, you can see the post is unlike. We can also like this and unlike from here. And when we double tap this, if you look at, we have the like, but it looks a bit slow. To make it a bit faster, you have to go to the like animation widget, and simply you have to divide this millisecond on 2, and simply how to start your application. And then when it restarts, now come here and double click. Now it looks a bit quick and it unlikes the post. When you double tap again, it likes the post. From here we can also unlike the post. So now it's time to go for implementing the comment entity. So to do that, you have to go to the domain layer, and inside the entities you have to create one directory, and we'll name it simply the comment. And inside this comment directory, create a new .file, and its name will be comment entity. and that's it. Inside this comment entity there will be a class and its name will be comment entity, open body, and also not forget to extends it with the equatable for the value equality, and this will create a new missing override which will for now throw an implemented error when we create the fields. So we will pass all the fields in one list, and that's it. Remove this to do implement props from here, and that's it. Now, so what our comment entity or comment is going to hold. So to analyze this, go to the emulator and click this comment icon. So when we post our comment, it will look something like this. So what we want is the username, the description, and the timestamp, the total replies for this, the likes on the post, not on the post but on the comments, and the comment ID and user profile URL and these fields. So first of all, we are going to have the final string description, and also not forget to make it nullable. So this will be this description of the comment, and next we are going to have is the final string username, the name of the user, and next hold Ctrl and D to duplicate this and simply change its name to user profile URL. And next we are going to have is the timestamp. So this will be final timestamp and will be create at like when the comment is created or posted. That's it. And then the final, the likes on the comment. So we are going to have the list of string and likes. This scenario will be similar to the post as we have in the post. Like when we like the comment, there will be stored the user UID and the heart icon will be shown red, and when we again click it, it will become outline and the user ID will be removed from the list. And that's how this like scenario will be also for the comment. And next we are going to have one field of final num, like it can be double or integer also, and its name will be total replies, like how much replies are on this comment, as we had for the post how much comments on this post. Like if you look at in here, we have total comments and total likes, and same as we have the total replies on that comment. And next we are going to have is the final string comment ID. This will be the ID on which we will manipulate our comment, like to update it, delete it, or like it. And one more thing in here we are gonna have is this will be the final string post ID. Now why is that? Why we have the post ID in the comment entity? The reason behind this is first we are gonna have the post collection. Inside the post collection we have different posts, and each post have its own unique ID. Like we generate the random UID for each of the posts when we are uploading the post, and inside each post document, when user comment on that post, in each document there will be created a new collection. Its name will be comment. Inside that comment collection there will be all the comments of that particular post. Like we have first the post document inside the post collection, and inside that particular document of the post there will be another collection of the post, and inside this collection there will be all the comments of that particular post. So first we have to access the post. specific document. That's why we have the post id, and then we have the comment collection, and inside that there will be many comments on comment id, and the comment id will be similar randomly generated id. And one last field here will be the final string uid or the creator uid, like who create this comment. So that will be all the fields which will be of our single comment. Now that's it. Select one of this field, like as I selected the creator uid, hold alt and enter, this window will appear. Select the second one, create constructor for final fields, hit enter, and that's it. Now go at the end, put comma here and hold Ctrl Alt Shift L, this window will appear, hit enter, so the code will be formatted. And now not forget to make them name parameters, so select them, hold shift and the curly brace, so these will not this but the curly brace to make them name parameters by wrapping them in these curly braces. And after this, next thing we have to do is just to remove this throw unimplemented error from here. Put a list here and copy all these fields from here and paste it right here. Select all these with the dot and hold alt and J to select the corresponding list just like this, and now backspace to remove them. And that's it, and there you go. We have successfully implemented our comment entity, and that will be all the fields for or data for the single comment when we post or upload or create our comment. And next thing we have to do it in our domain layer is just to go to the firebase repository, and as we have the post feature, copy them and paste them right here and name them comment features. And this will be this time the create comment, and this is going to accept the comment entity, and this will be simple comment, and this time this will be read comments, and copy this comment entity from here, paste it right here. And also for all these fields just like this is going to be the update comment, and this will be update, not update but delete comment, and lastly the like comment, and that will be the features of the comment. Now there is an unimplemented error in the firebase repository implementation, because the firebase repository is an abstract class and this is implemented by this repository implementation class. So we also have to do it in here. Hold alt enter, create the 5 missing overrides, and now let's implement them. But before, we have to do one thing, is just to copy these fields from here and go to the remote data source, and here we also have to paste them right here like this and import the comment entity. Now in the firebase repository implementation, implement them async, and this will be remote data source dot create comment. That's it. And the next will be delete comment, make it async remote data source dot delete comment, not post but delete comment. It accepts the comment. That's it. For liking the comment, this will be async remote data source dot like comment, and then this is the stream method, so we have to do not the async but simple arrow function, and remote data source dot read comments. That's it. And for updating the post, we have to do async remote data source dot update comment. And one more thing we have to do it in here is just to go to firebase repository and in the reading comments we have to specify here the string post id. Now why is that? This is because we have to read all the comments of a single post. So first we have to access the particular post and then we will read all the comments of that post. So that's why we need the post id in the read comments, so that this will allow us to read all the comments of that post. So this was a bit mistake that we passed the comment entity, not a mistake but the wrong parameter. And this was also possible by the comment entity just because we have the post id also in here, so we also could accept this post id from the comment entity. But to make it more accurate, I did it like to make it only post id just because we only need this post id to read it. So why we will pass the whole comment entity just to access the post id? So we simply pass it the post id to make it more simple and accurate. So now we will reflect the changes in all the areas. Okay, we will copy it from here, and in the remote data source we will also paste it right here. And for the firebase repository implementation we will paste it right here, and also copy this post id and paste it right here. So that's it. Now go to the remote data source implementation, and this is final. Create 5 missing overrides, hit enter, and these will be implemented in the next video. And then after this we will finally go for the presentation layer to utilize our UI. You will see we will create comment, delete, like and read, and finally update. So next thing we have to do it in the domain layer is in the use cases, close this post and create new directory and name it comment. Inside that comment we are going to have 5 files of create, read, update and delete the post, and finally like it. So we are gonna have read, comment, use case, and next will be create, comment, use case, and next use case will be the update, comment, use case, and the fourth one will be the delete, comment, use case, and the last one will be is to like, comment, use case. And now you are surely familiar with this, that what we have to do by following the drive principle. Do not repeat yourself. Go to the post directory and go to this create post use case, copy all of them from here, hold alt and a, select all, Ctrl C, and go to the create comment use case, paste it right here. Now select this, hold alt J to select the corresponding one, and simply change only this post and name it comment, so it becomes create comment use case. And now simply call the create comment from here, and also change the post entity to comment entity, and this will also be the comment. So this becomes our comment create comment use case. Now delete this unused import, and now hold alt F from here and go to delete comment use case and paste it right here. Only select this and select the corresponding one, and this will be to delete the comment, and this method will be delete comment. That's it. Now go to the like comment use case, paste the similar content here, select this, select the corresponding one, change its name to like comment use case, change the method to like comment, and for the updating we will come for the read in last because it's a bit different. Paste it right here, and this will be update comment use case, and this will be also update comment use case. And that's it. Go to the read comment, paste the same data here, select this, change its name to read comment use case, and now its type will be of stream list of comment entity. And this remind me one more thing, that we didn't change the type of the comment read method in the firebase repository. You can see it is the stream list of post entity, so we have to change stream list of comment entity, not only comment but the comment entity. Now copy it from here and reflect the changes in all. And this in the firebase repository implementation, there will be also the stream list of comment entity, and also in the remoted source this will also be the same. And in the remoted source implementation, the type will be also list of comment entity. And in the read comment use case, now we will call the read comments and remove this comment entity from here, and this will be string post id. Copy it from here, paste it right here. There is still an error just because it's saying the value of streamless comment entity can't be returned from the method call because it has return type of streamless comment. Okay, we have to change the comment to comment entity, so this will become happy, or the analyzer will become happy. So what we have done in here, we create our comment entity, the data which will be stored in the Cloud Firestore database when someone create a comment. And then this was the features of the comment: to create, read, update, delete and like the comment. And also the use cases, we implement the firebase repository, and we also pass or create the features here, and we only left the real implementation of them in the remote source implementation, and we will do or implement them in the next video. So that was it for this video, and I have one task for you. As we had in the previous video of, not the previous but the video of when we were creating the comment, not the comment but the post entity, I had given you a task to create the post model. Now you have to create the comment model, and it's really simple. You may be familiar with the user model and the post model. Simply create the comment directory in here like this, name it comment, and inside this create the comment model, and simply copy and paste the data from the comment entity, pass it in the constructor, also in the super constructor, and create the snapshot method. And all the fields will be like this. For list you have to do it like this, and simply to JSON. So this will be really the same. I'll be happy if you do this, and also let me know in the comment section. So that was it for this comment. Creating only abstract classes will not going to work at all. To make them work, we also need to write their actual implementation also. And in this video, we are going to write the actual implementation of these methods which we have created in the previous video in our Firebase repository. And at the end of this video, I have one more task for you to complete in order to not miss the new learning of the video, and also testing your skills by completing the task. So stay tuned and let's get started. So if you look at in the domain layer, in the previous video, we just create the comment entity in here. And these are the fields which we're going to store in our Cloud Firestore database. And we also create the methods in our Firebase repository. And also we implement the Firebase repository in here. And also we create the methods in the remote data source, and we only left the remote data source implementation in here. And also I have given you one task to complete. That was to create the model of the comment. For those who have created, congratulations, and those who have not, let's do it together. In the models, what you have to do, just create a new directory and name it comment. Inside the comment, create a new .file and name it comment model. That's it. It will create a new file. Now let's create a class model, not only model but comment model, and extends it with comment entity. That's it. Now go to the comment entity and copy the fields from here with this constructor. Copy it, paste it right here. Only change the name of this comment entity to comment model. That's it. Import the Cloud Firestore package for this timestamp, hit enter. And also pass these in the super constructor. For post ID will be post ID, for creator UID will be creator UID, and that's it. Now after passing these fields in the super constructor, now next task is our to create two methods from snapshot to JSON. So let's go to the post model and copy these two methods from here, and go to the comment model and paste them right here. Now only change its name, copy the comment model from here, paste it right here and also in here. Now it's time to change the fields. So first field is our post ID, copy it and paste it right here. Next is creator UID, and creator UID is the same. And the next is description. Description is also the same, and the user profile URL is also the same. That's good. And the username will also be the same, and likes is also the same. Only we need to change the comment ID and the create at will be the create at, and I think these are enough. Now let's count it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and here we have 2 3 and 3 6 and 8. One more field is total replies, so we will pass it right here. And that was it for the comment from snapshot method. And now we also have to paste these fields in the to JSON. So we will copy the post ID, or the post ID is also here. We need to change only the comment ID and also the create at, and lastly the total replies, or the create at is also in here. So we have to remove this, and these are 3 3 and 3. And make sure we are not doing any mistakes in here, because later it causes so many problems when we make mistake in a model. So we have these fields which we have copied from the comment entity in the constructor and also in the super constructor. Post ID, creator, description, user profile URL, comment, create, and that's it. So we have successfully created our comment model, and it's time to go for to implement the methods which we have left in the previous video. So let's go to the remote data source implementation, and first is the create comment. So its feature, so it's obvious from its type, we have to make it async. And first we need our collection. So copy this collection from this update post and paste it right here, and change it to comment collection. So first we are going to have firebase firestore.collection.post, as I said in the previous video. First we have to go to the post collection, and inside the post collection there will be all the posts, and inside a specific post document there will be created a new collection of comments, and there will be all the comments of that particular post. So inside the post collection we will do dot document. Inside this we will pass the comment dot comment id, not comment id but post id. Then we are going to have another collection, its name will be firebase const dot comment, and that's it. So first we access to the post collection, and then on the specific post id we access to the comment collection, and that's it. Next we have to do it is, let's go to the create post method. We have to create the comment model like this. So copy this from here, and in the comment, create comment, paste it right here, change its name to comment model, and this will be our new comment. I just copy it from here just because the most values are the same, so that's why in order to not repeat myself I just copy it from here. And also access these from the comment, and the post id will be comment.post id, description will be creator uid, and created will be coming from the comment entity, and the post image url, there will be total replies will comes from comment dot total replies, and remove these total likes and comments from here. And let's check the comment id is remaining, so this will also be comment dot comment id, which will later be auto generated by the uuid package when we go for the utilizing the methods in the ui part. So that was it for the new comment, and next we are going to have the try catch block to handle some errors if occurs. Try, and in the catch block we will catch e and simply print some error occurred and print that error. That's it. Now in the try block, let's go to the create comment, and we will copy this method from here and come to the create comment again and simply paste it right here. This will be, instead of post document reference, there will be comment document reference, and this will be from comment collection document dot comment id dot get, just because now we are getting that comment, and then we will check the condition if the comment document ref dot exist means if it's not exist, this means if it's not exist we have to do comment collection dot on document on the comment dot comment id, we will set the comment that will be our new comment. That's it. And we know that the else block will be not executed, but for completing it we will copy it, paste it right here, and for instead of set we will update it. That's it. And we have to do one more thing in here. When the set or comment is created, we also have to increment in the total comments of the post. To do that, we have to do first in here, in the then method, when the comment is created, what we will do inside this, there will be final post collection equals to firebase firestore dot collection. This will be firebase const dot post dot document on the comment dot post id. We have to do post collection dot get dot then, and inside this we will check the condition if the value was exist. Then we have to create a variable which will be the total comments, and after this we will do post collection dot update. This will be map just because we are updating only a single field, and will be total comments plus 1 and then return. So what we are doing here, after the post has been created by calling this set method, we are accessing to the post collection again on the post ID of that particular post on which the comment is created, and then we get this post. When it has been gotten, we are checking the condition. If the document is exist, simply tag this field and update the post this total comments field by 1, and that's it. First we access to the comment collection, we create the new comment in here, we try get the document and check. If it is not exist, set it, and if it's created, then simply go to the post collection, and in that particular post on which we have created the comment, update its total comments field by 1. That's it. And that was it for the create comment method. And next is delete the comment. So to delete the comment, first we have to copy the field from here, comment collection, paste it right here, and also make sure to make it async. And then what you have to do in here, first we will do try and catch e open body, and copy this print statement from here, paste it right here, and in the try block we will do comment collection dot document on the comment dot comment id dot delete. After deleting, we have to do one more thing, then open body, go to in here in the create comment, we have to copy the methods from here and paste it simply in this then method, and decrement the comment by 1. Like if the comment is created, increment the comment by 1, if it is deleted, decrement the comment by 1, and all the code will remain the same, only decrement the comment by 1. So that was it for the comment method. It was really simple, only deleting the comment from the comment collection and also decrementing the total comments from the post collection. And this is time for to like the comment. First of all, as its feature, we will make it async. Remove this unimplemented error from here, and same as we did for the delete and create comment, we have to copy this comment collection and paste it right here. And then we need the current user UID just to add in the list and remove it, so we need it. So to get the comment ID, we have to go a bit above here, copy this get current UID from the like post method and simply paste it in here. And next thing we have to do, final comment reference equal to await comment collection dot document on the comment dot comment ID get the comment document, or that specific document of the comment, just because now we are going to update it, so the document must be present to update it. It's obvious. If there is the document, so we will be able to update it. If it does not exist, so we can't update it. So that's it. Next thing we have to do it in here, we will check the condition. If the comment reference dot exist, if it exists, same as we did for the like post, we have to copy one thing, that is to get the likes field, and simply paste it in the like comment, and this time this will be comment ref. That's it. Now we will check the condition if the likes dot contains the current UID. So what we will do in here, we will do comment collection dot on document on the comment dot comment ID. We will update it, and as we are going to update only single field, we will do map, and this will be likes, and this will be field value dot array remove from the list, and we will pass the likes in here. That's it. If it exists, simply remove it, and in the else condition we will copy the same scenario and paste it right here, only change this from array union, and that's it. There is an error. Oh, we forgot to copy this brackets from here. That's it. Now if we are checking the condition, if the comment reference exists, document reference exists, simply get the likes field from the comments and check if the like contains the current UID, remove it, else add it. That's it for the like comment. And next is read the comments. Now remove this from here, and what we will do in here, again we need the comment collection. Just because it's BVS, we will go to the comment collection, then we will read it. Now here we need only this post ID, not from the comment but only the post ID. We got the comment collection, and here now we will do return comment collection dot snapshots dot map, and this will give us the query snapshot. We will do query snapshot dot documents list of query snapshots map string dynamic dot map, and when this give us the query document snapshot map string dynamic, we will do comment model dot from snapshot, convert this from query document snapshot to the dot object. So we will pass this E in here to list. That's it for converting the snapshot to dot objects, and that was it for reading the comments. And last is to update the comment. Now for updating, again we need the collection of comment, paste it right here. It will be async because it's feature, and this time in here the ID will be accessed from comment.post ID, and that's it. Now what we need it in here, we will go for the update post method. Here in here we need this, and come down here in the update comment, its name will be comment info, and here first of all we only want to update the description of the comment, so we will check if, and remove this body from here, check if comment dot description is not equal to empty string, and comment dot description is not equal to null. Simply do comment info description will becomes equal to comment dot description, and that's it. Now last thing in here, we will do comment collection dot document on the comment dot comment ID. We will do update the comment info, and that was it also for the update comment. And there was not so much complex in these comments, just because we also implemented the create user, update user, and sign up user, sign in user, get current UID, all these methods, and After this, we also implement the create post here. The create post, it was really simple. Delete post, like post, and read the post, and also update the post. So this was not really simple. Only thing in the comments is to go for the one comment collection in the specific document of the post. Like the comment collection is access, like first we will go for the post, and on that specific post, on that ID, we go to the comment collection, and in here what we have done, we get the comment on the specific ID, we check if it is not exist, create it, and increment the total comment of the post by 1, otherwise update it. And this will not be executed just because it will not be created for the first time when this method is called. And in the catch method, we are just saying some error occurred. Delete method is also the same. We are accessing to the comment collection and simply deleting the comment. In the then method, we are decrementing the total comments of the particular post on which the comment is deleted by 1. So that was it. And for the like comment, it's really similar to the like post, only we go for post ID, comments, and then we get the comments on the comment ID, then we check. And in the post, this was only like we go to the post, on that post ID, then we simply get this and simply check this condition in here. Only one thing in here is we go for the comment by calling the collection one more time to go to the comment. So that was for like comment. And read comment is really simple. Convert data from snapshot to dot objects to read them, and simply update the comment. And in here we will only update the description just because that's what we want. So that was it for the video. We have created the comment model in here, converting data from snapshot to dot objects to JSON, like from dot objects to some raw data to JSON data to store it in the cloud file store database. That was it. And in the remote data source, we implement all the method which we have said or left in the previous video. So that was it for the comments, methods, and post model. And the task for you is just to create the comment qubit as I said for the post qubit. So you have to do in here is just to create a new qubit class, use the equatable, and simply name it comment like this. Hit OK. So the qubit will be created with the two files like stat and qubit. In stat, you have to copy one initial method and paste it 3 more times, and only change its name loading, loaded, and failure. And in loaded stat, there will be a list of comment entity comments, and pass it in the constructor, also in the props, and also in the qubit method. Take the instance of all the use cases of the comment and pass it in the constructor, and also copy this get method from the get post and paste it in the comment qubit. Everything will remain the same, only the entity will be different and the use case call will be different, and only the name of this comment post failure will be comment failure, and for like comment there will be await like comment use case dot call, and they'll pass the comment entity. And that's really only the small changes will be in the comment qubit. So that's your task, you have to complete it, also submit it in the comment section. The backend code of our comment is completely set up. The only remaining work is to create qubit, inject the classes in the dependency injection container, and then back to the utilizing methods of comment in the UI. And also at the end of the video, I have one more task for you to complete in order to not miss the new learning of the video, also testing your coding skills by completing the task. Stay in touch and let's get started. So in the previous video, we just create the model for our comment, and also we have implemented all the methods like update, read, like, and delete, also create the comment. And it's time for to go to create the qubit for the comment, and then simply inject them in the injection container, and then go to the UI part to utilize all these methods in the UI. So first of all, in the qubit directory, we will create a new directory. Its name will be comment. Inside this, we are going to have the qubit class, use the equatable and name it comment. Inside this, we are going to have, or we have, the stat and qubit files. In the stat, first of all, we have to copy this initial stat and paste it 3 times. And the first stat will becomes loading, comment loading, and next will be comment loaded, and finally comment failure. In the load stat, what we will do, final list of comment entity, the list of documents in our cloud first database. These will be snapshots and we will convert it into Dart objects, so this will become list of comment entity. Then we will show all these comments in the list view using the list view builder. So this will be list comment entity, its name will be comments, and also import the comment entity in here and also pass these comments in the constructor, and not forget to make these names and also make it required and pass it in the props for value equality. And in the comment qubit, first we have to take the instance of all the use cases we have for the comment. So this will be final create comment use case, create comment use case. This will be final delete comment use case and delete comment use case, final like comment use case, and the like comment use case name will be, and fourth one will be final read comment use case will be read comment use case, and final update comment use case will be update comment use case. Now it's time to import them. So after importing these use cases in here, we have to pass them in the constructor. So after passing these in the constructor, now we have to create the methods in here, like to update the comments, read, like, delete, and create. So first we have to go to the qubit post and we will copy this get post from here and paste it in here and change its name to get comments. Change the entity to comment entity, and this will be comment, and this will be comment, and this will be comment loading. Import the socket exception from the .io package and copy only the comment to set the stats. This will be comment failure, this accept comments, and we will call the use case of read comment use case, and this is going to accept only the string post ID instead of the comment entity, and these will be comments. And that was it for the get comment method in the qubit. First we emit the loading stat, then we call the read comment use case, and this will go for the method which we have in here, the read comments method, and it will perform its action when we call this in the UI, and then as its step is stream list of comment entity, we just listen to the stream and this gave us the list of comment entity, and we passed this list of comment entity in here. So simply this method will convert the snapshot to Dart objects and will give us the list of comment entity, and then we will simply load them in our UI using the block builder in the list view. So that was it for the get comment method, and for those next methods we have to do the same. Go to the post qubit, we will copy, or let's copy only single method and paste it in here, and this will be like comment, and the entity will accept the comment entity and comment, pass it in here. This will be like comment use case, and copy the failures from here. And that was it for the like comment. Now copy this and paste it right here and change its name to delete comment, and everything will remain the same. Delete comment use case, and that was it. Now copy it again, paste it right here. This will be to create comment, and simply call the create comment use case from here. And the last one is to update comment and pass the update comment in here. So that was it for the qubit. We have created the get comment method, like comment method, delete, create, and finally update. So that was it for the qubit of the comment. So it's time to go and inject this in the dependency injection container. We have the injection container in here. First we have to copy this post qubit from here and paste it right here. We will name this post qubit injection the comment qubit injection. We will change its name to comment qubit and remove these methods from here. Now we will pass them one by one. Create comment use case will be sl.call, and this will start searching for the use case which we are going to register after this. This will be delete sl.call and like sl.call and read sl.call and finally update sl.call. That was it for registering the qubit. Now it's time to go and register the comment use cases. Copy this post use cases, and right after, not here after repository but after this post, we have to paste it like this, change its name to comment, and first will be create, or I have an idea like this. Now select this post and select the corresponding post right here and change its name to comment. Now import them one by one because the names are the same, or we have read comment use case maybe. Oh okay, we have read comment, but it must be read comments. Okay, make it like this, read comments use case, and go to the use cases, read comment and change to read comments use case. And also in the qubit, this will be read comments use case, read comments use case, and also read comments use case and read comments use case. So that was it. Now go to again in the injection container, the like comment use case will be the same, update will also be the same, and finally the delete will also be the same. So that was it also for the injecting the use cases. And now there is an error. We have to also change the read comments use case in the qubit. So that was it for the qubit of the comment and injecting of these comment classes in here. Now first of all, we have to do in the comment page, we have this expanded widget in here and that comment container, which is a simple username. This is comment, and let's open the emulator, close this keyboard. We have this single comment in here. So when the user comments, it will look something like this. So first of all, we have to do in here just to close this comment like this. Inside this comment, we will create a new directory. Its name will be widgets. This is the separate widgets for these comments, and inside this we will create a Dart file, and its name will be single comment widget. And in the comment page, we will copy this container from here and go to in here, create a stateless widget. This will be single comment widget, and import the Flutter material Dart and paste this container in here. Open this, import these colors and also this common, or it's also imported from here. We have to make it stat full widget just because we are showing reply in here, and we also have to do one more thing. First of all, import this from container widget, go to the comment page, and here we have to cut this from here and paste it right here just because now it will work in here. So that was it for the is user replying variable, and now we will delete this from here. Now there will be a list view dot builder will accept the context and the index and will return the single comment widget which accept nothing for now. Import this, and the item count will be, let's say, 10. Now how to start the application? Open up the emulator and go to the comment page, and we got these comments, the 10 comments in here just because we set the item count in here 10. Now when the user comment in here, all the comments will be counted in here. So that will be just like this. Now first of all, we have to do in here to create the comment, and we are not getting the comment, and this will be for now just like this, these 10 comments, and these are the 10 dummy comments which do nothing for now. So we have to create the comment for this first. So to create the comment, in the comment section in here, that's the post on which we will call the method to create the comment. Like this is this post text. When we click this will call the method and will create the comment in the Cloud Firestore database. So first of all, in here we will wrap this post text widget with the widget, and this widget will be our gesture detector which give us the on tap method. And open this. In here we will call the create comment method. So let's create the create comment method in here, create comment, and open body. From here we will call the block provider dot of context, and this will be of type comment qubit. And from here we will call, okay, first import the Flutter block, and then from the comment qubit we will call the create comment, which requires the comment entity. In here we will pass all the data or the data of the comment. So the total replies of the comment will be 0 for now, and comment ID will be generated randomly by the UUID package dot, okay, first import it, and then this will be v1, and the create at will be timestamp dot now, and also import this timestamp from the Cloud Firestore package, and the likes will be empty for now, and username will be the current username. To get the current username, we need the current user data in this comment page. Okay, we will get it. For now let's keep it empty, and user profile URL will also be come from the current user. Description will comes from the, we have the controller in here. In the comment section we have the text field, but we don't have the controller, so the controller will be description controller. And copy this and go a bit up here, and in here we are going to have the text editing controller. Description controller equals to text editing controller, and also dispose it in the dispose override method dot dispose. That was it. Now take this data from the description controller dot text, and the creator UID will also be the current user UID. Leave it like this for now, and the post ID will also come from the post card widget of the post while navigating to this comment page. So we will also leave this post ID for now. So to get the current user and the post ID in the comment, so it means we need two entities of the post and the current user, but we only can pass only one thing while navigating to the next page. Like we can pass only one argument while navigating to the next page. Like if I show you in the onGenerate route, we only can pass, like if the argument is user entity, then simply pass it and go to the next page. But here in the comment page, we need two things: the post ID and the current user UID. To load the current user on the ID and the post ID to get the comments, or also to create the comment, we also need the post ID, just because first we will go on the post, the specific post, and in here we are going to have the comments, and in the comment collection there will be all the comments of that particular post. So to get two things in one page, the only way to do this, first go to the domain layer, and in the entities we will directly create a new file and will name it app entity, and this app entity will be a class app entity, and its data will not going to store in any CloudFast or database, just because this is for our personal use. So inside this we will pass the final user entity, current user, and the final post entity, and also we can pass final string UID and final string post ID. So that was it. Now create the constructor for them and make them named and also require them, or we have to make it null, not required. So pass the question mark in front of them to make them nullable. That was it. Now while navigating to the comment page from the single post card widget, from here we are navigating to the comment page here. So this is going to accept the arguments of the app entity, import this, and it is going to accept the UID of the current user UID, and the post ID will comes from widget.post ID. So in the app entity we got the current user ID also and the post ID also. Now while navigating to the comment page here, we will check the condition. If the arguments is app entity, then simply return the comment page, otherwise error widget, or let's say the page not found in here. And also this comment page is going to accept the final app entity and pass it in the constructor, and it will be required in the onGenerate route. We will pass app entity arguments. So in the app entity we got two things, the post ID and the current user ID. So that's how we send two arguments of different entities in one page at a time. So for that we create the app entity, and in the app entity you also can create anything you want to send to the next page. You can create comment entity and anything you want. So in the comment page we got the post ID and the current user UID. So now to get the current user on the current UID, in here on the body of the scaffold we will wrap this column with the block builder. This will be get single user qubit, and import this get single user qubit, and this will be single user. Here we will check the condition. If the single user is get single user loaded, so we will do final single user equal to, or its name will be single user stat, single user stat dot user, and close this column, cut it from here and paste it right here. And here we will simply return center child circular progress indicator. And that was it. We got the single user in here. Now first of all, in the comment section is going to require the user entity will be current user, or we can name it only user, but current user is more meaningful. So, and here now it will going to accept the current user will be the single user. And now when we call this create comment in here, so this is also going to require the current user. So we will pass the current user entity current user in here, and now we will accept this current user data from this current user dot username, and this will be current user dot user or profile URL, and the creator UID will also come from the current user dot UID. And now for the post ID, we will directly pass the ID from the widget dot app entity dot post ID, as we pass from the get single postcard widget. Like we pass the post ID in here, this post ID of the post, and we got it in here, so we pass it directly in here. And next argument, or that are enough, that was it for the create comment. Now when we call this or click this post, this will throw an error of the context does not contain the comment qubit and also the get single user qubit. So we know that to prevent this, we also have to create one file in here. Its name will be get, or not get, but the comment main widget, and we will copy all the content of the comment page in the comment, and we will change its name to comment main widget, and remove this from here. And in the comment page we will delete everything from here. This will be simply stateless widget will be comment page, and import the Flutter material, and this is going to accept final app entity, pass it in the constructor, so errors will be gone. And this is going to return the comment main widget and pass the app entity in here. That was it. It required the name, so that's it. Pass it like this. Now wrap this comment main widget with the block provider and this will be, first of all, import the block and then pass the qubit from the dependency injection. So first we have to import the injection container as di, and this will be di.sl, and this will be comment qubit, and that was it. Now make this or convert this block provider to multi-block provider, and this is also going to accept the get single user qubit. Remove this block from here, or this will be the type of di.sl get single user qubit, and also pass its type to this and also this. Now while going to the comment main page, we have used get single user qubit and also the comment qubit. So now it will contain the get single user qubit and the comment qubit in the context. And now in the init stat we have to do one thing. It will be block provider dot of context, and the context will be of get single user qubit to get the single user qubit, and the UID will comes from widget dot appentity dot UID of the current user, and pass the assertion operator here because it was nullable. So what we have done in here, we get the single user in here on the get single user qubit, but for that there was need of the UID, and we get the UID from the help of app entity, just because they are required the two IDs, UID of the current user and the post ID. So for that we create the app entity in here and we pass these fields in here, but there was only need of these for now, and we pass it just like this. And in the comment, now we use the current user UID to get the single user, and now on the single user UID we get the single user, and we pass the current user in here to access the current user data, and we also access the post ID, which is coming from the single postcard widget from here, this single postcard widget. So now in the comment main widget, what we have to do it in here, I think that was it. Now hot restart your application, and it's time to test these methods of create comment. Open up your emulator and go to the comment and type something in here. Let's say hello, this is good, and click this. Nothing will happen. Open up, and something has been done in here. Go to the Cloud Firestore database and restart this, and check out these both documents in here. They do not contain the comment collection, but it must contain. Why is not in here? That is because the code correct, and we have loaded in here. Open up the emulator, and that's because the internet, so I'm sorry for that, the internet connection is not in here. So let me restart my emulator to access my internet connection again. So I have restarted my emulator and got my internet connection back. So now it's time to again hot restart the application, and in the comment we have to type something, this is good, and post it. We have not called any methods of clearing this, we'll do it in a while. Now something has happened. Now go to this, and comment is incremented by 1. Let's go in here and again in here. So we got the comment collection in this specific post. You can see its comment is incremented by 1, and in the emulator When we go back, you can see the comment is 1, and go to the comment. Inside this we got the document of the comment, and in here we got this data of the comment. We got the comment ID randomly generated, the time, and the creator UID, and the description is empty. That's because we have made some mistakes, so that's okay for now. We got the post ID of that particular post. You can see 85B and 85B, and total replies are 0, user profile URL, and also Steve, the name of the user. So let's go and check why the description is null. We have the description controller in here. We are accessing the text of it. We have passed in the text form field in here, and also we have the description controller in here. So everything is correct. So let's hot start the application and delete this comment from here and try it again, and also make this 0. So let's try it again. We will say hello and post it. It will not be clear just because we have not called the clear method on the description controller. So now open this and total comments are incremented by 1. Let's go to user and come again here, and we got the comment collection in here. We got the document on the randomly generated ID. We got the comment ID randomly generated, the create at time, creator UID, and we also got the hello description. It was some problem, I don't know why. When I restart the emulator, so it fixed. I don't know what was the problem. It was not picking data from the controller. I don't know what was the problem. So when I restarted, so it works, so it start working. And likes array is empty, and post ID is the specific post ID. You can see B53 and B53 total replies are 0, and we also got the user profile URL in here, and username is Steve. So that was it. We have created the comment, and as I said, we got the comments in the specific document and the specific document of the post, and inside this we got the comment, and there will be all the comments of that post. Let me do another post. Its name will be not post but comment. Its name not name, but the description will be of, let's say, this is good. Now post it. The comments will be incremented by 1. You can see it becomes 2, and another comment is created on that particular post, and the description is this is good. Now it's time to get these comments on this page. So to get that comment, what we have to do in here is to wrap this column with the block builder, and its name will be comment qubit, and inside this we will change this name of the stat will be comment stat. We will check the condition in here. If the comment stat is comment loaded, so what we will do, we will close this column and cut it from here, paste it inside this body, and here we will simply return again this center circular progress indicator and open it. Now we are on the logic state of the comment. So in here what we will do, inside the list view builder we will do final single comment equal to the comment stat dot comments on the index, and in the single comment widget we will do final comment entity comment. That's it. Now pass it in the, or that will be E and T, and pass it in the constructor. That was it. Now in the comment main widget we will pass this single comment in here. Now that was it. It will load all the comments which are in the comment collection, and also not forget to pass the item count from the comments length, just because it will throw the range error if we don't do this. So that was it. Now how to start the application, and we have to do one more thing in here. Now when we go to the comment page, so there will be circular progress indicator, just because we have to call the get method also. So let's check it. So we got this circular progress indicator in here. So now in the init stat, what we will do, we will copy this block provider method, and right after this we will paste it and change its name to comment qubit, and change the method name to get comments, and it accepts the post id. Post id will come from widget.appentity.post id. That was it. Put the assertion operator here because the field was nullable. Now again, how to start the application, so it will load 2 comments. So go to the comment, and we got the 2 comments here, but their data is not showing. That's because in the single comment widget we have to access the data from this comment. So the username will be comment dot, or this will be widget dot comment dot username, and copy this from here, and this is comment. This will be the description of the comment, and the time will be formatted time as we had for the comments. So we will go to this single postcard widget, and in here we will copy this time from here, and in the single comment widget we will paste it in here, and that format will comes from the Intel package, and widget dot comment dot create at, and the time will remain the same, and reply view replies will be just like this, and that was it. Now again, how to start the application, and here we also have to do one thing. We forgot it, to change this. Now remove this decoration from here. This will be child clip rect border radius dot circular about 20, and its child will be profile widget, and we're going to accept the image URL from the widget dot comment dot user profile URL. Now again, how to start the application to see our code in action. Now open up the emulator and go to the comment, and you can see we got 2 comments, the name of the user profile, and also the description. Now let's post another comment. Let's say I want to say this is good post. Now post it, and you can see this is good post came here. These are 3 comments. We create the comment, and we also read this comment, and you can see the comment is also incremented by 3 times, and it says view all 3 comments. So in the postcard widget we are navigating to the comment page when we click this. So we also want to navigate to the comment page when we click this view all 3 comments. So we will wrap this text with the widget gesture detector on tap. We will also call this method of the going to comment page. Now that was it. Now when we click this, we also can come here, and when we click this, that will be the same. And now we also want to load the user profile in here. So in the comment main widget, in the comment section here, what we have to do, the same we have done for the single comment widget. We'll copy this clip rect from here, and in the single comment widget, or in the comment main widget, we will paste this in here, and the profile widget import it, and the profile URL will come from the current user profile URL, and this will be profile URL. Now reload the application, open up, and we got the current user profile URL in here. So we also have done this. Let's post another comment and say great. Now post it, and the comment has posted in here, but it's not in order. To make it in order, we have to change the order of the post. So while getting the comment in here, we have to do dot order by the create at time, and descending will be true. Now how to start the application? So the most recent comment will come on top. Now go here, and lastly we post the comment of great, and that's on top. So that was it for this, and go to the comment main widget, and next thing we have to do is to update the comment. Now to update the comment, first we have to wrap the single comment with the widget, and then we will open up the bottom model sheet, and there we are going to have the delete comment and the update comment. When we hit the delete comment, so this will delete the comment, and when we hit this update comment, so this will navigate us to the next page, in which this will provide us some field to write again the description of the comment, and then there will be a button to confirm the editing or the updating of the comment. So to do that, first we have to go to the single comment widget, and we will wrap this container with the widget, and this will be ink well instead of just a detector, just because now we want some hover effect. So this ink will give us the hover effects, and when this not only taps but on long press, we will call the on long press void callback method listener. That was it. Copy it, and here we are going to have final void callback. This will be nullable, and also pass it in the constructor. This will be accessed from the widget, just because that's stateful widget. In the comment main widget, where is the list view? Here in the single comment widget, we got now on long press listener when this long pressed. So what we have to do to open a bottom model sheet? So we have already the bottom model sheet in the single postcard widget. So we will close this and copy, go to the comment main widget and paste it down here. Open it, remove this post entity from here for now, and for delete we will call the delete comment in here, but for now let's comment it. And to go to the update comment page, first let's comment it also. Now open bottom model sheet will be called in here, which accept the context. Now that was it, how to start the application to test this. Now go to this comment page and long press this, and the bottom model sheet appears. It's a delete post and update post. Now let's update it to the delete comment and update comment. So this will be delete comment and also update comment. Press Ctrl S to hot reload, and again check it. We got delete comment and update comment. So now on the delete comment, we will call the delete method to delete this comment. So to do that, in here now uncomment this and create this delete comment method down here. This will be delete comment open body block provider dot of context dot not directly, but we have to pass the comment qubit in here, and then dot delete comment, we are deleting the comment on the comment ID. So first we have to also pass the string comment ID in here, and this will be comment entity, and the comment ID will be the comment ID, and also put the semicolon here at the end, and that was it. Now this accept the comment ID. So we will do it like this, and this is going to accept the comment entity comment, and we'll get this comment ID from the comment ID, and then the bottom model sheet is going to accept the comment entity also. So to get the comment entity, we have to copy this and paste it right here, because that's the single comment entity. Now that was it. Now again, how to start application to test also the delete comment method. Now open up the emulator, go to the comment. So now let's try it. Hold this and delete, and open up the run, and nothing happens. That's because we have passed the comment ID. Let's check the backend, and in the delete method we are doing on the comment ID, we are deleting it. We first go to the comment, and we also need the post ID in here to go to the post specific document, and inside this we are deleting the comment on the comment specific ID. So we also have to pass the post ID, so it will start working. So in the comment man widget, while deleting the comment in here, we have to pass one more thing, that will be string post ID to go to the specific post, and then delete the comment on the specific comment ID. So next pass the post ID here, the post ID. That's it. Now it required the post ID also, so access the post ID from the comment dot post ID, and if you make them the name parameters, so it will be more clear. Now make them required, and also in here this will be comment ID, and the next one will be post ID. That's it. Now in here let's make this also name parameters. This will be build context and the comment entity, and here this will be context, not comment but the context, and the comment will be the comment entity. Now that was it. Again, how to start the application, and now this have to work. Open up the emulator, go to the comments page, and then again hold it, this will appear, click this, and you can see the comment is deleted. Let's delete all of these from here, and that's it. Now the comments are deleted. Go to the database, and you can see the comments, total comments are decremented, and now they are 0, and the comment collection is empty. Now let's create comment again. It said this is good, post it, and the comment is incremented by 1. We go to user, again to the post, we got the comment collection in here, we got the comment in here. We have to do one more thing in here. Go to the Android Studio, and in the emulator you can see when we comment, the text is not clearing. So to do that, to make it clear, when this method completes, we have to do in the then method, we have to directly set the stat, and the description controller will becomes clear. That's it. Now again, how to start the application. Now again, open up the emulator and go to the comments. When we post a comment, okay, and post it, and it's post, and the text field is clear, and now the comment is posted. So we have create our post, we get our post, we also can delete the post like this, and now it's time to like the post. To like the post, we have to do one thing, to create the method for like. So in the single comment widget, we have to create one more method. This will be final void callback and will be on like click listener. Pass it in the constructor of the single comment widget. On like listener will be called when we click this icon. So we will wrap this icon with the widget. This will be gesture detector. On tap we will call this widget dot on like click listener, and on the comment main widget we have to do in here. Let's put comma here and format the code, and here this required one more on like click listener. Open the body of the void callback method, and now we have to create the method for liking the comment. So as we have created the method for the delete comment, let's create the method for, and this is going to require the comment entity comment, and we have to make it required, and then we have to call like comment in here, and for like we need the comment dot comment id and also the comment dot post id. Next let's go to the remote data source and check what we need next in the like comment. Okay, we need the comment id, we also need the post id, and then we need nothing else other than these two. So that was it. Now this like comment will be called in here on like click listener. So we will call this in here, and this accept the comment. So the comment entity is comment stat comment dot on index, put semicolon here. That's it. Now in the single comment widget we have to do when the widget dot comment dot likes dot contains the current UID of the user as we did for the post. If this contains the current UID, so what we will display the same icon but will not be outline, and the same will be for the color. Copy this, and when this contains the UID, the color will be colors dot red, otherwise the color will be gray color. And from the single post card widget we have to copy one method. This will be get current UID method. In the single comment widget we have to do in the init stat we will paste this, and also import the injection container as di, and import this and create a variable of string current UID equal to empty string. That was it. Now there are two more errors of the current UID, and also this will be current UID. Their name was not correct, so that's why there was an error. So that was it. We have done everything for like. We have created the method of like comment. This only required the comment ID and the post ID. Now how to start the application to also test this like for the comment. When this restart, go to the comment. Now when we click this and check the run method, we have to do this saying invalid data. nested arrays are not supported. What it means? I think we have made some mistake while creating the methods. In the remote source implementation, we have the like comment. We are accessing to the collection, current UID, the document reference if it exists. We have to array remove likes. We have to remove the comment UID from here but not the likes, and also we have to add the current UID but not the likes. I think that was the mistake. So again, how to start the application to check it. Now when application is start, go to the comment page, click this, it likes, you can see, and the current user UID has added to the in the list. When you click it again, so it's unlike, you can see the ID is removed. That was it for the like. And now the last thing is to go for the update comment. Now to update the comment, in the comment directory we have to create one new Dart file. Its name will be edit comment page, and this will be a stateless widget for now. Edit comment page, and import the Flutter material, and this is going to accept final comment entity comment because we will take the data, and this will be required, and there will be scaffold. In the body we are going to have the column children, and there will be an app bar title. Text will be edit comment, and also the background color will be background color of our app coming from the const. The background color will be also the same of the app bar, and in the column there will be, first we have to wrap the column with the padding, and it will be symmetric, horizontally 10 and vertically 10. And then in the column we are going to have the profile form widget, and the title will be comment for now. And the controller, let's create the controller. We have to convert the stateless to stateful, and there will be text editing controller, description controller will be nullable, and the data will come from the comment entity. The description controller will becomes equal to text editing controller, and the text will come from widget.comment.description. That was it. And also pass the controller description controller, and that's it. In here down this there will be some size vertical about 10, and there will be button container widget, which text will be save changes, and it's on tab listener. We will call the update method in here. So that was it for now. From the comment main widget, when this update comment is clicked, we have to uncomment this first one, and we will go for the update comment page, and we're going to accept the comment entity. So inside the page const we don't have the update comment page const, so we have to go to the page const, and here let's Ctrl D to duplicate this, and we got the update comment page. Now in the onGenerate route we will copy one route in here. The update post page, we'll paste it in here and change its name to update comment page, and we will check if the arguments are the comment entity. Then we will go to the update comment page import this, or this is edit comment page. It accepts the comment and the arguments. That's it. Now how to start the application to test this? Now go to the comment page, hold this, go to the update comment page, and we came here. This is the button of save changes, which just do not work for now, and we got the description of that post or comment in here. So what we have to do in the edit comment page to change the color of this will be blue color. That's it, and that's the title of this. So we have to do description, not the comment, so it becomes description. That's it. From here we will update our comment. So to call the block provider dot of context update comment, in this update edit comment page, this will say the context do not have the comment qubit to call this method. So for edit comment page we have to create the edit comment main widget, and we'll transfer all the code from the edit comment page to edit main widget, edit comment main widget, and then in the edit comment page or in the edit comment main widget we will change its name to edit comment main widget, and in the edit comment page we will remove everything, stateless widget, edit comment page, and we're going to accept the final comment entity comment and pass it in the constructor, and also import the Flutter material, and this will accept the edit comment main widget, which also accept the comment, and also import this and wrap this with the block provider, and this will be comment qubit and will be di.sl comment qubit. Now import the Flutter block provider and also import the injection container as di. Now in the comment main widget, now we are not in the comment main widget but edit comment main widget, we are free to use the method of edit comment, which will require to call the comment qubit. So here we will do the edit comment, and inside this we will do block provider dot of context. From this we will call the comment qubit. Now this context have the comment qubit just because while navigating to the edit comment page we have given the comment qubit to the context. Now it has the comment qubit, so we will call the update comment, and this will be the comment entity. We have to pass three things. Post id will comes from comment widget dot comment dot post id, and the comment id will come from widget dot comment id, and the description will comes from description controller dot text. That's it, and pass the assertion operator because that's nullable. Now in here we have to do one more thing, create the boolean variable to show the circular progress indicator while the field is updating. So this will be boolean is comment updating equal to false, and when this method calls we will set the state is comment updating equal to true. When this completes, in then method we will do again the set state, this will becomes false, and also the description controller dot will becomes clear, and also this will navigator dot pop the context to go back to the comment page. And let's call the edit comment in here. That was it. Now again, how to start the application, and there is an error in the onGenerate route. It is saying that in the edit comment page it is outside from this, so we have to pass it inside this and make it, put a comma here and make this required, so this will become name, so the error will be gone from here. And that was it. Now again, how to start the application. So when application is start, in the edit comment page we left one thing. While this is true, we will display down this button container widget 10. There will be row children, main axis alignment will be in the center. There will be some text of saying updating will be style, text style, color will be colors dot white, and this will be updating, and there will be some size horizontal about 10. There will be circular progress indicator with this. Now we will control this is comment updating. When this was true, we will show this, otherwise a container width will be 0 and height will be 0. Now how to start the application to see the changes. Now when application is start, go to this page and hold this and go to the update comment page. Let's write something else and say this was bad and save changes, and the comment is updated. It is saying this was bad. Now update it again. Now let's say a more times, update it, and now it's updated. We can like the post, unlike the post, not the post but the comment. We can update and we can post the comment. We can also delete the comment, and now it's time to load the single post data in here. So in the comment main widget here on the top, we have to do to load the single comment on the post ID. Do we have the get single post method in the firebase repository? Let's check it. We don't have the single post. To create it, go to the firebase repository. In the post feature, we will replicate this and we will change its name to read single post, and this will going to accept the string post ID and copy it, paste it in the remote data source also, and in the firebase repository implementation override this missing method and simply put arrow function here, remote data source dot read single post. That's it. Now in the remote data source implementation, we have to override this and copy or cut it from here and take this where the read comments is located. So this will be like this. So for reading the single post, we will copy this and paste it right here, and after this order by, we have to do dot where the post ID equal to post ID. That's it. Now we have to create the use case for this. In the post, we have to create one file. This will be read single post use case, and in the read post, copy all these and paste it inside this. This will be read single post, not posts but post, and this will be read single post, and we're going to accept string post id and post id. And for reading the single post, we have to create a separate method as we have for the single user. So inside the post we have to create new directory. Its name will be get single post. And inside this we have to create new qubit class, will be get single post, and open this. The stats will be 3, and this will be get, this will be loading, second one will be loaded, and the third one will be failure. And this loaded will going to accept the final post entity post and pass it in the constructor, make it required, and also pass it in the props of value equality. In the get single post qubit, this is going to accept final get single post, not get but read single post use case, read single post use case, and import this use case from this and pass it in the constructor required this dot read single post use case, and go to the post qubit and copy, or in the get single user, go to the get single user and copy this method from here and paste it right here. This will be get single post, and only change the user to post. So this will become like this, this will be post, and import this socket exception from .io. This will be read single post use case, and string post id will be just like this, and this will be post dot first. Now we have implemented this. Now it's time to go and implement or inject them in the injection container. So we will copy this and paste it right here. We will do get single post qubit and remove all these from here. This except only read single post use case will be SL call. That's it. Now in the post we have to duplicate this and change this use case name to get or read single post use case. Now import it. That's it. Now go to the single comment main widget, and on this block provider we will wrap this with the another block builder. Its name will be get single post qubit, and import this. The stat name will be single post stat, and inside this you will check the condition. If the single post stat is single get single post loaded, then we will return copy, close this and cut paste it inside this, and here we will return the same thing, center circular progress indicator. Now we are on the loaded state of the get single post. So from this we will do final single post equal to single post stat dot post, and this data will come from the single post dot username and this container. Let's remove this decoration from here. There will be child clip rect and border radius starts circular about 20, and its child will be profile widget, and in the image URL there will be single post dot profile user profile URL, and also this description will comes from single post dot description. And while navigating to the comment main widget, in the comment page we have to provide the get single post qubit, otherwise this will say the context does not have the get single post qubit, so we have to provide it in here. And in the edit comment main widget, the same we are loading like the get single post qubit, the same we are loading like the get single user qubit. We will load the get single post qubit, and from this we will call get single post, and the post id will be widget.appentity.postid. So on that particular post id we have get the single post of that user. Now how to start the application to save the changes and check this out. Now go to this comment page and we got the data of the user. This user don't have any profile, so it's like this, his name is this, and post description is I123. That was it. So we got the post data in here, we got user profile in here. We can create posts like this is good, I posted, comment is posted, we can like it, we can unlike it, we can also update it. This is worst I of the world. That's it. Save it and it's updated. We also can delete this. So we are done with our create, read, update, delete, and also like the comment. So we have done this part. We also can go to this comment from here, and that was it for this video. And also I have one task for you. What you have to do in here to create the reply entity and think what fields we are going to require for the reply, and that will be the task for you to you must have to complete it to test your skills. So create the reply entity, and also the methods will be the same like create, read, update, delete, and also like the reply. Implement the firebase repository and firebase remote source, and also in the remote source implementation everything will be the same. What we will have is, for reading the post we got the directly post and then we get the post, and for the comment in the create comment we first go to the specific post and then we get all the comments of the specific post. And in the case of reply you have to go to the first the specific post, and then you have to go to like this document and the comment id, and then you have to do one more collection. This will be firebase const reply. So the scenario of the reply will be just like this. So you have to implement this and also simply create the qubit for the reply and inject these in the injection container, and also if you can utilize them in the UI. So that will be the only feature for the reply. So that's the task for you. You have to complete this. Whenever we want to create data in our cloud Firestore database or any kind of database, we must have an entity, the business object class, and inside this the data we want to create in our database. In clean architecture we also have to make our business object class independent because it's located in the domain layer, and the domain layer must be independent. And we are going to have one more class same as the business object class in the data layer. It will be our model class, the subclass of the entity class, because this model will extend the entity class, and then the model will going to contain the third-party methods like from snapshot to JSON, and that's how we made our entity class and consequently the domain layer independent from any third-party work. And in this video we are going to implement the entity class for our reply. So first of all, in the previous video we have done all the work for our comment. We have created the qubits and we also inject these classes in the injection container right here, and also their use case right here. And after this we utilize all the methods in the comment directory. You can see we create the comment main widget, edit comment main widget, single comment widget, comment page, and edit comment page. And we have done all the work of the comment in the, if you look at in the emulator, in the comment we get the comment, we can like the comment, unlike the comment, we get the post data on which we have get the comment data in here, and then we can also post the comment from here and also delete or update this comment. So that was it, and now it's time to go for creating the entity for the reply. So we have to go to in the domain layer. Inside the domain layer in the entity we have to create a new directory and its name will be reply. Inside this directory let's create a dar file and name it reply entity. Inside the file we are going to have a class and let's name it reply entity, and also not forget to extend it with equatable for value equality. So now, and also let's override this single method and let's leave it this unimplemented error for now, and also remove this to do implement props from here. And now what fields or what kind of data our reply entity will going to hold? First of all we are going to have final string, it will be nullable, description, the description of the reply as we had for the comment, and next we are going to have the final string, the user name who is replying to a specific comment, and then final string his profile, or we can say user profile URL. And also we will be able to like the reply, so we will do final list of string likes, and then we also going to have final timestamp. This will be create at, like when this reply is created or posted. And then it's time to create the IDs. First of all we are going to have the final string creator UID, like who create this reply, and next we are going to have final string reply ID. This will be our randomly generated ID on which we will manipulate this reply like delete or update it. And then we are going to have final string comment ID, and then we are going to have final string post ID. So now you might be thinking why I have passed the post ID and the comment ID in the reply entity. That is because if you remember the scenario for the comment in the previous videos, when we post or create a comment, so that comment was of the specific post. So first we access to the post collection, and inside this we access to the specific document of the post, and then we go for the comment collection and we start creating all the comment documents in the specific post document. we got all the comments of single post in the document of the post. So in this case, first we will access to the post and then the comment and then the reply of that comment. Like the scenario will be, let's comment it in here. This will be post on specific post ID. There will be, or let's make this arrow, this is post collection and this will be on specific post ID. We are going to have the comments collection, and inside this on the specific comment ID we are going to have the replies collection, and then inside this there will be all the replies of specific comment. So first we go to the comment collection on the specific post ID. We go to the comment collection if there are comments, because if there is comments so there will be replies. Without comments there can't be replies. So in the comment collection we go to the specific comment ID, and inside the specific document of the comment there will be replies collection, and there will be all the replies of that particular comment. So that's how this scenario will be for the reply. So now let's delete this and pass these fields in the constructor, and now at the end put comma here, hold Ctrl Alt Shift L, format the code and wrap this with the curly brace to make them name parameters, and that was it. Now remove this unimplemented error from here, open a list here and copy all these fields from here, paste them right here and select this with dot and hold Alt Z, select the corresponding one and delete it, so it will be fixed. So we have successfully created our reply entity, and now it's time to go and create the methods in the firebase repository. So we will copy the comment features from here and paste it right here. Its name will be reply features. This will be, let's select all these, not these, let's select this comment, and this will be create reply, and the second one will be read replies, and this will be update reply, this will be delete reply, and lastly the like reply, and this is going to accept the reply entity, and its name will be reply, and inside these read replies we will pass. So let's also pass here the reply entity reply, because in the case of creating the comment, first we had to access to the specific post on the post ID, then we have to read all the comments of this post, and in the case of replies, first we have to access the specific post and then the specific comment, and then we have to read all the replies of the specific comment. So in order to not pass two fields in here, this is good to go with the only reply entity, because this also contains the reply ID, comment ID, post ID, and that's all. Now in the firebase repository, that was it. Copy these reply features, paste it in the remote data source down here after the comment features, and also import this and implement these in the firebase repository implementation. 5 override methods, and this access them from the remote data source dot create reply, and also not forget to make it asynchronous because it's feature, and this delete reply will also be async remote data source dot delete reply, and for the like reply, this will be async remote data source dot like reply. And also for reading the replies, we have to do async remote data source dot read replies, and remove this async from here because stream cannot be asynchronous. And now for updating reply, this will be async because it's future remote data source dot update reply. So that was it for the remote data source implementation. Now in the remote data source, we have to do override the methods of reply, and these will be implemented in the next video. Now last thing in here is we have to do in the use cases of the domain layer, we have to create in the firebase use case a new directory, and its name will be reply. Inside this we have to create the use cases for the reply. So these use cases will be first create reply use case, and next will be delete reply use case, and next will be like reply use case, and the fourth one will be read reply use case. Read reply but read replies, and the last one will be to update replies reply use case. That's it. Now from the create post use case, we will copy this and paste it inside this, change its name to create post, from here to create reply use case, change its name to create reply, and change the post entity to reply entity reply, and also pass this reply in here. Now delete this unused import and copy this create reply from here, paste it in the delete reply, and select this and change this create to delete, and also pass the delete reply. And for the like, we have to do like reply use case and call the method of like reply. And for reading the reply, we have to do select this will be read replies use case, and its type will be stream list of reply entity and read replies. That's it. Now for update, there will be update reply use case and call the update reply. So what we have done in here, first we create the reply entity. The creator UID will be the ID of that user who is creating the reply. The reply ID will be the ID on which we will manipulate that particular reply, and post ID and comment ID is because the reply will be inside the specific post and the specific comment, and there will be auto-generated ID of the reply on which we will manipulate that specific reply. So first we have to go to the post collection, and then inside this specific or the particular post, and inside this we are going to have the comment collection. Inside this, on the specific comment ID, we will create the reply collection. Inside this reply collection, this will be many replies of the specific comment, and this reply ID will be randomly generated again. I'm saying that, and on that we will manipulate the reply, and this is the description of the reply and the username of that user who is creating the reply, and the profile URL of this URL, the likes of that particular reply, and the create at the time on which this particular reply is created. And that was it for the reply entity. And we also have create the methods in here for methods create, read, update, delete, and finally like it. And we also implement the firebase repository. We create methods in here, we lift these methods which will be implemented in the next video. So I hope this video was helpful, and also make sure to complete the task. You just have to create the model, and that will be really simple to create the reply model and implement the methods which I already said in the previous video to create. That will be really simple to do, and that was it. After creating business object class in the domain layer, also the methods in the firebase repository, it moves us towards the data layer. Because again, the abstract classes will not going to work alone. We must have to write their actual implementation also, and this video also contain a task. In order to not miss it, stay in touch and let's get started. So in the previous video, we just create the entity for the reply, and this is the data which we're going to store in the Cloud Firestore database. And we also create the methods in the firebase repository. Implement the firebase repository. We create the methods in the firebase, not in the firebase but the remote data source here, and also the remote data source implementation is remaining. So what we have to do in here, just to implement these methods in this video, and then after this we'll go for utilizing these methods in the UI. So let's start from this create reply. So as I said in the previous videos, first we have to go to the post on the specific post, and then to the comment collection of that post, and then inside this to the comment, specific comment, inside the specific comment to the replies, and there will be all the replies of the specific comment. So first, as this is a future method, make it asynchronous and remove this unimplemented error from here, and copy this comment collection from this update and paste it right here. Change its name to reply collection. And now first we go for the post, and then from the reply dot post id we go to the specific post, and here now we have to again do document reply dot on the specific comment id. We have to access the new collection. This will be firebase const dot reply. So in this collection we will create the replies of the specific comment. Now next thing in here we have to do what we have done for the create comment. We will copy this new comment from here and remove this print statement from here, and come in the create reply, paste it right here. This will be our new reply, and its name will be reply model, but we have not created the model yet. So let's pass this in here and go for the model. Inside this create a new directory, and its name will be reply. Inside this reply create new file, its name will be reply model, and there will be a class of reply model. It will extend the reply entity, open body, and let's go to the reply entity, copy the fields from here with this constructor, and in the reply model paste it right here. Change this name to the reply model and import the firebase cloud firestore for this timestamp, and also pass these methods in the super. The description will be description, and comment id will be comment id, and that's all. Now next thing in here we have to do is just to create the two methods of from snapshot to JSON, and go to the comment model and copy this method from here, and paste it in the reply model right after this, and copy the reply model from here and paste it right here and also in here. So everything is same, only delete this from here. And here post ID, creator ID, comment ID, duplicate this. One thing is we have the reply ID. Let's count it. 3, 3 and 3 means 9, and there 3, 3 and 3. That's good. Now go to the comment model and also copy this from here. In the reply model, paste it right here. Now replace this total replies with the reply ID. So it becomes really easy for you, right? To create maintainable apps like this. First create the entity, the methods you want to create, and implement it in the remote firebase repository implementation created in here, and simply implement them in the remote source implementation. And that's it. This clean architecture makes our life easier and boost our development process. So our model is successfully created, and now again go to the remote data source and let's continue this create reply method. So this will be reply model. Now import this and replace this total reply with the reply ID, and also select this comment, hold Alt J to select the corresponding and change it to reply, and this will be comment ID and this will be reply.reply ID, and the comment ID will also be comment ID, and this reply ID will be randomly generated by UUID package. And next thing here we have to do, try catch E, simply print some error occurred and print this E. That's it in the try block. First we have to do is go to the create reply method, copy this and come to the again create reply method, and this will be reply document reference, this will be reply collection, and document will be reply.replyid.get, and then we will check if the reply document ref not exist. So let's do reply collection dot document on the reply.replyid.set, and this will be new reply. That's it. And in the else condition we have to do copy this and paste it right here, call the update method just to complete this code, and this will not be executed, but if executed this will call the update directly. So that's it for creating the reply. We go to the reply collection and then create the new reply, access data from the reply entity, try get the document. If it's not exist, set it, or means create it, else update it. That was it. Now for the delete reply, we also have to access to the reply collection, so we will paste it right here. This will be async as it is future. So in here we have to do try and catch E, open body, and paste this print statement from here. Now inside this try we have to do reply collection dot on document on reply dot reply id dot delete. That's it. Just call the delete method on the reply. And now for liking the reply, we only need the reply collection, make it asynchronous and paste this right right here, and here we need the current user UID. So we will go for the like comment method, and we will copy this from here, also this variable from here, and we will simply paste them in here. This will be current UID, this will be reply reference or document reference, this will be reply collection on the reply ID. We will get this, we will check if the reply reference exists, then we will do list of likes equal to reply ref dot get the specific fields of likes, and then we will check if the likes dot contains the current UID, then we will do reply collection dot on document on the reply dot reply ID dot update. This will be map just because we are only updating the likes, so this will be likes and field value dot array remove if it contains, this will be current UID, and in the else condition we have to copy this from here, paste it right here, only change the method from array union, simply remove the data if contains, if not contains simply add it. That was it for the reply reply, and now it's time to read the reply. So its feature, we will not going to make it asynchronous. First we need the reply collection, paste it right here, and then simply returns the reply collection dot snapshots, map the snapshot, this will give us, or map it like this, this will give us the query snapshot, and we will do query snapshot map string dynamic dot document. So this will give us the list of query document snapshot, and then we will map these list of queries document snapshot, and then this will give us this E, which is query document snapshot map string dynamic, and we will convert this to the dart object by calling the method reply model dot from snapshot and pass this E and convert it into list. So it will become the list of reply entity in the stream, and simply we will load it in our list view builder and will show them in the list. So that was it for the reading replies, and lastly for updating the reply we have to make it asynchronous because that's feature, and let's access the reply like this, and here we need one thing that was in the update comment. So we will copy this and here we will paste it. It will be reply info. We will check if remove the body from here, this will be if the reply dot description is not equal to empty string, and if the reply dot description is not equal to null, simply do reply info description will becomes equal to reply dot description. That's it. Now after this, do reply collection dot on document on the reply dot reply id dot update the reply info, and that's it. We have create our reply in here, access to the reply collection, and we have created the new reply model, access data from the reply entity. We get the document, if it does not exist create it, if it exists update it, and delete the reply, simply call the delete method on the reply id, and simply like the reply if the list of the reply contains the current UID, simply remove it. If it contains, if it do not contain, simply add it. If it contains, remove it. If it do not contain, simply add it. And in the read reply, we just read it and in the update we just update this description field. When we call this, will update this description field, and this reply will be something like this in our Cloud Faster database. Let's go to the browser. First we have the post specific document, and in this specific document we have this comment collection, and inside this there can be all the comments of the specific post. So inside this specific comment document of this comment, inside this there will be another collection like this. Inside this, let's create a collection. Its name will be reply. Next, and there will be reply ID. Its value will be, let's say, this, and auto generated. Save, and there will be just like this the reply, and then the randomly generated ID on the UUID package, and there will be the data of the reply, like the reply ID, comment ID, post ID, and all the data like this as we have in the comment. So now let's delete this reply collection. This will be created from the code as we have right, and we will utilize these methods in the UI in the next video. So let's write reply and delete this, and like this there will be created the reply collection for this specific document of the comment, and there will be all the replies of the specific comment. So that was it. The methods, we create the reply model in here, and we have implemented the methods for it. Now the task for you is just to create the qubit in here, and also inject this in the injection container, and also utilize these methods in the UI. So that will be good.